I just popped in. Hi. Oh my God, the acoustics in here. Hello, everybody. I am here. Oh shit, thank you, Shaxpert, for the sub. I got a lot of subs to thank. Thank you all so much for supporting me, even though I was gone for a month.
Always cover the system
Oh God. Oh, hi, everybody.
Bingo!
I know you've all missed the bingo. You've missed the pasta with sauces. You've missed it's just another sad case of people killing each other. We've missed so much since I've been gone. I'm so glad to be back. I got a new desk. I'm in a new room, so the acoustics are a little different. Let me know if I sound bad. I should sound okay, but I appreciate the heads up because it's just. While the beautiful sound clips rolling, let me thank some folks. Thank you, Itinerant Soldier, for the 13-month sub. Mail City, thank you for the...
Milky just traded with 76 viewers.
Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Hold on, let me make sure I spell this right.
It just seemed like another sad case of people killing each other.
Homosexuality, yes.
Okay, all right. I got some folks to thank. Thank you, Itinerant Soldier. For the 13-month resub. There is something. Thank you, Neo Zero. 12-month resub. That's a whole year. God, thank you. Thank you, Game Quoter.
It just seemed like another
12-month
sad case
resub.
of people killing
Also,
each
Game
other.
Quoter did an on-screen celebration, but it didn't show up in the thing. I apologize, but thank you for that. Thank you, Saint Aspartame, for gifting a sub to the community. Thank you. Thank you, Vagrant Wastrel. 13-month resub. I'm finally on time for the stream for once. Welcome. Thank you, Shaxpert. 11-month resub. That's almost a whole year. Thank you. Thank you to the beautiful Sarduce, who I've seen around, for gifting, for resubbing. Thank you. And thank you, Mad Dragon, for the follow. And Scratching Way, 13-month resub. Thank you. I love that. I love that really fast walk that you're showing. That's really good. Oh boy, we're going to Cheesy's minecart, so I guess I got to get in the minecart now. That makes sense. All right, well, it's a lot of folks here. If you haven't been here before, I am streaming Interactive Entertainment, this time issue 10. Interactive Entertainment was a 90s CD-ROM, a multimedia CD-ROM magazine, and it's got a lot of interesting interviews, previews, reviews, all kinds of stuff. So if you've never seen Interactive Entertainment before, you're in for a treat. Let's go. There's Xena. Have you missed her? Hold on, I got to do something. There we go. Oh shoot. No, hold on. Oh no, you didn't get to hear the horse. There we go. This should work now. Folks. There we go. That's the horse I want to listen to. That's the horse I want to hear. Love that horse. All right, let's get started. Interactive Entertainment. There we go. Oh, this is sick.
Winter CES 95 Space Quest 6 Bill Steele Interactive Entertainment Episode 10.
So great intro. Love the intro. Okay, are we going to see if they actually finally have ads? These are all just demos. Wait, nope. We have an ad, folks. I have to install it, though. I'm not installing America Online, no. But I guess that's what they call an ad. Okay. Well, let's go. Let's go to departments. Start from the beginning. Letters to the editor. Oh, that's a lot of letters, but that's okay. We have to hear them all. We have to hear if that one guy who got really mad about them making jokes about conservatives came back. All right, let's read about back issues. Dear IE, I just wanted to let you know that I enjoy your CD mag. In fact, I no sooner bought issue 4 than I stayed up to 1 a.m. our time so I could call the US and subscribe to it. Keep up the good work, and I am glad you dropped those ads from the first couple of discs. When I ordered my subscription, I also ordered discs 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. I received all the discs except volume 1. Is this on back order for me, or is it no longer available? In Volume 3, in the article about Warlords 2, your reporter said there were some of their own maps on the CD. I cannot find them. Are they included? And if so, where? Do you also computer games, PC, IBM? And if so, could you please send me a catalog? Thanks a lot. Looking forward to 8. BC of Perth, Australia. Response. As I may have mentioned before, you can order back issues by calling 1-800-56-CD-MAG. Since you're international, that would be 802-767-3033. You need to ask for IE back issues. If you haven't received all of your order, oh shoot, I got a hype chest, thank you. If you haven't received all of your order, you need to give them another call to check on it. We don't have anything to do with that end of things, I'm afraid. The Warlords 2 thing, I'm not sure what you're talking about. We were going to include some scenarios concocted by our staff, but they accidentally got deleted before we could copy them into the magazine. This reminds me of an important point I wanted to make for a while. I'd like to find out how interested people are in seeing us include original scenarios on interactive entertainment. We've toyed with the idea of including load runner levels, incredible machine puzzles, and the like, but we aren't convinced that our viewers are dying to get their hands on new levels for such games. Now, if you're interested, let us know what games you'd like to see new scenarios for, and we'll consider doing this in the future. Okay. Any PSs? No, okay. Random thoughts. How random will these be? I like the oh no emote that y'all got. That's me. That's me trying to install multimedia. Dear IE, as an avid computer and video gamer, I really enjoy your product. It is well worth the subscription price, and hopefully with experience, you guys will only improve. Enough brown nosing, on to my comments. The front end is one of the better interfaces I've seen in this kind of product, possibly unfairly comparing your product with a slew of cover discs I see each month from print magazines, and I only have a few minor suggestions for improvement. 1, there should be an option to have the submenu appear automatically after any review, preview, etc., where there is further info on the product. It's really distracting to have to click in the middle of a story to access it, or have to restart a story to go back and check out the submenu. Okay, I totally agree with that. It is annoying going back and forth. The interactive interview is a great idea, but doesn't really work in practice. Perhaps you could set it up like the letters page and give the users access to all of the questions at once. This way you can avoid the inevitable replaying of questions when your choices are all repeats. Oh, I got kicked by a horse and I'm here, but of course. How about a numerical rating system for games? You could list the score next to the game in the menu so we can see at a glance which ones are worth checking out for their quality, or to get a good laugh at the wisecrack your witty staff will poke at a real stinker. As we can all attest to, time is short, and it's impossible to check out every piece in each issue. I'd hate to miss a good game in a genre I don't normally play because I didn't check out your review. Random thoughts. I love the dual reviews. Definitely expand the letters page. Hint, nudge, nudge. Commercials will be fine, if not force-fed is an issue 1. To us, perhaps one every half hour or something along those lines. The video quality has been steadily improving in past issues. How about an option to resize the video window? This program is operating in Windows after all. This would have to be designed differently from the current interactive interview, but try to keep it in mind for future revisions to the interface. 5, more reviews of console games. I understand that to run this disc, you have to have a PC, but the name of the disc is Interactive Entertainment, not Interactive PC Entertainment. I'm really looking forward to the next wave of home consoles and would love to see this type of coverage for games for the Sony PlayStation and Nintendo's Ultra 64. 6, let's see the reviewers. It's nice to put a voice to a face and name. Pardon me. If you ever in the market for new reviewers, I've been told I have a voice for radio and a face to match. I've been playing games of all kinds for more than 20 years, and I don't see myself giving it up anytime in the future. May your product last as long as I continue to play games. B.S. Smoke from Staten Island, New York. Well, we will Sometime within the next couple of episodes, when you install IE, it will put a bunch of icons in your IE program group. One will run the mag, one will run it in demo mode. All articles play by themselves. There will be a window help file on common technical problems. We will implement the off-requested article index, and one will let you configure IE to your liking, much the way the configuration option used to work on the main menu, except that in this new version, you configure things once and IE remembers them forever. Some of these new features should be implemented by issue 11, the rest by 12 or 13. Check out the new buttons on the interface, then consider whether you like the interactive format or not. 3. Maybe. Don't count on seeing this anytime soon, though. Real quick, thank you, Tepid Snake, 100 bits. For some reason, a jester telling me time is short is deeply scary. It is short. There is no time. Run, Tepid Snake, run. And thank you, Nelson JD, 1 year resub with big smoky smoke. Smoke up with smoke. Random replies. If you're looking to work for us, don't drop subtle hints about it. Send us a cover letter and resume. We do hire people occasionally, and we keep resumes on file. The people we usually need the most of are writers. So if you can write and play games, send a resume to Tim Keating, editor, Interactive Entertainment, Box 327, Rochester, Vermont. When the hell is a Mech 2 coming out? We've had quite a few letters from people complaining about the release of MechWarrior 2. Rather than respond to these myself, I decided to forward some of them to Activision and give them an open forum to reply, which they did. Dear IE, your viewers' frustration with the delay in the release of MechWarrior 2 is well-founded. Well-founded. We appreciate their concern because as a creative team, we know all too well that this product has been a long time coming. To be fair, however, groundbreaking games like Mech 2 are not developed overnight. Producing a game of this incredible depth and sophistication requires an enormous commitment of time, energy, and resources. Are we being a little too ambitious? Possibly, but I think your readers would agree that they would rather wait and play a game that pushes into new territory than be presented with the same old gimmicks dressed in a new box. Because of this product's complexity, the production team has encountered technical obstacles that were unforeseen during this product's conception, which were only recently overcome, and regrettably, this means that Mech 2 will not be released until late spring of 1995. Activision is committed to only releasing the highest quality games and will not succumb to market pressure for a release until we are 100% satisfied with the product. You heard it here first. Activision will never release a bad game. To all your viewers who are eagerly anticipating Mech 2, we say, take heart, it will not be long until you are back in the cockpit of your Timberwolf, striding the barren battlefields of the clan occupation zones. Joshua Resnick. All right, Activision will never put out a bad game. Okay, this said 20 questions, so here we go. I have a lot of questions for you, so I made all my questions in ABC format. Here we go. Where did the short takes go? I always look in the hints and tips section for a 3DO or Sega CD tip. How about a few hints and tips for any home system, for that matter, in your hints and tips section? For instance, how about a Way of the Warrior special moves and fatalities guide? You always have a lot of demos for IBM PC, which of course is understandable because the game is intended for IBM PC. But I have a great idea that would increase your sales greatly. If you could put Sega CD demos and 3DO demos. I prefer 3DO demos. The only reason I asked for Sega CD is because my friend has a Sega CD unit. This would increase your sales greatly because not only people with IBM PC would buy or subscribe to your CD mag, it would be like a sampler disc and people would just plain love it. I know I would. Is Doom 1 or 2 coming out for 3DO? Is there a hockey or baseball game coming out for 3DO? Is there a basketball game coming out for 3DO that has real players and teams? Is Mortal Kombat 2 or 3 coming to 3DO? Until next issue, JP. Wexford, Pennsylvania. Most people number their questions. I guess 3DO owners' minds work differently. Christ. We got to the point where anything we had more than 2 or 3 screenshots on became a preview. Anything we had less than 3 screenshots on went into the news. I guess you could say it was assimilated. Reactions to our coverage of home systems is mixed. I suppose that a lot of people would complain if we dedicated hints and tips space to home systems, but I could be wrong. Anybody else who wants us to do hints for game systems? Keep in mind that we're pretty much only covering the new high-end platforms like Jaguar, 3DO, PlayStation, Saturn, and Ultra 64. I wouldn't mind putting 3DO and Sega CD demos on the disc, except that the format of the disc wouldn't allow them to be played on those systems. Maybe someday we'll think about doing dedicated magazines for CD-based home systems, but until then, I don't know for sure, but I would say it's a safe bet. Seems like they're porting Doom to everything from the Jaguar to the Game Boy. Oh, maybe that's a slight exaggeration. EA is 3DO's biggest supporter right now, and as you know, EA has some of the finest sports titles in the industry. Already, FIFA Soccer and John Madden Football have been ported over. I suspect it's just a matter of time before we see 3DO versions of NHL 95 and Tony La Rosa, CE, CD. Hope that answers your questions. Canadian kudos, mostly. Dear IE, a couple of beefs, kudos, and suggestions. I just received episode 8 and was excited at the prospect of trying out Siberia, as it is on my possible buy me list. I was disappointed to get a fail abort retry message on 2 seconds of running it. Oh yeah, I tried deleting and reinstalling and all that rigmarole, but nada. I had purchased several European mags with CD-ROMs glued to them earlier last year and had no problems of some kind with a few of the demos, so I wasn't too surprised. Some demos even had disclaimers warning of bugs. I almost subscribed to one of those mags, pricing would have been the same as you, but I reviewed your product and chose it over them, even though they had playable demos, and you didn't at that time. Now I see you have playable stuff, plus the regular, gritty, funny, cut to the chase, honest, I hope, reviews. I think I made the right choice. Although you offer a good $1 per hour entertainment value, I am disappointed that us Canadians get ripped off with the subscription cost. Hey, we still get the same lousy cardboard envelope with a 60-cent stamp on it, but shell out 20 extra big ones. What gives? It's not like you have extra administrative costs for things like extortionate mailing costs or custom labels. Tisk, you've been forgetting it, haven't you? And by the way, Canadians represent 10% of the North American market. Plus, most of us think we're smarter than the rest of the world, or maybe it's because it's too damn cold most of the time for kids to skip school, so they get educated. I don't know. Some suggestions. Please don't lean too heavily on one genre of game style. One magazine I have read had 3 reviewers who I swear, are one and the same. Even their profiles state that they all prefer strategy-type games. I think the mag should fire 2 of them and get 2 writers with different likes. I really like the idea of the free game. Who wouldn't? But is there a chance that you could distribute an older game as well? Or instead of such as King's Quest III or Ultima 4 or Red Baron, etc.? Or how about the odd shareware game like Doom, just to save us the downloading hassles of big games? What would be really nice is to see gameplay instead of screenshots of reviews too. Yeah, you probably get asked this a lot. Any comments? So, can I get a replacement disc with a working Siberia on it? Thanks in anticipation for your support. Keep up the improvement, says PJ of, Coquitlam, British Columbia. Yeah, we've been trying to get those good playable stuff these days. It helps that we've now hired someone whose job it specifically is to acquire these things for us. And the extra cost for Canadian subs is for it's special handling. That's it. Well, I'll pass your complaint along to management. As far as gaming styles go, each of our reviewers has certain interests, and 90% of the games given to the reviewers are the types of games they like to play. Funny, but I sort of thought this made sense. We're always on the lookout for hot games to acquire the rights to. As you can guess, though, the better the game, the more the company wants to give us the right to distribute it. We do try to include the better shareware, though. As for gameplay, when we can't afford to buy $50,000 worth of video capture equipment, we'll have it. Thank you, Cambertian, 3-month resub. Didn't realize Siberia was such an illustrious piece. Yeah, this is, he's going cuckoo for Siberia here. If you are having difficulties running a demo, check the text file that that accompanies each demo. Usually we put the tech support number you need to call right in that text file. If you tried this, you really think your disc is defective and you want to get it exchanged, call 800-56-CD-MAG or 802-767-3033 and ask for IE subscriptions. TK. Can I have a cover art, please? Dear IE, I am a subscriber to IE and receive the CD each month. You are consistently improving, so I am pleased that I bought the subscription. On the main menu screen, there is a set selection called On the Cover, which is the cover of the CD that is sold in software stores or through software mail order houses. Can you include the cover image on the CD so it can be printed out on a laser printer? I can handle most image formats using the Graphics Workshop trademark. I would like to put each CD in a jewel case with the cover. I bought the first 3 issues from vendors, so they have covers, and I would like keep that method of storage. WM. Dear WM. Presently, you can find the graphics we use for the main menu, which is built from the cover artwork, in the graphics directory. If you want to use it for your own personal benefit, like the purpose you've described, fine. Just don't go posting it to any BBSs or such like, or we'll have to track you down and sue your sorry butt. In the future, we may kick around the idea of actually including the artwork itself, either in original format or with the cover text laid over it, depending on how many other people request it. TK. Hey. Why isn't IE multi-platform? Dear IE, hold on, folks. I need a sip of. I have coffee with me today. Coffee. There we go. Before I start, I must say that I like IE and have subscribed. Congratulations on putting out a fine product. Now for the gripes from the hardest to easiest to implement, in my opinion. How about an interface using OS2 or DOS? There are a lot of people out there with slow machines, like me, 38640, and who think that Windows is a poor platform. Maybe we should support moving to better ones. Why isn't this guy asking about Linux? Is this proto-Linux? If you refuse to port the interface, how about using an AVI format that can be read by a non-Windows AVI player? The current format is proprietary to Microsoft, so the OS2 video player cannot read it. If you used a more widely known format, I'm sure you would have OS2 and Mac interfaces arriving on your doorstep within a couple of months. Extend the demo option, that is, the demo button under options from the main menu. I would like to enter adventure from the table of contents and click a button to listen to all the reviews in that category. Then I could listen to the category I want to hear and skip the ones I don't. I liked the old interviews better. I would rather just listen to the person talk than navigate a little conversation tree. Maybe a demo button here would be a good compromise. Stop advertising yourself. I know how great the magazine is because I already bought it. You don't need to convince me anymore. I like the advertisement format. You just need to advertise for other people. Thanks for listening to my rant, says MD of Rockville, Maryland. There's almost exactly zero chance of a DOS version of IE. DOS is mort, vive la DOS! But we are currently working on making IE multi-platform. By the end of 95, you should be able to run the same copy of IE on a machine running Windows OS 2 or System 7. And why are you settling for a 386 when you could probably buy a 486-33 motherboard for $300? Good point, sir.
Piping hot pizza.
No problems. Thank you for the 1-year resub. Fiddle-dee dear, I've been subscribed for a year. Thank you, no problems. I hope your problems with Knowles get fixed. Old interviews. Our interviews have always been interactive, except for the infamous Roberta Williams blooper. Check out the Bill Steely interview this month and let us know whether the additions we've made to the interface are improvements or not. Sorry, but we often bundle IE with other magazines and software, so people see the mag who aren't already subscribers, and we want them to be. We can only continue to do this as long as people keep buying it, so we really can't afford not to advertise. Sorry. Oh, did I skip 2? Let me go back. I would think you might be able to find a DOS-based AVI player somewhere on the net, probably as a piece of shareware some DOS lover wrote just to irritate Microsoft. Last but not least, praise, problems, and suggestions. Praise! I have just received your latest edition of IE and I'm impressed. I work for a major Best Buy electronics store in the software department. I would like to know that I would like you to know that your magazine has made my job so much easier. Customers will invariably want to know what a game is about, and I just don't have the time or money to play all of them. Your magazine gives me a much needed overview of the ones to recommend as well as the ones to avoid. I guarantee nobody will buy Creature Shock for me without being warned. I wondered why it wasn't moving. We pride ourselves in trying to give the consumer as much info as humanly possible so they can make an informed choice of product. Until your review, all I'd heard about Creature Shock was great graphics. Of course, we also sell IE. I recommend it often to customers who really do not know what they want in the way of games. The variety you offer in reviews is fantastic. I find that new users are often not even aware of basic differences in gameplay, i.e. arcade, menu-driven, fantasy, adventure, sim, etc., etc., etc. This lets them get a taste of different formats before they dump a ton of money into software they won't even like. Even longtime gamers have told me they found it very useful. I have often suggested subscriptions to IE if they try it and like it. Only if the boss isn't close enough to hear. We carry over 2,500 titles, a good part of them being games. My favorite question is usually from a brand new user who, as his PC is being loaded into his car, asks, "What's your best game?" Yeah, right. That's like walking into a library and asking a librarian for the best book. These folks are really lost. Problem. I do have a couple of do have a concern on this latest edition. Several times I've received a general protection fault and got through everything I needed on a couple of tries, but what gives? Suggestions number 1. I don't know how your staff picks software to review, but I would like to nominate a piece from Maxis for consideration. It is fairly new and a little hard to classify. It's not really a game, and it's not really a program tool. We have placed it next to the sim games in our software. Click and Play is a game maker. I purchased it right before Christmas and am enjoying it very much. No programming knowledge is required. The software acts as the interface for you, and it is totally icon-based. From my own experience in talking about to customers, I believe a fairly large portion of your subscribers would enjoy a crack at making their own games. It might be worth investigating for a review. Maxis maintains a forum on CServe called through GampBub. Y'all hear about GampBub? There's a demo version in their library, as well as some demo games to give you an idea of the power this software has. GampBub. 2, have you ever considered a directory of the major companies with their tech support numbers, C-server addresses, etc.? I believe this would be a great benefit to many gamers. Yes, they should be able to get this from the manual. However, if they want to check a game out with the company before purchase, yes, this has happened, they don't know where to call. We try to keep a list at the store, but it is far from complete. Might be a nice touch as a public service. Thank you for providing much needed source of information. PP via CompuServe. Dear PP, thanks for the praise. Sorry about the problem. If you're talking about episode 9, which is not clear, it may be because of the new interface. We've been told by a very few people that they experienced new and interesting problems with this episode. If anyone else has been having this problem, we need to nail it down. Please call our tech support at 802-767-9145. One, you'll find a review of Click and Play in issue 11. Yes, I agree. It is ultimately cool, though it wants more time than I have to invest in it. 2, we plan to include a database of all PC entertainment companies starting in a near future episode. You will be able to access this through the game specs section and possibly from a separate window icon in Windows. And with that, the jester is gone. Goodbye, haters. I'm back. Okay. That was a lot of letters this time, but interesting stuff. Anyways, we have a lot of phone numbers to call, and we can go genie to these guys. All kinds of things we can do. Let's just go. Departments? No. Let's go to Winter CES first, and then we'll just go through everything. Oh, I'm going to go with, will this play everything if I click all? I just want all of CES. Well, let's go one by one. This is Accolade.
Accolade has become one of the industry's leaders in sports computer games. Therefore, it was no surprise that the company prominently featured 4 sports titles at the Winter CES. If you're the type of fan who wants to know who Washington's backup Nickelback is, you probably already have a copy of the recently released Unnecessary Roughness 95. This game uses actual players featuring over 1,400 players on 28 teams, along with the new NFL 94 rules. Unnecessary Roughness allows for multiple team owners in league play and lets you design your own playbook or choose one of the plans that come with the game. The game also includes Super VGA graphics, which Accolade says is the first ever for a football game. If you're the type of football fan who's convinced that coaching is one of the easiest jobs on the planet, Accolade's other football release should be right up your alley. In live-action football, there's no arcade option that allows you to control the players, because the game uses video footage based on your coaching decisions. You make all of the calls in live-action football in a game between the NFC and AFC All-Stars. Accolade's designers spent the better part of a week in Florida filming a semi-pro football team in Florida to come up with the footage for this game, which features the stats and photographs of real
So
NFL
are they in Florida?
players. Al Michaels and Pat Hayden provide the commentary for the contest. With no end to the baseball strike in sight, Hardball 4 might be the closest thing you get to seeing actual Major League players in action. The players look awfully good in this game, which features rendered graphics based on film of actual minor league players. In addition to its pleasing graphics, Hardball 4 includes arcade and managing options, exhibition play, 3 different lengths of league play, along with pitching practice, batting practice, and a home run derby.
Yeah, well, they
Unlike their
mentioned Bob
baseball
Sears, they're just
brethren,
going to be
the NHL
sports.
players settled their labor dispute with their owners. Despite this, Accolade still decided to put out a new hockey game. Brett Hull 95 features St. Louis Blues star Hull and all of his real NHL colleagues. The game, scheduled for release in the winter of 1995,
Yeah,
will
this is
allow
on
players to
3DO?
adjust their team's
What about the
skating
3DO? I
ability,
need to
shot
know about the
accuracy,
3DO.
strength, and aggressiveness. Hull Hockey will also keep track of every stat you can imagine.
Sam
in a hockey
Vega,
game.
thank you for
Also
the
part of the
3-month
Accolade
resub.
display at
Thank you so
CES,
much.
Mission Critical from Legend Software.
Nice.
A space adventure that
Very
starts
nice.
with the
Thank
kind
you.
of problem that most games have to build up to. You are the only survivor of an alien attack on your spaceship, and they're coming back soon. If you can't figure out how to defend yourself, and fast, you're powdered toast. If you survive this desperate mission, your ship will land on a mysterious planet, where you will ultimately be given the chance to fundamentally change the evolution of the universe. While Mission Critical
I love
still
to
uses
fundamentally change the
companions of Xanth
universe.
Engine, the graphics are extremely sharp and feature very smooth movement from place to place. Look for it this summer.
All right, but what about Activision? Hold on.
Activision
There we
didn't
go.
have much to talk about at the Winter CES concerning the near future, but its plans for the end of this year are good news for Infocom fans.
Infocom
The new
fans.
Planetfall game has officially been entitled Planetfall: Floyd's Next Thing. The next Zork game, slated for December, will be called Zork Nemesis. Little additional information was available on the new Zork, save that it will be an original storyline, not one connected with their previous multimedia hit Return to Zork. Of course, foremost on the mind of anyone visiting the Activision booth was, when will Mech 2 be released?
When?
Activision is insisting that an early summer release date is makeable. The version of Mech 2 on display in Las Vegas looked good and supported a multiplayer mode. Interesting new features include the ability to climb uneven terrain, a fully three-dimensional virtual cockpit which you can pan around using the hat switch on your joystick, and the possible inclusion of some licensed classical background music using Redbook audio.
Oh,
An interesting new
Redbook.
product from Activision is the Atari 2600 Action Pack. This features 15 classic Activision games created for the 2600 back in the early 80s. Among these are such well-known
An early
titles
retro
as
compilation.
Pitfall, Kaboom, and River Raid. The Action Pack, the first in a planned series of 4, features the original game code running on an emulator which runs under Windows. Additionally, Activision has announced its intent to seek 2600 titles created by other companies for publication with their emulator. The newest member of the Shanghai family was unveiled at CES. Shanghai Great Moments is aimed at the multimedia crowd. It features video clips when tiles are removed, as well as helpful video hints from actress Rosalind Chow. Additionally, for those who just can't get enough different variations on the game, Great Moments offers 3 new spins on the tile matching game. Action Shanghai, where you race the clock to match tiles. Beijing, which resembles the well-known sliding tiles puzzles you can find in the toy rack of every grocery store in America. And the Great Wall, which adds a new element to classic Shanghai gameplay, Gravity. Finally, Activision's espionage title, developed with the assistance of former CIA head William Colby, has a new name and a new partner. Activision is now calling the project The Great Game and has hired Oleg Kalugin former head of the KGB, to supply background information for the other side. The great game will be written by spy thrillers author James Adams, will be shot using live-action video, and is scheduled for release in the end of 1995.
Did that come out? What the hell? I want to play the FMV game by the KGB. Spycraft, the great game. Okay, that's probably it. All right, what's Atari up to?
Certainly one of the most prolific companies at the CES was Atari, sporting an impressive lineup of titles for the Jaguar. They also announced that work on the Jaguar CD-ROM drive is complete. Here you can see the virtual light machine program that
Such
comes
a good
with the
visualizer.
Unit. Atari is going to wait until a few CD games are ready to ship before releasing the CD player, so look for it this spring. On display for the upcoming CD player was the game Baruna's Forces. Although not exhibited in playable form,
Did this come
the
out?
self-running demo wowed all who stumbled into the Jaguar booth with its impressive use of digitized video. Details of the game are still sketchy, but you can count on Baruna's Forces to showcase the fantastic video capabilities of the Jaguar CD.
I've never heard of Varuna's Forces.
One of the most popular Jaguar games at the show was Iron Soldier. This action sim lets you climb into the cockpit of a gargantuan battlesuit and destroy just about anything you have a mind to. Your robot was surprisingly easy to control, and the action was relentless.
Canceled? Ugh.
Count on Iron Soldier to
It
be a
looked
big
good.
hit for Atari. Still on display and looking better than ever was Rayman. This Mario-style platform game is the first such title for the Jaguar, and its strengths are obvious. The animation is smooth and entertaining, and the graphics are some of the most beautiful found on any home system. Judging from what we saw, Rayman should be on the shelves soon. Crowds swarmed around the Jaguars that were showing off an early version of Fight for Life. This much-talked-about title is a 3D fighting game in the style of Virtua Fighter. The game
Fight
features
for
a
Life.
good selection of fighters and a wide variety of challenging special moves. With a little time to smooth out the rough edges, this looks like a surefire winner. The project that was to be Battlezone 2000 has morphed into Hover Strike. This first-person arcade shooter puts you in control of a futuristic
Yeah, you don't get to see
tank.
Fight for Life.
Your
Don't worry
goal
about
is
it.
to roam the landscape and clear it of an alien infestation. The game features a turret that rotates independently of the tank's direction and enough hostile targets to keep you blasting away for a long time.
Love to blast.
Another great Jaguar game in the making was Arcade Zone. This game, similar to the Golden Axe arcade series, is a fast-paced scrolling hack-and-slash action game. Everything you loved about the Golden Axe games is included here, including impressive graphics, bone-crunching sounds, and
Love to crunch
powerful attacks
bones.
to reduce your enemies to virtual cutlets. An impressive racing title on display was F1. This arcade-style racing game is more similar to Virtua Racing than Checkered Flag, and already features very smooth handling. The graphics are good-looking and ultra-fast, and the game features adjustable viewpoints just like Sega's arcade mega hit. Fans of white-knuckle driving won't be able to pass this one up. Another racing game that looked to be a sure hit was Burnout. This motorcycle race game has all the speed and intensity of current arcade favorites, and sports a good selection of challenging tracks for you to wipe out on. Titles like this show that for arcade speed and feel, it's hard to top the Jaguar. At the summer CES, the sleeper Jaguar hit was Brutal Sports Football. This time, it's the little publicized Val d'Isère skiing and snowboarding. This sports action game lets you compete in cutthroat races, including downhill, slalom, and mogul. One test run is all it takes for this game to hook you with its gut-wrenching speed and realistic feel. Ignore it at your own loss.
Gut-wrenching, huh? Gut-wrenching is what I love to hear when someone's describing a video game. Before we go to the next one, I have my disgusting green drink with me today. It's actually a good green drink. I'm drinking, if you haven't watched my stream before, I always drink something unusual on stream because, I don't know, that's just who I am. And today is the Just Made Ginger Greens. It's got kale, spinach, pineapple, and ginger. I actually really like this, but it is green. It is green and looks putrid, but it tastes good. So here we go. Yeah, this is a potion. It's a potion. Don't worry about it. It's gonna turn me into I was gonna say gamer, but that can't happen. It's gonna turn me into a cool dragon. I am not a cool dragon. That did not happen, but I had to try. Yeah, this is like if V8 tasted like sweet. It's actually really good. But it definitely is like you can taste like the greens in it and stuff. So it's like, So I can't recommend it to everyone. Stop going down there. I'm trying to go to Avalon Hill, you clown menu.
If you grew up as a fan of Avalon Hill's board games, you would have felt right at home in the company's CES display. All of the new releases planned by the company are computer versions of the company's board games. 1830's subtitle is Railroads and Robber Barons, a fitting description of a game which puts you in the middle of America's westward expansion. The nuts and bolts of a basic railroad game are all there, laying tracks, building stations, buying trains, and setting routes. However, your business acumen in the boardroom is just as important as your management skills in 1830. The stock market portion of the game allows you to build up your own portfolio while you attempt to bring your opponent's financial empires crashing down. According to Avalon Hill, the PC version of Advanced Civilization picks up where the game of Civilization left off. The game begins at the dawn of history and ends at 250 BC. You lead your society while managing cultural, economic, and political factors. The game features a larger expanded playing area, including the Western expansion maps, along with the complete expansion of the Civilization trading card supplements. Blackbeard gives you a revealing character choice. Would you prefer to play the role of a pirate or the king's commissioner trying to chase him down? If you opt to be a buccaneer, there's more than yelling "har har" and wearing an eye patch
guy looks
as
like
you sail
William
your
F.
ship,
Gaines
board
to
other
me.
ships, participate in duels, and grab port. Multiple ship types are available, allowing you extra speed, more guns, or more cargo. In addition to playing on both sides of the law, you can also become a legal scallywag if you receive a letter
A legal
marked from the king,
scallywag.
allowing you to become a privateer. Stalingrad, the second volume of Avalon Hill's World at War series with Atomic Games, is an extremely detailed look at the battle that started Hitler on the road to defeat in World War II. The game includes a detailed full-color manual with a large battlefield map. A two-player option is available either on your computer or by email. Avalon Hill is also collaborating with Atomic Games for Beyond Squad Leader. Based on its board game predecessors, Squad Leader and Advanced Squad Leader, the first PC edition of the game will feature a campaign system
legal
that provides
scallywag.
for head-to-head play. Beyond Squad Leader is expected to reach the stores in the third quarter of 1995.
Okay, what about Capstone, the maker of the best games on Earth? No.
Capstone's display at Winter CES featured a few new titles, some add-ons to a very familiar title, and the announcement of an agreement with an actor who has gone where no man has gone before. Swashbucklers of all ages should enjoy Zorro, a CD-ROM title featuring full-motion video, digitized speech, and 3D rendered graphics. As Zorro, Defender of Justice, you must help defend a local mission against the evil Don Francisco Cortez, who wants to find a gold mine that priests have hidden somewhere on the mission's land. Gold is also available in Capstone's Casino Tournament of Champions, but you don't have to get your hands dirty digging it up. This gambling simulation allows you to choose your game and table limits as you compete against your friends or up to 10 computer opponents. The game also supports modem and network play. Games available in Casino Tournament of Champions include blackjack, craps, roulette, mini baccarat, slot machines, video poker, and 7 different types of poker. After purchasing 360, the developers of the popular Harpoon series, Capstone is wasting no time in releasing additional products for the naval warfare simulation. 2 additional battle sets and a scenario editor will be released for Harpoon 2 in the near future, and Harpoon 3 for CD-ROM is scheduled for release this summer. Finally, Capstone announced an agreement to base a new CD-ROM game on Tech War. Created by former Star Trek veteran William Shatner, Tech War started as a series of science fiction novels that eventually led to a series of TV movies, a TV series, and a comic book series. The game will use a 3D engine licensed from Apogee Software.
Okay, Capstone, Chad has a lot to say about Tech War and Zorro, so I bet they're great games. I bet they're really, really amazing games. But what about my dreams? My cyber dreams.
Cyber Dreams had a promising list of new titles to be released in 1995. First up was Darkseid 2, the sequel to the game that introduced the macabre yet beautiful artwork of H.R. Geiger to many gamers.
Yes!
As Mike Dawson, you are recovering from a nervous breakdown that was the result of your first contact with the evil ancients. You return to your hometown to recuperate, but a series of grisly murders leaves you as the prime suspect. The ancients have returned to extract their vengeance. Darkseid 2 will feature extensive use of digitized speech and even more striking renditions of Geiger's haunting and atmospheric art.
I did not kill Rita. I would never kill Rita.
Cyber Dreams is also collaborating closely with renowned science fiction author Harlan Ellison for I Have No Mouth, and I Must Scream, a game based on Ellison's short story. The title, along with the rest of the Cyber Dreams lineup, sports a new Windows interface and beautifully highly detailed SVGA graphics. In I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, you assume the roles of 5 individual characters who must band together in order to survive the tyranny of a renegade supercomputer that has annihilated humanity. Each character must face their own personal demons and conquer their greatest fears if they are to survive in this world of post-apocalyptic horror. Also on the tables is Hunters of Rock, a new science fiction adventure game created by Gary Gygax, creator of the
Looks
advanced
cool.
Dungeons & Dragons role-playing
Look at his
system.
thighs.
On the distant planet
I love how
Roxhaven,
short his shorts
you
are.
play the spirit warrior who must discover the long-lost Forbidden City
Yeah,
and
lose the
awaken
shorts.
the Rock's tribe mythological ancestors to save the tribe from destruction. Technically, Hunters of Rock promises to be an eye-opener. Combat will take place in a first-person 3D perspective in real time. The game will also feature advanced texture mapping rarely seen in a Windows product. Hunters of Rock will use extensive digitized speech and state-of-the-art animation. While not a game, the H.R. Geiger screensaver for Windows promises to be packed with entertainment. Now your Windows desktop can become infested with the bizarre and brooding artwork of this Swiss surrealist who won an Oscar for his work on the film Alien. The package will feature art from Geiger's world-renowned art
I'm out
books
to lunch. Type me a message on my computer.
and Necronomicon 1 and 2, and will be available on floppy and an enhanced CD version.
I want that. I want to decorate my computer with that. Okay, let's go to Domark.
Domark's lineup of new releases at CES included a traditional simulation with a new twist, a different sort of simulation, and a pair of adventure titles. Tank Commander, a new tank simulation, is the first Domark game to include multiplayer options. The game will support Serial Link, Modem Link, and IPX networks. Tank Commander features 4 different tanks, the Abrams, Leopard, T-72, and Challenger, which will roam over 9 extensive maps while completing 40 missions. Tank Commander's graphics package includes texture mapping, Gorod shading, and full-motion video. In addition to your tanks, you're also in control of all your support vehicles including jeeps, microlights, motorbikes, other tank platoons, and reconnaissance aircraft. Domark is billing Absolute Zero as its first sci-sim ever. The CD-ROM title, which will be released simultaneously for the PC and Power Mac platforms, is set in the late 24th century in a mining colony on an icy planet that serves as a major refueling depot for Earth. A hostile alien race erupts from the core of the planet and kills 1/3 of the population, setting the stage for the battle for control of the planet. In a unique storyline, Absolute Zero allows the player to fight for either the colonists or the extraterrestrials. The game includes 12
I'll fight
different
for the
vehicles and
extraterrestrials.
Super VGA texture-mapped objects. Domark's newest adventure title will be The Orion Conspiracy, a CD-ROM murder mystery set in a futuristic environment ruled by mega-corporations. The player is stationed on a research station in outer space, where information regarding a recent murder is extremely scarce. The Orion Conspiracy will feature character speech, rendered full-motion action sequences, and hand-painted backdrops in SVGA. And after a series of delays, Domark's much ballyhooed Lords of Midnight may finally be in stores as you view this episode of IE. Created by Mike Singleton, Lords will allow the player to control up to 24 different characters and will include 3D landscapes and SGI-rendered intros and outros. The game also has course plotting, a point-and-click interface,
Ballyhoo.
and an illustrated online almanac of all the characters and creatures that appear in Lords.
All right, Domark's got games. What about Game Tech? Do you have games? Hello, what's with all these little freaks?
One of the most unusual games on display at CES was GameTech's Baldies, a silly combination
Baldies!
between Lemmings and Populous,
Baldies!
with a little bit of Warcraft thrown in for measure. You decide how many of these cute little bald guys there should be and whether they should be builders, inventors, or what. However, once a builder finishes the task he was made for, he keeps on building, like adding garages onto castles and things like that. There's also a net play element so that your buddy can stick his Baldies onto yours. This weird little product should be on the shelves this summer. GameTech is also hard at work on First Encounters, the sequel to Frontier. This is a game of space trading with very smooth graphics. The same ships, planets, and cityscapes from Frontier are present, but they have been re-rendered and beautifully texture mapped. There are also lots of new places to trade and races to trade with. If you have played the original Frontier, you'll be pleased to hear that your saved games will load right into the graphically superior First Encounters. The game also includes online journals and a sophisticated flight engine for the times when you have to go into space battles with your competitors. First Encounters should be available this March. Take-Two will soon be releasing Bureau 13, based on the popular pen and paper role-playing game about a team of supernatural detectives. In this new game, the team is investigating the actions of a rogue agent. The player chooses up to 3 agents from a pool of 6, and each one has special abilities. For example, there's a reformed vampire who can turn into mist and sift through cracks and doors. You can join the Bureau when it appears this spring. Fans of the somewhat silly cartoon animal fighting game Brutal will be pleased to hear that a sequel is on the way. GameTech is about to release Totally Brutal for the SNES, Genesis, Sega CD, and 32X systems. It includes all your favorite characters, plus some new upstarts who have come to face the challenge of the Dalai Lama. On the non-game front, GameTech will soon be releasing Rand McNally's World and Wildlife Atlas, full of beautiful photographs and information about where you can find creatures like the cougar pictured here. And finally, GameTech Cinema will be starting its run with 6 cult favorite titles that you can watch on your PC and take whatever shots you want for your Windows wallpaper.
I like the bikini woman in the
will be the
audience.
Toxic Avenger, Robotech, Reefer Madness, and RGB.
Wait a minute, Robotech? Wait a minute. You got Harmony Gold on this? Anyway,
iMotion, the American branch of France's Infogram, have several new products to show in their tiny booth. But the most prominent and eagerly anticipated was Alone in the Dark 3, which was reviewed by IE last episode. Once again, you take the role of Edward Carnby, detective of the supernatural, this time investigating a mysterious ghost town in the Mojave Desert, Slaughter Gulch. Alone 3 is a CD-ROM only product with full digitized speech and spectacular visuals by comic book artist Joel Mouclier. Prisoner of Ice is a second game based on the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, which is in turn based on the intensely creepy works of H.P. Lovecraft. This follow-up to Shadow of the Comet stretches from the frozen Antarctic to Tiwanaku, the Falkland Islands, and finally
the Falkland Islands, really?
A strange creature is discovered frozen in a huge block of ice by a clandestine division of Nazi scientists. They suspect that it is one of the Elder Gods, and that its power can somehow be harnessed for the Third Reich. The player takes the part of Ryan, an American ONI agent who learns of the plan, and must somehow escape with the information and his life. A4 Networks is a sequel to A-Train, and a very sophisticated economic strategy game. The game begins with the untimely death of multi-millionaire
I showed this game off on RetroPals.
Awaits the announcement of who will inherit his estate.
It's a very strange version of A4.
Global empire worth trillions of dollars. Naturally, these assets go to the player.
There is something about a train that's magic.
Into the shark-ridden waters of global economics. You can even access a BBS online to record your score for player-to-player competition. A4 Networks was released in the second quarter of '95. Chaos Control is a space shooter with thematic links to Japanese animation. It was developed by the same team responsible for the original Alone in the Dark, and is specifically designed for CD-ROM platforms, with more than 30 minutes of high-resolution 3D sequences. In the year 2025, a fearsome tribe of extraterrestrial warriors have begun an invasion of Manhattan Island. The player must not only battle these aliens, but must also regain control of Earth's orbital defense system by defeating a computer virus on a virtual battlefield. Chaos Control is slated for release in February of '95. On a completely different note, Marco Polo is a historical strategy game with a strong economic element. Travel to exotic locations, buying, selling, and trading spices and other products. The CD-ROM only product also contains numerous scenes from the 1982 movie starring Burt Lancaster and Leonard Nimoy.
Oh, I've heard of that very strange gang, that movie. Yeah. All right, impressions. Give me a good impression.
Impressions is fully embracing the industry move toward use of CD-ROM for game publishing. The company previewed 4 upcoming releases at Winter CES, and all 4 titles will be released on shiny silver discs.
Ooh.
Frontlines is Impression's first venture into the hex-based wargame market.
They needed to release more games on Laserdisc, personally.
Combat, construction, and demolition. The game offers a full scenario editor and unit builder, along with modem play.
It just seemed like another sad
in the near
case
future
of
comes
people
with 20
killing each
scenarios and 14 types of military hardware based on technology of the near future. In addition to SVGA graphics, Frontlines also includes fully animated movement and combat. High Seas Trader is a 3D, first-person perspective strategy game that takes you to the 17th century world of trading and combat on the high seas. You begin the game as an independent trader with 1 vessel. Your goal is to earn a fortune by building up a fleet of ships to play profitable trading routes. However, earning money won't be enough to prevail in high seas trader. You must also be prepared to defend your ship against pirates and men of war. Political upheavals and economic changes will also pose problems for you to solve. The long-awaited sequel to Breach 2, Breach 3 is a futuristic squad-level combat game. As a squad leader, you'll lead your forces in missions against hostile alien races, hunter-killer robots, and enemy marauders. The game's control system combines turn-based and real-time gaming. You'll battle 16 different opponents over 5 levels of missions. The campaigns in the game are tree-structured. Also, Breach 3 is linked to rules of engagement, which allows you to play out boarding actions from engagement using Breach 3's tactical combat. The game also comes with mission and campaign builders. Powerhouse, which Impressions is billing as the first WinG game ever released, is a futuristic simulation of the energy business. The game begins in January of 2020, with you in control of one of 4 worldwide energy companies. Your job is build up your company while squashing the competition. In order to prevail, you must test new power sources, research new technology, negotiate with governments, and build new power plants. Powerhouse's political and economic model is based on UN forecasts.
Sorry about that. A program decided to update while I was streaming. Okay. All right. Interplay. Give me some good
In addition
shit.
to several new titles for its cartridge and Mac Play labels, Interplay's booth showcased its recent releases such as Siberia and Descent and a few completely new titles. Of these, at least one looks to be a surefire winner. In Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster,
Frankenstein
Mary
Through the
Shelley's
Eyes of the
classic
Monster.
horror tale is
This game
given
is
a
so
new
good.
twist. You play the creature, hounded by a psychotic Dr. Frankenstein in search of clues to your origin and previous life. The game lets you move through Frankenstein's castle, which has been fully rendered, a la Myst, and incorporates digital video of the good doctor. Gameplay involves solving various puzzles and interacting with Frankenstein. The game stars Tim Curry as Victor Frankenstein and should be available in the second quarter. Finally nearing completion is the long-anticipated fantasy RPG Stonekeep, due out in the first quarter of '95. This mammoth production, which incorporates characters using digitized video
We got any
and 3D
Stonekeep
modeling,
freaks out there?
tells the story of a young boy who is the sole survivor of an assault by a powerful, evil magician. Years later, he returns to defeat the wizard and avenge the deaths of his family. Stonekeep features grid-based movement in a first-person perspective, with an incredibly simple and easy-to-use interface. Combat is in real time, the rune-based magic system is original and easy to use, and you can have up to 4 players in your party at one time. On the strategic front, Interplay joins the likes of Microprose and Interactive Magic with their game of the colonization of America, Conquest of the New World. This turn-based strategy game of politics, war, and resource management will support multiple players via network, modem, or email. Look for it in the second quarter. In the second quarter of '95, Interplay will offer a title for the more traditional or mainstream gamer. Virtual Pool is a pool simulation designed by a team of pool sharks and physicists. It features high-speed animation and ultra-realistic ball motion with provision for playing 9-ball, 8-ball, rotation, straight pool, and snooker. Finally, the first quarter of '95 will see the release of several new titles from Interplay. Dungeon Master 2 Skullkeep is a first-person role-player and the sequel to the game that pioneered the drag-and-drop interface found in so many role-playing games today. The Skins game at Bighorn is a photorealistic CD-based golf game shot at the Bighorn Country Club. Kingdom: The Far Reaches is an animated fantasy adventure game for the whole family.
Kingdom: The Far Reaches!
Zombie Dinos from the Planet Zeltoid is an education-oriented
Another good one.
where kids must track dinosaurs across a prehistoric landscape. Bridge Deluxe 2 with Omar Sharif
I don't know much
offers
about
network
Bridge,
play,
sorry.
as well as some of the most advanced AI ever developed, and video of the world-famous Sharif. And Beat the House, a jam-packed casino gambling game, will teach up to 4 players how to play and win at popular casino gambling games such as blackjack, roulette, video poker, and craps.
Okay, so if you want to get good at crap, just watch this. Okay, next up is Koei.
Koei has a well-established reputation for creating engaging strategy and role-playing games, and their lineup at Winter CES featured products which look to continue that trend. PC owners can look forward to 3 new titles from Koei this year, ranging from Irish Legend to High Seas Adventure. First up is Celtic Tales: Valor of the Evil Eye. In this strategy game set in mythical Ireland,
Art looks
you play
sick
the
in
ruler
this.
of one tribe of Ire. You must start off by unifying your tribe, successfully managing its resources, making it grow strong and powerful. Once this is accomplished, you must unite all the tribes of Ire under your banner, and then you have to lead the people of Ire against their nemesis, Balor. Celtic Tales lets you play as one of 8 characters and supports 1 to 4 players with 2 separate scenarios. It will be available in March. In April, Koei will release the sequel to its popular strategy role-playing game Uncharted Waters. New Horizons will offer the same addictive gameplay as its predecessor with a few enhancements. For example, you can now choose to play one of 6 characters, each of which has a different goal and condition for winning, ranging from destroying the Spanish Armada to finding Atlantis. The trading interface has been improved and will offer you information about prices in ports you have visited, as well as a quick travel mode, which will allow you to return to a port you have visited without having to chart a course again. Based on a popular Japanese property, Brandish is a Zelda-style RPG which tells the story of a young man accused of murder. With greedy bounty hunters right behind you, you are plunged into a deadly underground maze full of monsters and traps. You must fight your way back to the surface while avoiding the bounty hunters. Brandish features numerous puzzles, 55 different monsters, and 50 items. Look for it in May.
Only 55 monsters. I could see. I think they should have more monsters. All right, LucasArts.
LucasArts, a company more commonly known for large-scale products, has apparently discovered that small is beautiful, too. The only new game they announced at the show was Indiana Jones Desktop Adventures, a product that
has
runs
anybody
counter
played
to
this?
almost
This reminds
every
me of
industry
Yoda
trend.
Adventures.
This is a single high-density floppy disk with the capacity to generate millions of different adventures, each solvable in an hour or less. Desktop Adventures is designed for the adventure player who doesn't have 30 or 40
Okay, so it's in the
hours
Yoda
to
Stories
spare in the
vein.
game.
Okay.
The adventures are all set in Mexico in the 1930s and all involve indies seeking out artifacts sacred to the serpent god Quetzalcoatl. Desktop Adventures runs under Windows and has extensive online help instead of an instruction manual. Look for it in the first half of '95. LucasArts is also close to completion on their Star Wars first-person shooter, Dark Forces.
Yeah, where's
the player
Willow
is an intelligence
Stories?
agent for the Rebel Alliance assigned to capture the plans for the Death Star. If you succeed in your mission, you're given harder and harder tasks to fulfill. This is not just any Doom clone. The player can look up and down and even pull off sophisticated moves like jumping, ducking, and crawling. The map is transparent, so you don't have to leave the game action to access it. Dark Forces is set to be a huge hit when it's released in February. Finally, LucasArts' motorcycle adventure Full Throttle was also on display. The game features biker Ben Throttle, whose gang has been framed for the murder of motorbike magnate Malcolm Corley. He's the only one who has escaped jail, so it's up to him to clear the name of the polecat. Full Throttle looks completely unique with its cartoon stylings and its dramatic tone. The latest news is that Mark Hamill will be lending his voice talents to the CD-ROM only game. He will play Adrian Ripburger, second in command at Corley Motors, and the man responsible for the murder. Full Throttle is slated for release in the first quarter of 1995.
Okay. You know, that's still a game I've been meaning to play on stream. I want to know more. All right. Let's go to... Nope. Merit.
Merit Studios had a larger booth than they have ever had before. In addition to several recent releases such as Dr. Radiaki and Fighter Wing, they were showing several of their works in progress as well as a couple of all-new titles. Merit is still hoping for a big win with Harvester. Presently due out in late May, this game of shock horror puts you in the shoes of a guy who wakes up in his hometown with no memory of who he is or where he came from. Controlling this character, you wander around the town of Harvest, talking to its rather peculiar inhabitants, and killing them if you think it appropriate. The game, which runs in SVGA, features character animations created using digitized video over sets rendered using Lightwave. Cyber Judas, the sequel to DC Crew's Shadow President, is scheduled to ship in February. In this comprehensive political simulation, you play the President of the United States. You must manage foreign policy with 140 countries while attempting to root out a traitor in your cabinet. Much of the game's art, including your advisor's private rooms in cyberspace, have been rendered using SGIs. May will see the release of Genome, Merit's first foray into the interactive movie arena. This product has already been acclaimed by the gaming press as one of the finest examples of 3D artwork in the industry. The game's distinctive graphic style features a variety of walker vehicles with incredibly lifelike movement. Gameplay will apparently involve digitized video sequences for plot development interspersed with action sequences of walker combat. From Merit Studios Europe comes a hockey game to challenge the present title holder, EA Sports NHL Hockey. Designed in conjunction with a well-known international player and coach, Alex Dampier World Hockey 95 features an isometric rather than an overhead viewpoint. The game will be fully configurable, allowing you to set controls, specific rules of play, and choose and edit stats from over 3,200 real players.
Man, is it just me? I feel my mic is more sensitive since I've moved. Sorry if it's picking up on random stuff here. I don't mean to be too loud here. Was that Mindscape? That was MicroProse. Mindscape time.
Mindscape's main attraction at the Winter CES was USS Ticonderoga, a real-time strategy game designed to recreate the pressures of commanding a naval ship. As a commander of a Ticonderoga-class cruiser, you find yourself forced to make an unending stream of major decisions. Ticonderoga includes over 20 different mission scenarios set in 3 different areas: Asia, the Middle East, and the North Atlantic. This CD-ROM release should be in stores as you view this episode of IE. Commander Blood, the sequel to Captain Blood, is one of the stranger space adventures presently out on the market.
Well, as long as I don't sound too bad, that's good.
Your employer is a very old, very frozen
Wasn't going for
guy
ASMR,
who comes
but
out of
hey.
his deep freeze to give you a very simple assignment: discover the meaning of life. This game is a very interesting mix of arcade action, puzzle solving, and humor. As you're zooming around the universe, reeling from the last bad joke you heard, you'll enjoy the view of game's good-looking 256-color 3D graphics. Gaming traditionalists should get a charge out of another recent release from Mindscape. Pack in Time brings our hero, Pac-Man, over to the PC in a game that brings back strong memories of last year's UK hit, Fury of the Furries. The storyline has Pac-Man hurled back into an earlier time by the evil Ghost Witch, and only you can save him. Of course, what's really important is you can reacquaint yourself with an old gaming friend on your own personal PC.
Okay. We got Pack 2, Pack in Time. We got some Commander Blood. Let's go to New World.
New World had 4 new products, which it will ship during the first half of 1995. The first, Heroes of Might and Magic, is a strategy game in which you play a hero hired by a warlord to expand his territory. It includes a world generator to randomly
good-looking graphics,
SVGA maps, so you can play it over and over again. Heroes of Might and Magic is slated for March release. Also in a strategy vein is MechLords: The Inner Circle, formerly called Mech Wars, the latest from Simtex, creators of Master of Orion. This game combines elements of Warhammer 40k and FASA's Battletech with isometric tactical combat similar to 94's smash hit XCOM. You play the role of a young noble of one of the ruling houses of an interstellar empire. By successfully completing missions, you rise through the ranks to assume control of your house, then lead your house to victory over opposing houses. And then you must defend your empire against an alien menace. Look for MechLords in July. CES crowds saw the announcement of Wetlands, an action-adventure title featuring hand-drawn animated characters layered over 3D rendered settings. The game is set in a future Earth where a mad scientist has caused a 100-year storm, which has caused the level of the oceans to rise. You play John Cole, a freelance tracker assigned to locate and retrieve the scientist after someone liberates him from cryogenic imprisonment. Gameplay involves solving puzzles, completing action sequences on foot and in vehicles. Wetlands will be available on CD-ROM only in May. Surprises are in store with multimedia Celebrity Poker, in which you play one of 8 variations of poker against Joe Piscopo, Morgan Fairchild, and Jonathan Frakes. The stars trade quips while attempting to clean you out, and some of the clips are actually very funny. Celebrity Poker should be available in March. Finally, New World had just reached the point where they could announce that they would be publishing a new original first-person RPG developed by Dreamforge, creators of several AT&T licensed RPGs for SSI. Tentatively entitled D3, little information is available at this time, save that the game will be released at the end of 1995 and will be set in an all-new, completely original game world. In other developments, work is being done on Might and Magic 6's engine, but the storyline has not yet been completely fleshed out. According to New World's Mike Lustenberger, the series for all 3 games in the M&M trilogy are being written at one time.
For burger.
Work will pick up speed once developers who are currently involved in Celebrity Poker and Heroes of Might and Magic finish those projects. In a word, don't expect the next installment of the Might and Magic series until early to mid-96.
Okay, so all you Might and Magic freaks gotta wait, but what else is there?
Microsoft announced a new title and the update of a recent release at Winter CES. Microsoft Baseball, a Windows CD-ROM release, features players from all-time great teams such as the 1927 Yankees competing in 40 historical baseball stadiums. Players will be able to control all of the action, sit back and manage one side, or watch as the computer plays against itself. San Francisco Giants announcer Hank Greenwald provides the play-by-play for the game, which was developed by Microsoft in conjunction with Stormfront Studios, the creators of Tony La Russa Baseball. Microsoft is also continuing the Flight Simulator saga with version 5.1. This update for both CD-ROM and floppies offers more advanced graphics and flight realism, along with customized weather, clouds, and visibility. The improved flight model will allow users to perform more aircraft maneuvers such as stalls and spins. The CD-ROM version of 5.1 will include more than 150 additional airports and navigational signals. There appears to be no end in sight to the Sim series from Maxis. After taking you to a city of the present, a city of the future, and a skyscraper in your nearest city, Maxis announced plans for Sim Isle at Winter CES, along with a distribution agreement for another entry in the baseball game market. Sim Isle on CD-ROM puts the player in one of the Earth's most fragile environments, a rainforest. Players are given a number of missions of varying degrees of difficulty. Most of these missions ask you to strike a balance between economic growth and ecological protection. Maxis is also distributing the latest version of Baseball for Windows from Miller Associates. Broadcast Blast features the same solid foundation of APBA statistics, coupled with play-by-play from Hall of Famer broadcaster Ernie Harwell, formerly with the Detroit Tigers. This update also includes 5 programs that give you total control as a manager, scout, pitching coach, and commissioner. Bill Steely left an indelible mark on the gaming industry when he started Microprose with Sid Meier back in the 1980s. He's also looking to hit another home run with his new company, Interactive Magic, which turned up at Winter CES, showing off its first 2 products, both of which are scheduled for release in the spring. Exploration will certainly bring back memories of civilization and its Microprose cousin, colonization. After you choose from explorers from 4 different countries, you must hire a crew, equip your boat, and set sail for undiscovered land. Once you've arrived, you must conquer the villages, pacify the natives, and build a colonial empire. Up to 4 players can participate, and exploration generates a completely new world to explore each time you play. Interactive Magic's Apache Gunship, a flight sim based on the AH-64 Apache Longbow helicopter, is a CD-ROM title that uses optimized 3D technology to maintain an amazing level of detail at low altitudes. The game is also extremely flexible. You can simply fly around and blow things up, or you can attempt to complete the many missions that come with the game. The missions range from single-player training to multiplayer campaigns. There's also a built-in mission planner, and Apache Gunship will support multiplayer networking for up to 8 players on 2 different teams. Many companies have been basing new computer titles on old board games. Power Games International is taking that trend one step further. When you buy Power the Game, you not only get the software, you can also get the board game it's based on, which was first released in 1979. The software version of Power is a Windows strategy game for 1 to 4 players geared for ages 10 to adult. You direct your military in a series of attacks against your enemies, while you defend your home bases from attacks by your opponents. The combination pack is currently available in stores. In the near future, you'll be able to buy just the computer game or board game. Simon & Schuster Interactive is convinced that you don't have enough Star Trek software in your library.
And
Therefore,
right.
They've gone to the creators of Star Trek The Next Generation Technical Manual for their new release, Star Trek Omnipedia. This enormous Trekkie database will include pictures, audio clips, QuickTime movies, and animated storyboards. The original release will be based on the Star Trek and Star Trek The Next Generation TV series, along with all of the Star Trek movies. Later on, you'll be able to add information from the 2 latest Star Trek TV shows, Deep Space Nine and Voyager. Microleague Interactive Software was also at Winter CES with an interesting combination of sports games. Blood Bowl, based on the old board game, vaguely resembles football. Sports Illustrated presents Microleague Baseball 95 is a more traditional sports release, a CD-ROM baseball simulation. Blood Bowl, set in the Warhammer universe in the year 2494, has you coaching a motley mob of 16 orcs, dwarves, and humans. Like football, the object is to reach the end zone. Unlike football, there's no such thing as an unnecessary roughness penalty. The game will initially be released on CD-ROM, followed by a floppy version. Blood Bowl will support
I do
modem
like
play.
the idea of
Sports
killing people
Illustrated
in
presents
football.
Micro League Baseball 95 lets you assume the role of manager, general manager, or owner while making all of your team's decisions, both on and off the field. You can play a single game, a series, or a full season with real or drafted teams. Micro League is planning a series of add-on products for the game, which include real big league stadiums, franchise history, and additional teams.
All right, what else we got?
While ReadySoft had an impressive castle set piece for a booth, they really only had one product to show at CES. Braindead 13 is an animated adventure about a computer repairman's encounter with a megalomaniac disembodied brain
We all love
and a
Braindead
hook-handed
13,
troll.
don't we?
Sort of makes you want to find out more about the game, doesn't it? There's no doubting the visual influence of Dragon's Lair and Space Ace in Braindead 13. However, ReadySoft promises that the new product will be far more interactive than its arcade predecessors. Admittedly, that wouldn't take much. Braindead 13 is scheduled for release this spring. 7th Level was pleased to show off their recently released Monty Python's Complete Waste of Time. It's a CD-ROM full of memorabilia from the classic British comedy series of the 60s, plus bizarre arcade games, very silly Windows wallpaper, and a contest to discover the secret of intergalactic success. Also from 7th Level is Bill Plimpton's Take Your Best Shot. Plimpton's twisted cartoons have been shown frequently on MTV. This CD is described as an office stress reliever featuring Plimpton's enemies characters.
I had no idea there was a Plimpton
each other in the
game.
most creative ways, and you can help them along, putting the name of anyone who you feel deserves the abuse over their heads. Take Your Best Shot also includes versions of Breakout, Pong, and Baseball. Look for it this spring. Tsunami is following up its all-video interactive techno-thriller Flash Traffic with Silent Steel, a submarine adventure. It should be available this spring. Tsunami is also starting a whole new line of products called Success Simulations. While similar to other business simulations, these games are more rooted in the politics of personality and the way different sorts of people get along in the workplace. Success Simulations will include Interactive Intelligence, or I2,
I want to play
program
this.
which not only simulates many varied personalities, but also monitors and creates a blueprint of the player's decision-making process.
Oh, Take Your Best Shot did come out.
The good word from American Laser
I
Games
will have
at
to
Winter
look for
CES
that.
is that they are currently in the production process for a gun controller for the PC. Much like the gun already marketed for the 3DO, this controller will offer the arcade-like feel that is a natural complement to ALG's video shooting games. An early model was on display and already performed well. Look for it in the summer. 47 Tech was proudly displaying Cento, their rendered 3D fighting game for the PC.
Looks great.
In Cento, you battle it out in a Virtua Fighter-style environment against opponents with different weapons and fighting styles. The game features over 1,500 frames of rendered animation and is optimized for high color mode on the Matrox MGA video card. Although Lynx 486 Pentium was nowhere to be found, Access was showing off their upcoming Lynx 386 Pro CD. The CD version of this classic golf simulation features all the great old Lynx features, plus a flyby and commentary of each hole before play starts. Also included is the unique voice of Bobcat Goldthwait as your caddy. Thankfully, Bobcat's advice is an option. The CD comes with the Harbor Town course, and additional courses will be released on CD on a regular basis. Nova Logic was proud to announce the release of yet another rendition of one of their classic games, Wolfpack CD for Macintosh. Nova Logic gussied up its classic World War II sub-simulation with faster animation and high resolutions of up to 640 by 480. The CD version of this Mac title will also include over 5 minutes of animation. Empire was showing off 2 new titles in their attractive and eye-catching booth. The first of these was Dawn Patrol. This World War I combat flight simulator has been on the shelves for a while, but its beautiful SVGA graphics looked fantastic on the booth's large multi-monitor screen. Empire was also displaying The Civil War, although with a somewhat lower profile. This strategy game lets you play as either a Union or Confederate general as you control your army's resources and strategies. It features a detailed economic model and
I want to play as a Confederate because I love being a fucking loser.
Expected to ship in the first quarter of 1995. Blizzard's major announcement at CES was that it will be jointly developing Pax Imperia 2 with Changeling Software. This real-time space strategy game is a god game in the same vein as Master of Orion. In it, you manage the economy and politics of an intergalactic empire. PAX 2 will be available for Mac and Windows for Christmas '95. Warcraft fans needn't feel left out, however. According to Blizzard, a free utility to edit unit stats for Warcraft should be available by the time you view this episode, and although the company would officially neither confirm nor deny that there would be a sequel to their hit strategy game, the level of interest in such a project shown by the game's developers seems to signify that we can expect a sequel, probably sometime in 1996.
Okay, so that's a lot going on. But what about QQP?
Long known for its strategy war games, QQP announced plans to branch out into some different areas at the Winter CES. The biggest departure will take place in Northlands, which is only the second RPG ever released by QQP. In Northlands, the player must discover who the villain is, then figure out a way to deal with him. The game will feature a huge world with multiple levels, including underground adventures and seasonal migration. According to QQP's Steve Cohen, Northlands will also feature totally non-linear gameplay. Fans of the old Steve Jackson game Awful Green Things from Outer Space will be pleased to hear that QQP is bringing the classic to the computer format this spring. In Awful Green Things, mutants from outer space are attacking your ship. The old board game took a lighthearted approach to this problem, and the computer game is no different. Awful Green Things will feature lots of animation
QQP just kind of disappeared, didn't they?
After the player completes certain
I like the
tasks.
creatures here,
Basic
though.
gameplay will be very close to the old board game's rules. Added options for QQP's computer version will include tournament play and modem play. On the traditional QQP strategy game front, The Lost Admiral 2, sequel to The Lost Admiral, should be in stores as you view this episode of IE. The sequel features better graphics, true campaign play, more land units, bigger battlefields, and random events such as whirlpools. QQP's designers have also worked to enhance the artificial intelligence in Lost Admiral 2. Their new version of the game will also allow modem play. The Pure War Game, QQP's newest war game, is also ready for release. As the title indicates, this game is
I want to play the
hardcore
Tainted War game.
This turn and hex-based war game features several detailed battles from World War II. The Perfect General 2 should also be in stores early in March. Like The Lost Admiral 2, this QQP sequel features several graphic and design improvements from the original release. QQP's Zigzag was originally scheduled to ship to stores last fall, but was delayed until February.
Yeah, it's just
based on a
Scrabble.
traditional Hawaiian game, Zigzag requires the player to solve a series of 4 to 7 letter puzzles.
Okay, so QQP back at it again with their selection of games people don't really remember. But what about Sanctuary Woods? No.
Sanctuary Woods has several intriguing new titles on the way. The recently released Journeyman Project Turbo is a technological update of the cult classic time travel adventure. While the original game was very popular, its slow speed was a recurring complaint. The company is also close to release on Journeyman Project 2 Buried in Time. The player is a time-traveling policeman framed for distorting the timeline. He must track down the paradoxes and prevent them from happening. While the graphics and concept of the original Journeyman Project were ahead of their time, this installment takes the technology even further. There's lots of digital video and great sound. Look for Buried in Time this summer. In Ripley's Believe It or Not, The Riddle of Master Lu, the player takes on the role of Robert Ripley, Seeker of the Extraordinary.
I want to play this.
The adventure ranges all over the world and features real oddities as pieces of the final puzzle. Digital video is combined with nicely rendered graphics and digitized voices. And with the surreally shifting sense of place, this may be the weirdest adventure game yet. Look for it this summer.
I want it. I want to play that. Chat, did that come out? I want to play that. I really do.
The Sierra family was one of the more active and prolific companies at this winter's CES. First up from them is an expansion disc for their popular World War II sub-simulation, Aces of the Deep. The expansion disc gives us a new submarine to play with, the deadly Type 21 U-boat. The new scenarios will allow you to reenact several historical battles, including the attacks against the British carrier Ark Royal and the battleship Barnum. Sports fans caught in the middle of the strike can at least get some playtime in with the Front Page Sports Baseball 94 expansion set, Legends and Stadiums. This add-on will offer 16 new stadiums, allowing baseball fans to play in any of the 28 major league parks. Also included in the expansion will be 48 historic teams chosen to include some of the greatest ball players of all time. Puzzle gamers will find a new addiction in The Lost Mind of Dr. Brain. This third release in the Dr. Brain series will feature enhanced 3D graphics and animation, as well as digitized speech for each of the characters. Dr. Brain 3 will also feature limitless replayability in the form of a unique new puzzle engine that generates completely new puzzles with the start of each game. Fans of Metaltech Earthsiege will have their hands full with that game's upcoming expansion pack. In addition to supplying 3 new campaigns, the expansion pack gives you 1 new Herc to play. The Cybrids will also have new toys, the Diablo and Headhunter. To fend them off, you'll have a new weapon, the Plasma Launcher, and you'll be able to steal Cybrid secrets to update your older guns. Still in production, is the Roberta Williams-penned chiller Phantasmagoria. This interactive horror movie will feature 900 3D rendered backgrounds and 16 main characters, all brought to life by real actors. This monster is currently slated to fill up 6 CDs, but Sierra insiders are now saying that it will spill over into 7.
7?
This scary project should find its way to the store shelves sometime this spring. One of Sierra's most enduring characters, Roger Wilco, will be back for more abuse in Space Quest 6. About as serious as an ad for the William Shatner Method Acting School, SQ6 will make a full-blown mockery out of
William
everything
Shatner there.
and
Classic
everyone
90s.
you love about science fiction. All of it wrapped up in 3D rendered SVGA graphics. It'll even include a fully playable kick and punch contest, Stooge Fighter 3. In a bold break from tradition, Sierra announced an adventure game that isn't a sequel. Woodruff and the Schnibble of Azimuth is a family-oriented adventure from the creators of the
this come
Goblin
out?
series. This Tex Avery-style cartoon adventure takes place far in the future, on an Earth colonized by peace-loving bazooks. As Woodruff, you must seek out the killer of your teddy bear and eventually rescue
She probably
your
watches my
kidnapped
streams.
father. Action fans won't get left out of the cold either. A hybrid game called The Last Dynasty will feature lots of arcade space combat, in addition to interactive movie sequences and puzzle solving. The game promises to be visually stunning, blending 3D rendered graphics, fractal landscapes, digitized images, and video captured actors.
This
Start
looks
looking
sick.
for this double CD game in the spring. Finally, the latest word on the Outpost Planet pack, with the long-anticipated 1.5 upgrade to the game, is March. That's right, only a couple of more months. According to a source at Sierra, the upgrade will include monorails and a few other gameplay elements which didn't ship in the original game. Additionally, the Planet Pack will include
Woodruff
a
was
rewritten
Cocktail
manual
Vision.
and
Okay,
a
I
new
love
tutorial.
Cocktail Vision. I thought it looked French to me. I thought it had the French je ne sais quoi. Okay. Sony Psygnosis.
In addition to their numerous general multimedia products, Sony seems to be committed to producing a few high-quality entertainment titles. Although they only had 1 new PC entertainment product at Winter CES, it looks to be a doozy. Based on the screenplay by William Gibson, Johnny Mnemonic offers a unique approach to interactive cinema. The plotline and characters are similar to those from the upcoming theatrical
Did this come out?
but the script is original, the actors are different, and the gameplay may just make you sit up and take note. You control Johnny, a courier who carries data in a brain implant. You move Johnny through scenes created almost entirely with real sets and live-action video. He must stay one step ahead of Yakuza assassins who want to do him in, and find the code which will allow him to download the information he carries before it kills him. Plans are for the game to ship on the same date that the movie opens, sometime during the second quarter. It will ship on 2 CDs.
Did come out.
each of
Okay,
which
I
will
gotta
be
play the
played in
Johnny
sequence
Mnemonic game.
with no disc swapping necessary. From Psygnosis comes a sample of somewhat more lighthearted fare. Discworld is a humorous fantasy adventure game based on the popular novels by Terry Pratchett. You play Rincewind, an inept wizard who is charged with ridding the land of dragons. Discworld features delightful cartoon-style artwork, voice acting by Eric Idle of Monty Python fame, and a superb point-and-click interface. It should be available in the first quarter of '95.
Okay. I do want to play that Johnny Mnemonic. Spectrum Holobyte, let's go.
Spectrum Holobyte has always taken a quality over quantity approach, and their Winter CES lineup was no exception. A handful of titles were on display, all of which appear to be top-quality products. Conspicuously absent, however, was any information on the eagerly anticipated forthcoming Falcon 4.0 and Star Trek The Next Generation titles. Foremost among Spectrum's new products is Top Gun. Based on the movie of the same name, Top Gun will incorporate video from the film, as well as new video of some of the actors in the smaller roles, shot specifically for the game. The plotline of the game will follow that of the movie, with the noteworthy exception that the story has been expanded to about 40 hours in length. While the level of photorealism and technical accuracy you would expect from the company that created Falcon will be present, the Top Gun is really designed for the flight enthusiast who doesn't know much about the technical details of flying a modern fighter jet. It's intended more as an action game than a hardcore flight simulator, and includes such features as pop-up windows, which offer simplified descriptions of information from the instrument panel. The next release in the Alexei Pajitnov puzzle game series will be Clockworks. In this game of split-second timing, you must maneuver a spinning clock hand along a grid to a goal while avoiding such dangers as spikes and enemy clock hands. Clockworks will offer over 100 puzzles divided into 4 levels of difficulty and will allow 2 players in either a cooperative or competitive mode. Available now is Gazillionaire, a whimsical trading game set in a distant galaxy.
This is so good.
This commercial release of the popular shareware game might best be described as Dr. Seuss meets Merchant Prince. By trading a number of goofy commodities among the 7 planets of Kukubia, you must achieve a net worth of 1 million Kubars before your 6 computer opponents to win the game.
I love Gazillionaire. It's so good. SSI, what you got?
SSI brought 6 new titles to show at CES, but didn't stray far from its traditional strengths of war games and RPGs. Renegade, Battle for Jacob's Star, actually doesn't fit in either of the aforementioned categories. Based on FASA's Renegade Legion Interceptor game system, Renegade puts you in command of a squadron of 25 wingmen and 8 ships. Because of your bad attitude, you've been dumped to a remote supply station while your superiors determine your future. You quickly get a chance to redeem yourself when you find yourself in charge of the station after your commander disappears following an alien invasion. Renegade space combat sequences will use a first-person flight simulator viewpoint with an on-screen 3D global position system that allows you to track enemy ships. Great Naval Battles 3, Fury in the Pacific, is the latest in SSI's Great Naval Battle series.
Better than shitty naval battles, too.
War. In response to requests from owners of GNB2, the new game will include a customizer screen, which allows the player control over the effectiveness of gunnery fire, reload time, and damage control for both the American and Japanese sides. GNB3 features all of the major ships and naval aircraft for the Americans and Japanese from 1938 to 1945. There's a new window which allows you to observe a battle without leaving the main menu screen. GNB3 will also include a scenario editor. In the RPG department, SSI is releasing AD&D Ravenloft, Stone Prophet, a sequel to AD&D Ravenloft, Strahd's Possession. Set in the same world as its predecessor, Stone Prophet, which will be released on CD-ROM, includes a fully implemented musical score and sound effects. Stone Prophet will come with a new spell management system and intuitive point-and-click object manipulation. Panzer General, SSI's tank strategy wargame, is being ported to the 3DO platform for an April release. Beginning in Poland in 1939, Panzer General includes over 35 progressive scenarios and more than 350 types of units and equipment. Silent Hunter, SSI's first submarine simulator, is scheduled for release in April. Designed for a single player, Silent Hunter puts you in command of an American submarine in the South Pacific in World War II. Your original task is to sink as much enemy tonnage as possible. You'll receive additional assignments as the game progresses. SSI's Special Projects Group have come up with a new fantasy world, World of Aiden. The first RPG based on this new world,
like this guy.
Thunderscape, is scheduled for release in May.
I want to know more about him.
Thunderscape will allow up to 8 of 15 non-player characters to join you in your quest to defeat the evil Nocturnals. The CD-ROM title will feature a number of different levels, including catacombs, fortresses, mines, mountain passages, games, sewers, and a dwarven city, along with 28 monsters to battle.
Okay, Time Warner, what you got for us?
Time Warner Interactive and Software Sorcery are currently putting the finishing touches on Conqueror, the ultimate medieval computer game. This product combines strategy, role-playing, adventure, and arcade-style elements. You are a knight-errant in medieval England, and your quest is to own and control the largest fief in the kingdom. Within this quest, you'll be involved in third-person battle sequences, as well as Doom-style first-person fights inside the enemy's castles. Conqueror will be released in May of '95. Software Sorcery is also releasing a military simulation game called Fast Attack. The player commands a powerful U.S. nuclear submarine with state-of-the-art sensors, decoys, and weapons. The realistic combat scenarios range from surface battles in the Persian Gulf to undersea confrontations with the ballistic missile subs in the United Kingdom. The game features 3D rendered graphics and CD quality music. Fast Attack should be on the shelves in June. Dropping down to a somewhat younger target audience, Time Warner and Wharfside are working on the incredible ventures of Aristotle MacGuffin, MacGuffin is an inventor who has inadvertently sent himself back in time to the 14th century.
Okay.
Unless he can repair his time machine,
I
he'll
like
be
the cat.
stuck in
I like
the
his
past.
look. I like the
As
look
he
of
gathers
that.
the necessary materials to fix his craft,
Man, didn't
Aristotle
come out.
will learn about life in
Fuck.
medieval England,
This does look
including
sick.
topics as varied as social order, medicine, cooking, religion, architecture, and farming. This educational and incredible adventure will be released in May.
I want to play it, unfortunately, but I guess I don't get to. US Gold, what do you got for us?
In addition to its own lineup of games, US Gold featured a number of new titles that it will be distributing from Gremlin Interactive at the Winter CES. Under its own label, US Gold is unveiling Flashback, a space adventure that will be released on PC, CD-ROM, 3DO, and Atari Jaguar. You play Conrad B. Hart, a government investigator who finds himself stranded on a faraway planet after discovering an alien plot to conquer the Earth. Flashback will feature enhanced cinematic sequences, 7 different levels taking place in 6 separate sectors, along with live speech and CD-quality sound effects and music. 3 upcoming Gremlin releases were on display at the US Gold booth. Retribution, which should just be reaching stores as you hear this, is a science fiction shooter set in deep space. You'll battle alien foes in air-to-air and ground-to-air skirmishes in futuristic combat vehicles. This CD-ROM title will include 11 major campaigns making up over 50 missions. Gremlin and US Gold are also packaging the old strategy arcade PC hit Desert Strike with its sequel Jungle Strike on CD-ROM. In Desert Strike, the player chooses his co-pilots and patrols a real-time world in a helicopter. In Jungle Strike, 4 combat vehicles are available: a helicopter, a jet fighter, a hovercraft, and an assault motorcycle. The game comes with 9 campaigns set in a wide variety of mission locations. Also coming from Gremlin and US Gold, Slipstream 5000, a first-person aerial race game set in the future. Players will drive Slipstream aircraft armed to the teeth as they race to the finish line. Players may compete as one of 10 different characters and can choose from a number of different aircraft. There are 10 different courses available. A simultaneous 2-player mode is
Swordfish,
available,
welcome.
along with a network link-up mode.
All right, Virgin, what do you got for us? What do you got for us at CES?
With its striking booth design and large number of titles on display, Virgin was hard to miss at CES. The company was featuring 4 new products in Las Vegas, led by Trilobytes, The 11th Hour, the sequel to The 7th Guest. In The 11th
Still
Hour,
need to play
you're
The
Carl
11th
Denny,
Hour.
an investigative TV reporter who is searching for your producer and lover, who disappeared during a murder investigation. Like The 7th Guest, The 11th Hour is centered around the now decaying Stolf Mansion, some 70 years after the original tragedies occurred. Based on an original screenplay by Matthew Costello, The 11th Hour features live-action video, a cast of 18 characters, a series of treasure hunts, multiple endings, and a musical score from The Fat Man. The game will be released on 2 CDs. The Daedalus Encounter, a science fiction adventure developed by Maccadeus, recently moved from Mediavision to Virgin and is now scheduled for release in the second quarter of 1995. The game's main attraction is Tia Carrere of the Wayne's World movies and True Lies. The CD-ROM-based game includes full-motion video along with arcade, fighting, and maze gameplay. The approach the player takes to the game, peaceful or aggressive, has an effect on the multiple plot twists and endings in the Daedalus Encounter. Westwood Studios' Command & Conquer will also be distributed by Virgin. Based on the Dune 2 engine, Command & Conquer requires the player to embark on a number of different missions in a race to secure control of a rare mineral. The game includes full-motion video, 3D rendered graphics, newscast footage, commercials, and a number of other features. There will be a pair of multiple player options, modem capability, and arena play. Finally, in conjunction with Looking Glass Technologies, Virgin is releasing Flight Unlimited. This flight simulator features immersive reality, a combination of a newly designed graphics process and real-world physics modeling. Flight Unlimited features a number of high-performance aerobatics aircraft, including the Sukhoi Su-31 or the Pitts S-2A. Looking Glass designers created the game's graphics by using a 3D terrain texture mapping process based on stereo-matched aerial photographs.
Fancy. And last but not least, in our CES preview, it's time for Warner Active.
Warner Active's upcoming product list should prove without a doubt that niche markets have a home in multimedia
It's Bad Day on the Midway.
The first title in their list is The Resident's Bad Day on the Midway.
It's a game I've been meaning to show off.
This CD thing is a sequel to Freak Show, The Resident's first CD-ROM, a collaboration with acclaimed animator and designer Jim Lutke. In Bad Day at the Midway, you'll explore a 3D animated environment as you follow 12 main characters around a carnival, experiencing the misadventures they get involved in. The product will feature many subplots, attractions, and nested games. Described by the residents themselves as an unsavory soap opera, cultivating the unholy union of Twin Peaks and SimCity. Count on Bad Day at the Midway to be a CD-ROM that is not normal.
Great
Interactive
rat.
makes
Sorry,
the jump from music
I was looking away
tie-in
for a
to
second. I
interactive
look back
literature
and I see a
with their
beautiful
CD
rat.
title, The Dark Eye. The Dark Eye differs from other recent entries into the swelling PC horror market by giving you classic tales of the macabre to explore instead of some programmer's idea of a B-movie. In The Dark Eye, you investigate an outpost on the edge of a nightmare world. You explore a haunted mansion in the same fashion as The Seventh Guest, but instead of being challenged with puzzles, each room you enter is inhabited by an Edgar Allan Poe story. To progress in the main story, you must solve these sub-narratives as you go. Now, if someone could just do the same thing with H.P. Lovecraft. But enough about literature, it's time for another music tie-in title.
Adventures of the Smart
This
Patrol!
time, the musical strangeness comes from Devo.
That's a game
the
I need to
group
play
kids in
on
the 80s
stream.
referred to as that old band. With mega technology running amok and squashing the play value of many a game, the need for devolution is back. It's time to ride the crest of that new wave once again.
Oh, I wish the Bad Day at the
Adventures
Midway
of the Smart
series
Patrol
happened.
takes you on a live-action, surrealistic adventure to the very heart of Spudland, a world populated by new diseases, virtual drugs, and subhumans. Your job is to help Boogie Boy and the Smart Patrol recapture the recombinant beast turkey monkey before Rod Reuter of Big Entertainment gets a hold of him. The fate of all that's decent and pure rests on your shoulders, so whip it good!
All right, man. So let's go to feature articles. Let's do the Bill Steely interview.
Welcome to IE's interactive video interview. This month, our subject is
different.
Bill Steely, co-founder of Microprose.
Okay.
He's here today to talk about his new venture, Interactive Magic, and their 2 upcoming titles.
When did Microprose come into existence?
It was 82. We actually were incorporated in December of 82.
How did your Air Force Academy background prepare you for Microprose?
Fighter pilots play games every day. You give a cadet from the Air Force Academy a ball of string and a piece of wood, and he'll make a game out of it.
All right. Is there a formula for a great
You
game?
must make decisions that are time critical with limited information, and they must have significant consequences. That's the formula.
How does it feel to play a really good game?
You're involved in a world that you're just a player in. You're
Synthetic
just a
Rabbit,
part of.
thank you for the
And the rest of the world's
4-month
going
reset.
on
That
with
is
it.
the
You get on the
formula.
train or not. And in fact, we'll leave you behind if you're not willing to get on the train.
All right, we got to get on the train. How will you manage game design in Interactive Magic?
I think that we will do 50% of our products will come from the outside, but they will all, any of the outside products will have a Interactive Magic game designer working with them. So I intend to have a staff of game designers who work with our outside developers.
What is the target audience for Interactive Magic products?
They're 26-year-old males and up. I used to say that my customer was a 26 to 45-year-old adult male. Then I got to be 46. So I had to move the limit up.
All right. What is the difference between Interactive Magic and Microprose?
There's one, we don't have Sid, but we can't always say that because the agreement's up soon too.
Oh, okay. What was the first Microprose game?
The game was called Hellcat Ace.
Oh, it was Hellcat Ace. What is Interactive Magic's first game, Apache Gunship, like? I can kind of guess.
Basically, the game is a helicopter flight simulation that we've gone out of our way to improve the 3D graphics.
All right. And was it hard to get Microprose started?
I knew nothing about retail. I knew nothing about distribution. But in that first year, just getting on the phone and just doing telemarketing, I sold $200,000 worth of software. And we had $30,000 in expenses.
Holy shit. What can you tell us about your next game, Exploration?
We take all the good parts out of Civilization and Pirates and add some of our own good parts, improve the graphics significantly, and now we'll explore the whole world.
What was remarkable about Hellcat Ace?
It was the first combat simulator for any home computer.
Are graphics important to a good game?
Microprose started off with the worst packaging and the worst graphics and the best games in the entire industry.
All right. What are your short-term goals for Interactive Magic?
My guess is next year this time we'll have 40 people. 18 months from now we'll have 100. And 65 or 70% will be development folks.
What games did Microprose sell in its first year?
We had Hellcat, Chopper Rescue, and Floyd of the Jungle.
Where did the name Microprose come from?
Sid really came up with Microprose because he said, we write prose for microcomputers.
How would you describe Microprose's first year?
We took no salary for a year. My wife got paid $4 an hour. So there were no expenses other than Sid sitting on his Atari 800 and me making telephone calls.
You paid your wife $4 an hour? You are the opposite of a wife guy. You're a labor exploiter. Get out of here. How well did you and Sid Meier operate as a team?
And we were very, very well matched because I loved to play his games. And I was the only one he really could take criticism with, and it was criticism. Everybody else would kind of dance around and G said, I'd say, Sid, that's terrible.
What has changed in the game marketplace since Microprose started?
There's much bigger people in the marketplace, and the size of the customer is much bigger. So the customer has more power, the big players have more power.
Does computer software follow any scientific principles?
Software is a gas. It can expand to fill any time, money, or budget. And it can always be better.
Okay. Do you have any plans to market in Japan?
I've got a very good guy over there named Comrade Kozawa, who was a managing director for Microprose Japan, and he's no longer with them, and he's going to help me out in Japan, and we'll be selling product in Japan by May.
Okay. Product in Japan by May. What does interactive mean to you?
Interactive to me means I've got something to react with, and what happens depends on my actions.
What were the system requirements for Hellcat Ace?
It would play in 48K on a computer that was running at 1.8 megahertz.
All right. How would you describe your sales ability? He seems like a sales guy.
I'm a Class B athlete. That means I'm better than the average, but not as good as those world-class guys. But if you put a lot of energy and a lot of heart and a lot of enthusiasm, your Class B can sneak up in the bottom of the A class periodically.
Okay. What would you need to start up an independent game company?
You need a musician, you need an artist, and one or two good software people. Could, in their basement tomorrow, get a great idea, sit around and fund themselves internally as long as they got a real job. And a year from now, they could have some.
How did you decide to distribute Simtax's Master of Orion?
When our game tester said, golly, this is really fun, and we had to shoo them off to go do something we wanted them to do, we knew there was some interest.
What are the basics of a good game?
It's got to play, and it's got to be fun.
What is the advantage of a stylish introduction in a game?
You can sell a lot of games with a great opening animation, because the reviewers go, wow, and they never even play.
Nice. Do you have a goal for game design in Interactive Magic?
Our job at Interactive Magic is to make more of the game accessible to the player early on, so they can see more of it and they can understand the complexity.
What will you contribute to your new company, Interactive Magic?
I play the games. I'm probably the only executive in the industry who actually plays the games a couple hours every night.
And how can Interactive Magic compete with all the big gun companies? I don't think we're competing with Smith & Wesson, but let's see what he has to say.
Luckily, all the Paramounts, Time Warners, Sonys, all those people are really focusing on all the role-playing, all the fantasy, all the movie license, and all the kick-fu games.
The kick-fu games? Chat, is he talking about, like, fighting games? Kick-fu? Do you hear a lot of outrageous claims about games?
It's amazing how many people come up to tell me they've got the combination of Myst, Doom, and Flight Simulator.
Well, can I see it? Anyways, are you creating Interactive Magic for financial reasons? Chat, doesn't anybody create a company for financial reasons?
I made more money than I ever thought existed in the world when I sold my interest in Microprose.
Oh.
I don't ever have to work again.
Oh.
My kids and their grandkids don't have to ever work again. So I don't have to do any of this.
Then why are you doing it? Why are you creating a new company, Interactive Magic?
The market is so exciting and there's so much opportunity and games are so wonderful.
Wonderful. What do you see as the future for interactive magic?
We'll develop and build a $50 million company 3, 4, 5 years from now that does very sophisticated 3D graphics, very sophisticated artificial intelligence, and if you've got a world, we can simulate it and we can allow you to participate.
Why is the game market expanding?
Because a lot of people are closet gamers.
That's right.
A lot of men love to play golf. I mean, they really do like to play golf. They love sports. Gaming is a form of a sport.
Men love golf and thus love video games. What is the core of your new company, Interactive Magic?
3D graphics, artificial intelligence,
it's National Gamer Coming Out Day. Get out of the closet.
Game enthusiasm, coupled with 10 or 12 of the greatest game designers you ever had.
And why is Apache Gunship different from other flight sims?
The moment the thing fires up, it fires up in the action mode. And you're going to have fun now. It's going to be like an arcade game, like a coin-operated arcade game for the first couple minutes.
How do you make a flight sim that appeals to everybody?
There are going to be 4 levels in every game. There's going to be the arcade level. There's going to be the really nutso top 10% level that everything's so real that if you get it off the ground, I'll be surprised. Then you've got the slightly real level, which is just above the arcade. Then you've got the slightly washed up ex-Spider Pilot Major Bill level right here.
What does a businessman have to do to succeed in Japan?
But they got to be willing to eat some strange things. I spent 6 or 8 trips going to Japan, eating some of the funniest, wiggliest, ugliest, unappetizingest stuff I've ever eaten. But I'd do almost anything to sell software.
Hey, I got a question for Bill Steely. Bill, are you stupid? I think they were pranking you. I've eaten a lot of Japanese food and none of it moves. It's all normal. It's normal food. Japanese food is like, God forbid, it's fried. You can't have a fried pork cutlet and gravy? Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Japanese food's fucking normal. Get off your own ass. All right, let's look at Space Quest 6.
Batten your hatches and brace yourself because the universe's most incompetent janitor is back to take up valuable space on your hard drive in his silliest adventure yet, Sierra's Space Quest 6. Yes, it's yet another form of Roger Wilco, that lovable putz who constantly finds himself thrown into the most unlikely of situations. Having traveled well beyond the galaxy and back, this time, Raj has to navigate the mini-cosmos of the human bloodstream.
Roger ends up being the subject of a kidnapping plot and is ultimately saved by a fellow member of his spacecraft Deep Ship 86. And in turn, Corman Stellar Santiago, who saves Roger, ends up being targeted by this evil villain who tries to take over Stellar Santiago, and so Roger must beat this villain who ends up getting injected into Santiago.
While traversing the near reaches of inner space, Wilco is sure to run up against more than just hostile white blood cells. He and the audience are going to be subjected to some of the corniest, most outrageous science fiction jokes the known universe has ever known, with the source material ranging from Alien to Silent Running to, of course, Fantastic Voyage. Yes, bad jokes are what this series is all about, and Part 6 will deliver in spades. As with almost all adventure games these days, this is a CD-ROM only product, and so there's lots of extra room for unbridled silliness, not to mention full multimedia sound, 15 different voices, and lots of musical effects. In fact, there's about 90 different rooms in the game represented with both machine-rendered and hand-drawn artwork. Of course, some of these rooms are actually the stomach, pancreas, gallbladder, and other vital organs of Roger's colleague, Corman Stellar Santiago. Get it? Corman Santiago? Get it? Along his travels, Roger will also get a chance to experience the latest and greatest new kick-punch main gouge game, Stooge Fighter 3. This is not just a one-liner, but a completely playable game in itself.
You have, obviously, the 3 different Stooge characters, and instead of fighting them in traditional battle with guns and weapons, you are fighting them with your classic Stooge antics, like poking in the eye and...
Oh my God, it's Stooge-coded!
When Roger finally reaches Santiago's brain,
it's
he'll have a
Stooge-coded!
major battle on his hands, for an evil presence awaits him. ready to make the leap to his cerebral cortex and take him over. Why anyone would want to take over Roger in particular is anyone's guess. But rest assured, there's lots of fun on the way. After all, this game is being created and designed by the same
Three
team that brought
Stooges
you
do need a
Leisure Suit
fighting
Larry
game.
and Freddy Farkas, Frontier Pharmacist. Look for Roger Wilco in Space Quest 6 this spring, but only if you've got the guts for it.
All right, and let's do the next feature article. That would be Gabriel Knight 2.
Although good computer horror games are few and far between, there are a number of creepy delights waiting in the wings. One of the most anxiously awaited of this frightening flock will surely be The Beast Within, the latest adventure of witch hunter Gabriel Knight from Sierra. The original Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Fathers, quickly became a critic's favorite for its strong emphasis on character and mood, but some were put off by the animated graphics, which were not exactly cutting edge. No one will be able to make that complaint about The Beast Within. It will benefit from Sierra's brand new multimedia studio, constructed for Phantasmagoria. Like Phantasmagoria, The Beast Within will feature digitized actors walking against computer-rendered backgrounds. This is the new Gabriel Knight. He sure looks right, even though he may not have the
He
distinctive
looks
voice
so
of Tim
cool.
Curry.
Look at him.
Curry was one of several
That
celebrities
looks
who
like a
lent their
guy
voices
who
to the
drives
first
me, and
Gabriel Knight
I'm
game,
like,
including Mark
he looks like a
Hamill and Michael
rideshare
Dorn.
driver.
Sierra was unable to
I
tell
respect
us their
it.
casting wish list for The Beast Within, but they did say that they're not interested in name power as with maintaining authentic atmosphere. If nothing else, the Gabriel Knight series will certainly become known for colorful scenario locations. The original game led the player into the voodoo secrets of the New Orleans French Quarter. Now Gabriel is exploring his German ancestry in the land once known as Bavaria, and becomes caught up in an adventure revolving around King Ludwig II, Richard Wagner, and werewolves. As with the first adventure, Gabriel's only hope of solving the mystery is extensive
So did they get another guy to play Gabriel Knight? I liked Uber driver Ken there.
Trading on his German heritage to win admittance. Of course, Gabriel's faithful secretary Grace is not one to be left out of the picture. In fact, she comes into her own in The Beast Within, following her own researches and discovering numerous critical facts. Gabriel Knight is not a pleasant character, but he is a well-rounded and interesting one. The Beast Within promises to maintain the high standards of writing and character from the first game, and to vastly improve on the graphics. Look for it this summer.
Okay. Let's look at the departments. We got, that's not what I wanted to do, done. I guess that would be article listing. So we got previews, reviews. Did we do features? Okay, we did features. We got previews and reviews and hints and tips next. So, oh man, that's a lot of hints. So why don't we take a quick 10-minute break so I can chill, and I will be right back with more of more interactive entertainment issue 10. Be right back, folks. Boop.
The information presented on this tape is not medical advice and is not given as medical advice, nor is it intended to propose or offer to propose a cure for any disease or condition. Before starting any medical treatment, please consult your physician.
This is Tips on Juicing with the juice man, Jay Cordage. For the past 40 years, Jay has traveled across America, teaching and lecturing, presenting people with information that can improve the quality of their lives. His message is simple. Jay says, you have a choice, sickness or health. Keeping the internal cells healthy is the key to disease-free living. Use your juicer daily to maintain good and long-lasting health. This is side one. Now, here's Jay.
Hello, I'm Jay Cordage, better known as the Juice Man. I've put in 40 years of working in the trenches to people, and I want to give you all my experiences and let you know all about these juices and these raw foods and how to build a healthy, sound body so you don't degenerate prematurely. We're only on this earth for such a short time, and if you follow, I believe, what we're teaching, I think you will have the ultimate source of food value reaching every single one of your 60 trillion cells. And you'll find that the basis, the nucleus to being healthy is the partaking in freshly made juices that you make with your own juice machine in your own kitchen. It's my total belief, and there isn't any other way to be healthy into your 70s, 80s, 90s, and even beyond, and disease-free. Now, a lot of people, when they begin to jump on the bandwagon of juices, they have to be a little bit patient. It takes time. It takes time to resurrect and flush and cleanse and detoxify. In fact, some people, when they first begin to make these juices, what happens, and consume them, what happens is they have various amount of reactions. Some people get quite nauseous, almost like a seasick feeling. Other people have gastritis from it. Other people have diarrhea from it. And these are the reactions that happen as they're starting to cleanse and detoxify, you see. And you know, one thing I notice, all my people that do a lot of carrot juice, it really does automatically give them a real basis to a tan without really getting a lot of sunburn unless they're extremely fair skinned and just beginning. One of the things about the beta-carotene, it protects you from this melanoma or the skin cancers. I'm a former cancer patient, so I bone up a lot on these juices, you see. Now, a lot of people also say, well, gee, if these juices are so important, why not buy them? I can buy them pre-made. Now, just remember this. Everything in a can or a bottle that you buy from a supermarket or even a health store that's canned or bottled is sterile. Everything in a can or a bottle sold retail to the public must be put through a sterilizer, or if you will, a pasteurizing machine, you see. And the temperature of these machines is set to play safe, to kill the enzymes at 175 degrees Fahrenheit. And the time allotment is a minimal time of 20 minutes, but most machine conveyor belts are set for a half an hour. Now, the reason they do that is to kill the enzymes, to give these canned and bottled goods shelf life. A lot of people will eat these foods all their lives and think they're going to be healthy. That's an impossibility, because you would have to eat today, in the way they deplete the soil, approximately 15 pounds edibly of fruits and vegetables daily. And from that total amount, you'll get enough of the nutrients to nurture the cells so you have cellular integrity and you won't atrophy or age prematurely. Now, no one can eat that much bulk. You see, you cannot consume that much bulk. So what you must do is eat a little bit of fiber. Now, I'm not saying to you to eliminate all fiber. That's impossible. Fiber is an absolute essential. Don't misconstrue what we're saying here. Fiber is used, but only physiologically. Fiber helps you exercise the gums. It helps you salivate. It stimulates the peristaltic action, and it helps cleanse the colon out. It's not so much the fiber that's important. It's the juice that is locked in that fiber that has to be released. And my slogan for over 40 years now has been, it's the juice of the fiber that feeds you. The fiber is only used physiologically. The fiber is desperately needed, and it helps clean out the colon from excess bacteria. But not a speck of fiber, not a fiber that's thinner than the finest hair on your head, can permeate through the intestinal wall and get into the bloodstream to feed you. It's the juice that was locked in that fiber that, through osmosis, penetrates through the intestinal wall into the liver to reach the bloodstream. They tell us our 4 basic food groups. The first is animal products like fish, beef, pork, chicken, turkey, etc. The second group is dairy products, milk, cheese. We include eggs in that group. Now, if you just took those first 2 food groups, there wouldn't be any one of us alive at the age of 25, were it not for the other two food groups that offset the two dead food groups. The third food group are fruits and vegetables. The fourth food group are nuts, seeds, and grains. Now, if you eliminated the first two food groups and just concentrated on the second two food groups, you'd have people living disease-free in their 70s, 80s, 90s, and into their hundreds. The key to me is keeping live food in the body. Now, what are live foods? Well, live foods can be pinpointed as foods that have enzymes. Now, what are enzymes? They're little fatty protein chemical molecules. And what they do in actuality is speed up or slow down or neutralize every reaction upon reaction of the human body. Now, enzymes are very delicate, and only heat destroys them. Freezing does not destroy them. And they're so delicate that they begin to be destroyed at 102 degrees Fahrenheit. They are totally destroyed by the time they reach 126 degrees Fahrenheit. And what happens when you have dead food in your body, which is enzymeless food, or, if you will, cooked food? Now you put a burden on perhaps the second most important organ of the body, and that is the pancreas. The body now has to produce enzymes that were originally in the raw food. Now, there are no enzymes to stimulate the digestive processes and initiate it. So the organ, the pancreas, has to come into action and into the foray to produce enzymes, burdening it with yet another job. The pancreas is supposed to produce insulin and produce pancreatic enzymes to keep trophoblast or cancer cells at bay. After years of eating cooked food, the pancreas swells up to 3.5 to 4 times its normal size and atrophies, and finally ends up not being capable of doing the job it is supposed to do, having it burdened with this other job, and it's pulling other organs into the body, particularly the thymus gland, which is one of your glands that produces T cells to fight so many viruses and conditions of diseases in the body. So the pancreas begins to atrophy, you begin to age, everything starts to, like the domino system, fade away and break down, and you have a degenerative disease. What really does us in prematurely and ages us very, very quickly is one thing: cooked food. Anything cooked is dead, and you cannot revitalize the human body with something that's dead. Dead food, dead bodies. Live food, live bodies or cells or tissues. Now, I'm a raw foodist. But eating raw live food is not enough. Now, I want to tell you the difference between eating and juicing. When you eat the raw food, you should chew every mouthful of food a minimum, as Dr. Fletcher said, a minimum of 50 times. Now, most of us won't do that. It's boring. It's time-consuming. What we like you to do is chew every mouthful of vegetation at least 20 times. Every mouthful before it's swallowed. And the reason for chewing is not to break the particles down into minute pieces. The reason for chewing is to mix your saliva properly with the food that you're eating, with the vegetation, which is cellulose fiber. Basically, it's lignum, it's woody substances. The reason we want you to chew is to mix that salivary amylase, which is called ptyalin, P-T-Y-L-I-N, and that's manufactured in your salivary glands along.
I'm back. Did you like that, charlatan? I'm sorry. I want to play more of that tape because it is the most charlatan. Oh, it's so, that guy. Okay, so, yeah. Hey, Juan. So, yeah, if you cooked food, well, it's dead. Cooked food is dead. I thought all food that you eat was dead for the most part, but no. Here's the thing. I like drinking juices. I really do. I really, really do. I think they taste good. I like getting nutrients that way, but it's like, it's not, he was basically saying that juicing will stop cancer, and I'm sorry, that's That's not how anything works. That's not how anything works. So, my hint to you is if you like the taste of juice, drink it. But don't think it's going to do anything else other than taste good. It's not going to do any... Yeah, he may have been a little full of shit, huh? Oh, boy. All right. Well, back to what's less full of shit, previews in interactive entertainment. So there's two here we didn't see. Brett Hull Hockey and... No. We're going to previews. And Gabriel Knight, too. So let's see Brett Hull Hockey.
One of the proven methods of successful video game marketing is putting a famous name in the title.
Okay.
You think maybe Sega is making a little more money off their NFL series now that they have Joe Montana backing it? I think so. You think maybe every video game company under the sun will be scrambling to license Shaquille O'Neal's name for basketball games soon? I think so. Funny thing is, one of the best sports to play at home is hockey. And there aren't a lot of NHL superstars whose names carry the same weight as Montana or Shaq. Perhaps the only man in the league worthy of his own game is Brett Hull of the St. Louis Blues.
Never heard of him.
Got one. It's Brett Hull Hockey for the PC. There aren't a lot of ways to screw hockey up. Where many hockey games fail is in the control department. After all, controlling a hockey player traveling at 30 miles an hour on ice shouldn't be as easy as controlling a wide receiver in Madden football. Let's hope Hull Hockey more accurately recreates the loss of pinpoint control at high speeds. This game certainly looks good. Brett Hull himself is everywhere, from the animated intro to the menu option screens. Speaking of options, there are plenty of them to add variety to the game. Aside from being able to choose from all true-to-life NHL rosters, you can modify quarter length, team and player stats, and toggle many audio and gameplay features on and off. One especially nice feature is the use of full-screen graphical help when choosing your game controller. These 3 screens show you in detail which keys or buttons do what when playing, and you can choose between 4 control methods: joystick, gamepad, keyboard, or computer controlled. Because the standard joystick has only 2 unique buttons, it wouldn't be able to perform every shot or pass possible with the other controllers. Play Hull with a gamepad. That's the best way.
Okay.
An exhibition game can be started instantly from the main menu.
I look like that.
Notice the team ratings on the pre-game matchup screen here. By selecting the Coach Team option, you can pump up each team's attributes to your liking. Each team gets the same number of bonuses to add. This way, you can play your favorite team and have a good chance to win, even if the team is pretty weak in actuality. Exhibition games are always fun if you have a friend hanging around to play with, but creating and playing your own league is really where it's at. In Hull, you can choose between several different season lengths and begin right at the playoffs. More power to you if you can make it through 84 games. Me, I'll just stick with 11. Al Michaels, who has done play-by-play for Accolade's previous Hardball and Unnecessary Roughness titles, also handles the calls in Hull. Surprisingly, the digital voice didn't miss a beat even when the game started moving along at a rather rapid rate. Close your eyes while playing and you'll see what I mean. It's almost like listening to a real game. The beta copy of Hull that I got to play looked pretty close to complete, so you can expect to see it in stores soon. True, EA's NHL 95 is already there, and it is a very good game, but Hull looks to be just as good. If you're thinking of purchasing a hockey game for your PC, wait a little while for this one and at least try it out. It's impressive.
We got hockey, but what about Sim Isle?
The leading name in software toys, Maxis is preparing another sim to keep us all happily diverted and non-productive. Sim Isle is its name, the project that was born as Sim Rainforest and went back to the drawing board for an overhaul. We got a sneak peek of this work in progress, and it looks like starting over has produced a fascinating game thing. In Sim Isle, you are placed in charge of a tropical island. It's yours to do with as you wish, but if you want to stay around for the duration, you'd better strike a balance between industry and ecology. Your island is a natural site for many forms of business, but it'll take some shrewd planning to keep running a profit while protecting your natural resources. On the surface, Sim Isle bears a passing resemblance to SimCity 2000, which should help to ease gamers into the new sim. You can view your island in 2 ways, from a flat satellite view and the familiar isometric 3D view. The 3D view has 3 zoom settings. At the closest zoom level, you're treated to highly detailed graphics that should captivate many Maxis fans immediately.
Can I raise the rainforest?
On and around your island, you make use of a team of agents. The agents can be individually moved to different locations on the island to carry out your will. Each agent also has a list of skills. One agent may be a good builder, one may excel at dealing with the natives, and one may have important political connections. Skillful use of your agents will be a deciding factor in your success at Sim Isle. While SimCity gave us the chance to build a city however we saw fit, SimIsle has a little more direction in its gameplay. Many of the challenges you will face involve striking a balance between profitable business deals and the preservation of your island's ecology. You need business dollars to survive, but if the industry you allow leads to environmental ruin, there's only one person to blame and one person to clean up the mess. One of the concerns that you will face in SimIsle is the way you deal with the indigenous populations. Building a ferry port may be vital to the island's economy, but displacing an entire fishing village is not something to take lightly. Apart from human inhabitants, there's always a chance that your island is home to any number of endangered species. A situation you can turn to your financial advantage.
I can raise the rainforest to build a fort. Okay, I'm going to build the world's worst roller coaster in
Maxis
SimIsle.
plans to ship the game with a host of scenarios dealing with financial and environmental problems. In one, an oil tanker off your coast starts dumping its cargo into the ocean. The tourists at your seaside hotel won't appreciate oil slicks and dead animals on the beach, so it's up to you to orchestrate a fast cleanup
you should
operation.
do it because it's...
SimIsle looks to have all the necessary ingredients to make another Maxis classic. The scope of the game is impressive, but not overwhelming. It seems that Intelligent Games knows just how to make a game that's complex enough to be thought-provoking and challenging, yet is easy to learn and simple to operate. And it might even be, dare we say, educational.
Ooh, okay. Let's go to the reviews. Time for Are You Afraid of the Dark? Orpheo's Curse. I played this before.
While computer games licensed from television shows have a built-in audience, as a rule they're not very good. Leave it to Nickelodeon to be the rule breaker. Viacom has turned their horror anthology show, Are You Afraid of the Dark?, into a spooky little adventure called The Tale of Orpheo's Curse, and it's a great play even if you've never laid eyes on the program it's based on. All adventure games are basically stories, but this one lays it right on the line. You're a prospective member of the show's famous Midnight Society, and the only way to join is to spin a good yarn. They've already supplied a beginning. Two kids decide to explore an abandoned theater, which, of course, is not quite as empty as it seems. It's not long before Alex and Terry, the explorers in question, meet up with the legendary Orpheo, for whom the theater was named. He's obsessed with getting his teleportation cabinet trick to work. Oh sure, the people disappear all right, but they don't come back. Alex and Terry run away as fast as they can from the psycho prestidigitator and get separated very quickly. Your task is to guide the story to a good ending by navigating the characters around the mysterious theater. If you make a blunder, the Midnight Society will be glad to give you
I need to play this again.
Another chance. Instead of doing the whole game in digital
I think when I played, I got us killed or disappeared, I should say.
Content is revealed in very creative slideshows with odd picture layouts like this one. There are lots of interesting puzzles to solve, but just because this game is meant for younger players doesn't make the solutions any easier. The interface recalls the seventh guest.
Thank you, Cactus B, for the raid! Welcome!
Sound and voice acting. This is a really involving game, and fans of the Afraid of the Dark
thank you for the follow, Dark Max. Appreciate it.
A few hours of play. Hopefully, this will not be the last game based on the series.
Let's give you a shout out real quick. All right, let's check out the pros and the cons of Afraid of the Dark.
Orpheo's Curse transcends the curse that seems to follow games based on television shows. It's easy enough for the kids to explore, but some of the puzzles will leave the parents scratching their heads as well.
And the cons?
If you have a low tolerance for a broad acting style, some of these characters might get on your nerves, especially the ultra-theatrical Orpheo. Try to keep in mind, it's just a story.
And we should also try Seventh Guest and King's Quest. Got it. Next, Club Dead, which I've played all the way through.
Monsters down at MTV have decided it's time to catch a little of that interactive action. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you
I do know what you're saying,
cool
ma'am.
For a generation, you can't just let a trend pass you by. Enter MTV's Club Dead from Viacom, a pseudo game thing that's all hip and no gut. But why should that surprise anybody? You're a cyber plumber, whatever the hell that is, and you're investigating a place called the Alexandria, the Hotel for the Mind, or so it says. Your mind isn't going to be doing much except trying to keep up with the fast-cutting camera angles and melodramatic acting. The story's got something to do with VR, but the writers didn't really know what it was either, so don't worry. It would seem that MTV couldn't get any of the artists they support to contribute to this effort. There's not an actual song to be found in the darn thing. So what do you get when you take the music out of music television? Tons and tons of overblown attitude with occasionally nifty graphics. That's it. The gameplay consists entirely of going up and down an elevator and trying to hold the right thing in your hand at the right time so you can get the right video clip. You thought Dragon's Lair was a bit limiting? You ain't seen nothing yet. This pretty much leaves the visuals as the only thing worth bragging about. The game does have a few righteous graphic moments, but most of it looks like this. In fact, it looks worse than this. Even though the window is tiny, the video is still pixelated, and it only looks worse in contrast with the gorgeously rendered frames surrounding it.
It looks okay, I guess.
But just because there's no gameplay, no real music, and not much worth watching in the visuals, it's MTV, so it must be cool, right? Sure, it's like cyberpunky kind of with it now thing, so go ahead and buy it. Man, who needs a game when you can have style?
All right, not a huge fan of Club Dead. What are the pros?
Some folks really enjoy fast-cut video and low plot value. Admittedly, most of them don't play computer games, but you gotta start somewhere. Most of the video is pretty good looking, and it's a good thing because that's all there is.
And the cons, which I assume is everything.
You can't base a game on attitude alone, but this product is having a damn good try.
Yeah, I played this, I want to say on this channel before. We should also try Psychotron, which I played, Flash Traffic, which I played, and Dreamweb, which I have not played. I'm interested in that. Okay. All right, I know I played Commander Blood on stream. I kind of love Commander Blood.
Commander Blood from Mindscape is the long overdue sequel to 1988's Captain Blood, which was one of the first computer games to feature EGA graphics.
This new game takes place in more or less the same galaxy as its predecessor. If you've never heard of Captain Blood, I'm glad to tell you it doesn't matter even remotely. It won't even slow you down.
Simply said, I've never played an adventure game that pulled me in like this one. It's a downright mind-blower.
Well, the actual gameplay may not be the most innovative thing in the universe, but the presentation is incredible. It's like a cross between Star Wars, Yellow Submarine, and The Muppet Show.
You are Commander Blood, an android in search of the truth. The big truth, with a capital T.
You mean a final end to the less filling tastes great controversy?
Among other things. Your boss, Bob Morlock, is the universe's oldest being, and he's so into keeping that title that he stays in cryogenic suspension.
Yeah, I do like the alien rave music in the background.
20 minutes each year, so he can blow out the candles on his birthday cake.
But Bob would like to know the ultimate truth, and he has hired you to help him. Just take him in a spaceship through enough black holes to travel back in time to the Big Bang. How difficult can that be?
For all the research that Bob Man has done, you still know pitifully little about the galaxy and its inhabitants. Fortunately, you have a ridiculously fast spaceship, a universal translator, and a computer named Honk, not to mention the wisdom of Bob, if you dare to wake him up.
Using these simple tools, you zip and zap all over the cosmos, visiting every planet you hear about and chatting with the local yokels, who can tell you all sorts of useful things.
You've probably noticed by now that the graphics are a bit unorthodox.
They're great.
That's because most of the aliens are created with puppets and rotoscoping. The visuals are combined with various odd sounds to represent the alien language and a text translation. The result is hilariously funny.
It's also truly international. The game was created in France by Cryo and Microfollies, and they wisely decided not to use any digitized speech through the whole game. All they had to do to create an English version is replace the text files that run across the screen.
Commander Blood is also nicely
Smart.
set up for players who are not used to adventure gaming. Your onboard computer, Honk, is more than happy to provide timely hints.
But there's an interesting price to pay for this assistance. Every hint costs you 3 units of an energetic element called bionium, and you can't just run down to the corner to get some.
Brace yourself, people. This part is really weird.
This is cyberspace. You navigate in 3 dimensions by pointing the blue hand with the mouse. You're trying to catch one of these critters on your finger. Then you avoid the more aggressive critters that resent you upsetting their balance of nature, and you take that captured critter over to these here cyberspace manta rays.
You have to get underneath the manta and shove the critter into its mouth. This is challenging and a little disgusting, but it gives you a unit of bionium in the end.
So you pay for getting your adventure game hits by playing a fun arcade game for a while instead. Ooh, slap me on the wrist again, Judge. I deserve it.
Supposedly, you're constantly on the lookout for clues to the locations of black holes, but you are a droid with a short attention span, and you soon find yourself involved in some pretty diverse activities.
Let's see, you pursue an intergalactic shopping mall, save the inhabitants of a desert planet from starving, go drag racing in outer space, and help a rock band get together.
Not to mention getting cursed by an ancient mummy. And you know, nobody tells
you
you
get
this about mummy
cursed?
curses,
Cool.
but they completely wreck your television reception.
Yes, television. You don't expect a robot to just sit up in a spaceship all day without some entertainment, do you? From the game's beginning, you are watching the tube.
But don't feel too bad. You can actually get some important game clues from your time as a couch potato.
It's hard to properly explain the hypnotic power of this game. Don't start playing if you have to be somewhere in half an hour, or the rest of the day.
The alien encounters are great fun. The music is the best thing I've heard in a game since Tempest 2000. The transitions are amazingly smooth and psychedelic.
Basically, Commander Blood is an awesome piece of work. It's almost like watching MTV, except this is actually fun.
Oh, and let's check out the pros and the cons.
This game is dazzling and sucks the player in like a vacuum cleaner. The aliens are actually rotoscoped puppets, and they are reminiscent of Jim Henson's most bizarre Muppet creations. I want a sequel, and I want it now.
And the cons.
The requirements are awfully high to get this baby to run to speed. The CD-ROM holds lots of information, but it occasionally has to take time to access, and this can be jarring with a game that comes so close to being seamless. Also, it's a shame that this game is not receiving the publicity it deserves.
Okay, we should also try, wait, was that the pros or the cons?
The requirements are
Oh yeah, we did that, okay. We should also try Space Quest, Under Killing Moon, and Superhero League of Hoboken. I really need to play Superhero League. Cosmic Carnage 32X.
When your spaceship has just exploded and there's only one escape pod left and 4 aliens all with bids in for it, let's just say there can only be one. In Cosmic Carnage for the Sega 32X, it's every alien
that
for
Twitch
himself
was like,
in a true
Sorry, Danny, don't say
one
that.
alien will escape, and the
I
others
think that's
will
a
end
fine
up
thing to
as
say, and
pieces
I
of
think that
scrap
Twitch
metal.
is just being a baby.
There aren't any UFOs here. Fists and feet are the means of communications, so oil those joints and get ready to brawl. There are 8 different alien characters to select between, ranging from the gorilla-like humanoid Yug to Talmak, the fugitive with razor-sharp claws.
Cool.
Unlike other fighting titles, once players lock in their character selection, they can then select character armor configurations. Depending on what accessories you choose to add, some movements will be limited. So it's a challenge to determine the best armor for each character for your playing style. If you want to look like a knight right out of Hamlet, go ahead, but don't expect to execute a punch before your opponent turns you into alien stew. The cosmic clash of these extraterrestrial fighters takes place on backdrops which
Audio
looks
quality?
like they were taken from the latest NASA mission. It's no secret that Cosmic Carnage is trying to crash in on the familiar Street Fighter II genre of gaming, and it's very evident in the playstyle. Still, the overall game engine is cosmetically superior to SF2, including some nice scaling and scrolling of the characters. The controls handle well with fluid motion and good combination moves. Although this intergalactic battle of lightning-fast
Sound
reflexes and
quality's back.
sheet metal doesn't have anything which really stands out as a drawback, at the same time I can't really say it breaks the mold for regular fighting games. It's a Street Fighter clone and is a good one with a few nice features added, but a clone nonetheless. For a first kick-and-punch title on 32X, Cosmic Carnage is a good start, but let's hope for some fresher, more original titles in the future.
All right, let's see the pros and the cons.
This title does take advantage of the increased color palette on the 32X and demonstrates some nice scrolling and zooming. Character control is good, and I like the ability to customize the armor on your character.
The cons?
Unfortunately, this title seems to be too much of an echo of previous fighting successes and wasn't terribly engrossing. The overall concept was a rehash, and the game design relatively shallow compared to Sega's usually impressive and original titles.
Okay, we should also try Street Fighter II, Mortal Kombat, and the classic One Must Fall. Also, Cyclones.
When I say the words Doom clone, what comes to mind?
Oh, usually pain, misery, suffering through a game that's second-rate at best and probably should never have been made in the first place.
And when I say Cyclones?
Oh, you mean the good Doom clone. A groovy good time making lots of things die.
Cyclones is a little weak on premise, but...
It's a Doom clone, so it doesn't really need one.
Right, The situation is, aliens have begun an attack on Earth. They don't seem to like us very much.
Earth's only hope is to bond a cybernetic suit of combat armor to a living human soldier. Guess who volunteered?
Me.
Yep. You just don't know when to shut up, do you?
That's
Owners
just
of the
true.
CD-ROM
Like
version
another
get
sad
some
case
digitized
of
video
people
during
killing
each
each other.
mission briefing. It's
Thank
pretty
you, game
poor
coder.
quality. Definitely the shovelware portion of the game.
The actors have all the conviction of Kevin Costner's Robin Hood. What I'm saying here is don't expect to see any of them in Pulp Fiction 2.
I hear they need some fresh faces for the sequel to the Santa Claus.
Once you get past the cheesy video, the actual game is far better than I thought it would be. It has
Burn on
very
the Santa
responsive
Claus out of
control, and
nowhere.
It's nice and fast with a very good frame rate.
SSI isn't known for action games, so the quality of Cyclones really took me by surprise. The game plays as fast as Doom does, and it doesn't feel like a cheap knockoff, because it isn't one.
One thing that makes Cyclones stand apart from the crowd is that the missions involve more than just killing everything in sight. You always have a specific goal, like freeing a hostage or reactivating a sealed door.
The missions build on each other, too. A passkey you retrieved in one mission may allow you to activate an alien ship in the next.
That's
it makes
just
you
an
feel like
adventure
you're involved in
game
an actual
mechanic.
story, which is good if you like a little depth with your mayhem. The best part of Cyclones is its unique targeting method. Instead of just having a gun pointing at the middle of the screen, you have crosshairs you move with the mouse. This lets you move in one direction and fire in another.
The crosshairs change color to reflect what it's positioned on. If you're targeting an enemy, the crosshairs is orange. If it's a usable item, it's green. If it's over a door, it turns purple. Talk about your intuitive interfaces.
The one aspect of gameplay that I didn't like was the auto map. Its isometric 3D viewpoint is a nice idea, but it didn't turn out all that hot. It's very hard to tell where you are, and it's kind of ugly to boot.
I almost always have to turn the walls off to see where
Looks
I am
like
on
Marble
the map.
Madness
And
to
since
me.
it doesn't scroll freely, you have to keep clicking the arrow keys. The auto map works, but it could have been easier to use.
One minor grumble aside, I think Cyclones is a solid and challenging action game. SSI and Raven Software have taken an overused game idea and made something unique with it. Good job, guys.
If you're a Doom fan, you should definitely check out Cyclones. It has a great feel, and it's tense and even scary at times. Cyclones is a high-quality arcade game floating in a sea of cheese.
Chad, do we like Cyclones? Have you played Cyclones? Are we Cyclone freaks, Cyclone heads?
When I say the word,
Well, let's see the pros.
Cyclones has that same fast, responsive feel Doom has. It's not a clunky rehash of a popular game. The missions offer some variety, and the mouse-controlled targeting crosshairs is a terrific enhancement over the standard shooting interface.
And the cons?
The video sequences that accompany mission briefings are of pretty poor quality, often having audio synchronization problems, and the acting is campy at best. The 3D auto map, although a commendable idea, can be confusing and difficult to manage.
And we should also try Doom 2 and the Terminator 2029. Got it. All right, Descent.
When
Game
I
I
first
used to
heard about
love
Descent
as a
for
child.
Interplay, I figured it would be just another useless Doom clone with nothing to offer the world. And I couldn't have been more wrong. Descent is an absolute must-have
Yeah, it's not like
action
Doom
game.
at all. What
Now,
are you
I thought
talking
the game
about?
had potential, but I never dreamed it had this much potential.
Yeah, this was the
From
game that
minute you
made
start playing, Descent
Rodney
sinks
Dangerfield
its
go
hooks into
evil
you
mode.
and never lets go. It got my attention.
In Descent, you play a sort of galactic bounty hunter / tough guy. You're the one people call in to handle the really tough jobs. This time, a megacorporation has given you an offer you can't refuse.
It seems the robots operating a galaxy-wide chain of mines have revolted and taken the miners hostage. Your job is to mop up the tin cans and rescue the human survivors. It figures you'd get stuck with this job.
Again.
It's a little different this time, though. You don't just wade in with a pistol and a pair of combat boots. For this assignment, you actually get an attack fighter to pilot into the mines. Thank the corporate scum for big budgets.
Yes, you actually fly in
Thank
Descent.
you, corporate
Combined with
scum.
a zero-gravity environment, this gives you the ability to move about in true 3D. No other Doom-like game takes 3D this far, not by a long shot.
Descent doesn't really feel like a flight game because you do most of your flying in claustrophobic mining tunnels. You'll find the occasional open space to maneuver in, but it's usually pretty tight.
Still, the levels are well designed and take advantage of the 3D engine. It's common to find a tunnel or secret door in the floor or ceiling, and up quickly becomes an irrelevant concept. In this respect, Descent is far beyond its competitors. Naturally, you'll have a horde of malicious
Good game for
mining robots
people who like to
contend
get
with.
dizzy.
They look good when they're alive, and even better when they're dead. The explosions in Descent are some of the most gratifying I've seen.
You'll also find lots of power-ups to collect. These can boost your energy and shields or give you new weapons to play with. Some enemies even leave these behind when you nuke them, which is a fun way to power yourself up.
No game of this type is complete without an auto map, and in Descent you'd be hopelessly lost without one. The rotating 3D wireframe map is terrific, and it'll quickly become your best friend in this game.
It's still pretty easy to lose your bearings, though, especially when you're looking for that one area you haven't explored yet. It would have helped if you could change your viewpoint on the map, not just rotate it around a fixed point, but that's only a minor grievance.
You'll be busy killing robots, but don't forget about your primary goal. You'll need to track down the hostages imprisoned on each level. To rescue them, just fly through them and they're aboard your ship.
After that, you'll have to destroy the mine's core. Naturally, the core responds to your threat with some weapons of its own. Once you blow it up, you have only a few seconds to find the exit and escape before the whole mine goes poof with you in its belly.
Navigation can be occasionally irritating, but that
occasionally I constantly got lost in this game, but I for some reason never made me motion sick as a child, but as an adult,
Descent is probably the best game on the shareware market since Doom. If you like to blow things up, you can't afford to pass this one up. Descent is required playing for any serious gamer. It's that simple.
All right, if you're a serious gamer, you got to play Descent. I kind of agree, but I also don't make yourself sick.
And must be played to be fully appreciated. Control is extremely simple and precise, and the game moves like a locomotive on crystal methane. Simply put, it's one of the very best shooting games out there.
And the cons?
Navigation can sometimes be difficult. You'll occasionally find yourself looking too hard for the
sometimes,
one passage where you haven't explored yet. Allowing you to view the auto map from different positions would have helped clear this problem up.
And we should also try Doom 2, Rise of the Triad, and Heretic. Okay. But what about Hardball 4?
Hey, I've finally come up with an easy way to get rich quick.
You're going to get a job, right?
Nah, that'd be too simple. I'm going to design the perfect baseball game.
I get it. You're planning to use your vast knowledge of the sport to come up with a game featuring great graphics, the authentic players and teams, and realistic gameplay.
No. That's old-time baseball. I was thinking more along modern lines, where attorneys for the players and owners accuse each other of bargaining in bad faith when they aren't busy running to the nearest court to file lawsuits against each other. I considered adding an arcade element where the players and owners attack fans at random, but I don't want it to be completely realistic.
I'm assuming this wellspring of bitterness is the result of having played Hardball 4?
You got it, babe. The designers at Accolade sweat and slave over a hot keyboard to come up with a great-looking game that lets you do everything but kick dirt on the umpire. But do the players and owners show any gratitude? Of course not.
While my partner takes a
moment
to
He did say crystal
cool
methane,
off,
yes.
I'll take this opportunity to fill you in on the game that sparked this emotional reaction. The latest edition of the Hardball series features exhibition play, league play, and the ubiquitous voice of Accolade play-by-play stalwart Al Michaels, among many other things. Hardball 4 is licensed by the Major League Baseball Players Association. The CD version of the game comes with major leaguers, complete with their stats from their truncated 1994
What's with the food?
Season.
Hey, Jordan,
the floppy
hi.
version comes with generic players, but you can add the major leaguers through an expansion disc. The games are set in actual Major League stadiums, which, like the rest of the game, look fabulous. For instance, this shot from Yankee Stadium includes the distinctive blue outfield walls and the blacked-out center field bleachers.
I'm back. I feel a little better. Did you tell them how this thing looks?
Yes, I mentioned that, but I haven't had a chance to fill them in on how Hardball 4 plays.
Why don't you just step back and let a baseball expert take over? You can treat this as an arcade game, or you can call it a simulation. The game's options allow you to control everything: pitching, batting, running, fielding. If you're fighting a hand-eye coordination problem, you can let the computer handle the fielding. Or if you're the deep thinking type, you can let the computer do the heavy hitting while you call the shots as the team manager.
If all you want to do is
I should
manage,
eat on stream. People really love hearing people eating. It's one of everyone's favorite
things. When your team's in the field, you can position your infielders and outfielders. If you think your pitcher is fading, you make the call to the bullpen. When you're hitting, you tell your batter whether you want him to swing away or take a pitch.
If you're feeling ambitious and want to play a league schedule, you can choose a full season of 162 games or 2 shorter options. But if you have a life away from your computer, you can play all of the games of one team and let your computer handle the rest.
Since this is baseball, where stats are a thriving cottage industry, there are more numbers than you can shake a stick at. When a game is over, you can look at the box score, then view all of the key moments in a highlights package.
For those of you seeking
But does it
instant
feature
fulfillment,
the famous,
Hardball 4 includes a home
the
run
famous
derby,
thing we love
batting
baseball
practice,
for,
and
which is the
pitching
suffering
practice.
of the fans?
The derby is just for
No
fun,
one has
but the
suffered
batting and
more
pitching
than
practice
baseball
are actually
fans,
helpful if you're playing
ever.
this as an arcade game. If you're not treating this as an arcade game, however, Hardball 4 isn't pitcher-friendly. In the dozen or so games that I played, both as a manager and a player, the hitters ruled. Scores of 9-6 are much more common than scores of 2-1.
So you're saying it isn't exactly like real baseball?
What I'm saying is that while the designers were looking for a balance between arcade and simulation, they fell a little short of perfection. However, that's not a big deal when you consider Hardball 4's overall look and exquisite detail. Besides, even the major leaguers are having trouble playing real baseball these days. If you miss baseball like I do, Hardball 4 will help cope a little bit.
Yeah, and once again, we have references to the baseball strike. They love talking about the baseball strike. What are the pros? No, I said the pros, bro.
The graphic detail of Hardball 4 is amazing, and the gameplay detail is just as impressive. You can make virtually every decision involved in the game, and you can do so either as a player or a manager.
And the cons?
If you've ever wondered what baseball was like in the 1930s, when entire leagues used to average 300, play Hardball 4. Some baseball purists aren't going to like the fact that this game definitely leans towards offense.
And we should also try Hardball series in general, FPS Baseball 94, and of course, Tony La Russa Baseball. Next, it's Hell.
Game Tech and Take-Two Interactive Software would really like you to go to hell.
Oh, this review's off to a good start. Of course, we're talking about their latest product, Hell, a cyberpunk thriller. It's a somewhat overblown study of why church and state should stay as far apart as possible.
Overblown. Yeah, good word. This game suffers from big-time pretension problems.
Well, the cast list is enough to make any designer a bit cocky.
Okay, pop quiz. You're designing a computer game and you manage to sign Grace Jones, Stephanie Seymour, and Dennis Hopper. What do you do?
The Take-Two gang decided that the best way to take advantage of their celebrity voices was to pour it on thick in the dialogue department. This was not a great call.
No kidding. You may find yourself falling asleep waiting for the conversations to end. Hopper's stuff is always fun to listen to, but it's not the script, it's the delivery.
The storyline is actually quite cool. It all takes place in a future America ruled by the Hand of God Party and its androgynous leader, Solene Solux. The government has seized all virtual reality technology, calling it sinful, and has started sending its criminals to hell.
Now, you'd think this would be a logistical nightmare, but it all seems to go quite smoothly. At least Unit 2 loyal soldiers Gideon and Rachel are attacked late at night by a government scrub team.
The resourceful couple seek out a few contacts they've made in their dealings with the underworld, and before they know it, they've met up with a bona fide demon named Mr. Beautiful, played by none other than...
Hey, don't you look at me, don't you freaking look at me, mommy! These investigations take the intrepid agents all over the city of Washington, D.C., as represented by this glowing green map. Basically, you go around talking to whoever will talk back.
Great, more talking.
Until eventually someone decides it would be a good idea to send you to the 4-letter H location.
Ah, Hades, the ultimate vacation spot.
Yeah, for masochists. Lots of ugly tortures going on. Lots of stinking sulfur and rotting flesh.
By any chance, is this game designed for mature players?
Yes, he can be taught.
Thank you.
It's obvious
Ash
there are
Rubber
some
for the
lovely
follow.
and disgusting pictures to look at.
This happens.
Product,
This is how I get tortured every day.
Yes, there is, but
every
you have
day
to
I
wade
get
through
put
a
on
lot
the
of
spike.
dialogue to get there. The graphics are also extremely repetitive, replaying the same 5 seconds of motion over and over until the conversation is over.
Fortunately, the dialogue is all captured for posterity on your recorder, so if you miss a detail, it's right here in black and beige.
Not only does the dialogue just go without your help, you don't even have much input on combat, for crying out loud.
You just show up in the right room with the right weapons and watch the fun.
It just seemed
this
like
was
another
probably
sad
done in
case
an effort to
of
make the
people
game
killing
easier,
each other.
but personally I would like to actually play some of this stuff out rather than stay passive.
So, what is today's lesson, class?
Big celebrity names and cool-looking graphics do not a great game make.
Good, you're learning. This time, we'll only pull out half of your toenails.
It's not that Hell, a cyberpunk thriller, is a terrible game. It's just not all it's cracked up to be. There's so much wordage and automatic combat to wade through that after sitting and watching your terminal for half an hour, you may get the distinct impression that the game is playing itself.
And what's worse is, it's having a much better time than you are.
All right. Oh, I'm glad you're liking it. Yeah, I like to go through this old magazine once in a while because they have we've seen a lot of prototypes that haven't come out when we've gone through this, so it's kind of cool to see what they've got in here.
The plot is an interesting one, the sort you might find in a good graphic novel. The visuals are beautifully designed.
And
overblown.
And the cons.
So much happens without your help that you feel like you're watching a movie rather than playing a game. Also, the cycling of the character motion during the conversations is way too obvious.
We should also try BloodNet, Beneath the Steel Sky, and Hard Nova. I want to say we've seen Hard Nova before. All right, time for the classic Incredible Machine.
It's brain teaser time, Rube Goldberg style. The Incredible Machine 2 from Sierra is just what the doctor ordered. An incredible test of the mind and patience. The Incredible Machine 2 is hard to resist.
Many people who played the original Incredible Machine praised it as the finest puzzle game to come down the pike in a long time. Unfortunately, there were only so many puzzles that came with the first game. That's where the Incredible Machine 2 steps in. It offers all the great features found in the original, with plenty of new challenges to stump those that have mastered the first Incredible Machine. If you missed the original, the Incredible Machine 2 offers a tutorial of 40 puzzles to help familiarize you with the available tools and their unique and wacky functions. I would suggest that all first-time players take a thorough look at the tutorial. Some of the puzzles are ridiculously easy, but learning the use of the tools will be handy, especially when you make your way to the real puzzles.
Speaking of real puzzles, they become progressively more difficult in a hurry. The tutorial will be useful to some people,
I've only played the first Incredible Machine.
Like its predecessor, the Incredible Machine 2 includes a puzzle design utility and thus the ability to create your own puzzle. The differences are that the Incredible Machine 2 includes a way to assign win conditions to a puzzle, and it offers the assistance of Puzzlemeister Professor Tim.
For the first-time puzzle builder, Professor Tim may prove to be a useful companion
He's so
and
1995.
Personally, I didn't find Professor Tim and his advice to be very useful.
Wait, there's a Toon Incredible Machine? Okay, hold on.
Me might even find him annoying. Overall, puzzle building can be fun, but I prefer solving puzzles created by the team at Sierra as opposed to those created by myself.
Head-to-head play is available in the Incredible Machine 2, but it lacks the fun of solving puzzles in my opinion. You play against a friend with 45 seconds to move one piece and place another. Then it's the other player's turn. Both players work on the same puzzle, so the person that is able to solve the puzzle first wins. Honestly, it's not as much fun as you might think.
I disagree. Playing head-to-head is an alternative that many gamers will welcome. Working on the same puzzle adds an unusual element of strategy to the game. You've got to place pieces to solve the puzzle without showing your opponent how to solve the thing. You'll find yourself placing dummy pieces to throw your opponent off track.
The game itself is a blast to play. It's a simple game, but when playing the more difficult puzzles, there is nothing easy about it. The game does have nice graphics that make it as pleasing to the eye as it is to the mind when a puzzle is completed. The animations are great, and it's fun to watch as each individual part performs its intended operation.
Complementing the great sights of the game are sounds of the same quality. Many of the numerous parts make noise when in operation. Rockets blasting off, cats meowing, you name it, and it has a sound that fits it perfectly.
My biggest complaint about the Incredible Machine 2 was that it completely ate my brain. What happened to the afternoon? It seemed like it was only 2 minutes ago when I began playing.
They say that time flies when you're having fun. Well, to belabor the pun, when you're playing the Incredible Machine 2, time really flies.
All right, Incredible Machine 2 seems pretty good, but what are the pros?
The Incredible Machine 2 has a tutorial program to help familiarize new players with the game. The animations and graphics are surprisingly good, too.
And the cons?
The head-to-head play over a network or modem would have been nice. The worst thing about this game is that it is terribly easy to spend way too much time in front of your computer plugging away at the various puzzles.
All right, we should also try the Incredible Machine and, of course, Click and Play. Man, I should make a game in Click and Play. King's Quest 7. Sorry, I know my numbers.
Sierra's King's Quest 7 series has already established an unusual direction for itself. But even the seventh
let's check chat. Incredible Machine 2 ate my balls. That is true.
Untrodden territory. I think it's fair to say that Roberta Williams is the most iconoclastic adventure game designer in the industry.
Well, we won't know if you're right until you explain what iconoclastic means, Captain Thesaurus.
You know, iconoclastic, mold-breaking, something that defies all stereotypes.
In that case, yes, KQ7 is far from a typical fantasy adventure game. I've never seen a game with so many diverse influences before. While the visual style is very Disney, the storyline and characters recall Lewis Carroll and Shakespeare.
I like that bull in the china shop.
Occasional reference to Franz Kafka, Silence of the Lambs.
How do they get away with this kind of thing in a family-oriented game?
Rather than fall into the trap of equating a G rating with simplistic drivel for the kiddies, Roberta Williams has written a game that is genuinely for the whole family. There's lots of jokes that the kids won't get until they're older.
While we're talking about unusual design choices for adventure games, how about making both of the main characters women, King's Quest 7 shifts viewpoints between Queen Valinus of Daventry and her beautiful young daughter, Rosella.
As the game begins, Rosella is hesitant to grow up and get married. She feels so strongly about this that she sings about it in a beautifully animated opening number.
She eventually settles down into a discussion with Valinus, who already has a potential mate lined up for her.
Okay, I am getting animation magic vibes from this.
Pool, and Rosella, eager to escape the conversation, jumps in.
Not in a negative way. I kind of have a soft spot for animation magic.
Her headstrong daughter down the rabbit hole. I mean, magic portal.
But while in transit, an arm pulls Rosella from the tunnel. Valinus continues her fall and arrives in a mysterious desert far from her daughter, or anything else for that matter.
These pictures look pretty good as stills, but you don't get an idea of just how good the characters look in motion.
The animation is almost on par with Dragon's Lair, but King's Quest 7 is fully interactive, not just a cartoon with the occasional joystick twitch.
The game was designed in a very similar manner to an animated feature film, and this even extends to the sound.
The voice acting is uniformly excellent, and the soundtrack is rich and very detailed, all the way down to signature tunes for more than 20 characters.
The interface is extremely easy to use. The cursor is a magic wand. If there's something you can do with an on-screen object, the wand glows.
And if you want to examine something in your inventory, you pick it up and click it on the eye at the bottom of the screen. The rest is just clicking where you want to go.
But don't get the idea that this simple interface bears any connection to the size of the game or the complexity of the puzzles.
The story is divided into 6 novel-like chapters, and when you put them all together, you get a game that's more than twice as long as King's Quest 6. The puzzles will take a good bit of thinking as well, and may require the whole family's input, since some are based on children's stories, and some on more grown-up type references.
I suspect that Roberta Williams is not done tampering with the way people think of computer adventure games.
I hope not. Life's too short for predictable games. Honestly, folks, if you're looking for something different in this area, King's Quest 7 will keep surprising and challenging you.
Okay, they really like King's Quest 7. But what are the pros?
The whole game is well designed, from the very simple interface to the gorgeous animation style to the diverse storyline. This is a winner.
And the cons?
Some of the puzzles are very difficult, and the game would have benefited from some online help. At least when a character expires, she gives you a small hint on how to avoid the fatal problem.
We should also try, the King's Quest series, you don't say. Legend of Carandia series, which is another game I've been meaning to get into. And Dragon's Lair. Okay. Next up is... Chat, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble, but it's time for Knights of Zendar.
One of the questions that always seems to pop up around the office here is why certain breeds of games made for video game systems have little or no representation on the PC platform.
Yeah.
I can't figure it out.
Only recently have such popular genres as the shooter and the action RPG appeared on the PC, both of which by way of shareware authors. Megatech's Knights of Zendar is the first commercial action RPG for the PC that I've come across, and after seeing what it has to offer, I doubt it'll be the last.
Knights of Zendar.
In case you're wondering, we use the term action RPG to refer to games in the tradition of Sega's Phantasy Star and Nintendo's Legend of Zelda series. These games usually have an overhead view and a simplistic icon-driven interface which lets you manage spells, equipment, and the like.
Knights of Zhentar looks
Sorry,
and
I'm so
plays
worried
very
about what they're
much
gonna
like
show.
those games, but also takes advantage of the PC hardware it runs on. There's a virtually unlimited save game feature as well as full digitized speech on the CD version. Take heed, however, if you're not used to Megatech games, you might not want to hear what the characters have to say.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll put it this way. The game is not intended for the mass market. As is the case with many Japanese cartoons and movies, the overall attitude of Zhentar is one of sexism and male dominance. Virtually all the female characters you'll meet in the game are of the damsels in distress sort, many of whom, reward you for your services. God, did I really say that?
Well, you couldn't just come out and say what they actually do. Reward is fine. Don't push it.
If you haven't already noticed, Zhentar continues the Megatech tradition of utilizing anime artwork to supplement the game. I, for one, am an absolute addict of this form of cartooning and would play this game for no other reason than to see some of it. However, since it's only
you wanna
used
see
in
the
cutscenes
titties.
at various points, you'll have to do just that, play the game.
And why not? Zhentar is fun. You begin the game as Desmond, a young knight with a little kid's voice and a horrible reputation with women. You're knocked out and robbed of your two most prized possessions, your sword and your jewels. Anyway, you'll quickly forget the plot and take off in search of your stuff, your friends, and possibly some cheap thrills. Those of you who've resented the fact that your favorite RPGs don't include brothels should be appeased by Zhentar.
At times, it seems like the point of the game is to engage in as much frivolous dialogue as possible with young, bouncy cartoon babes.
Yeah.
There's plenty of off-color jokes to be heard, and if those don't offend you enough, you can purchase the NR18 Upgrade Kit, which removes what little clothing the babes are wearing. Be still my beating heart.
Progressing through the game isn't all that difficult. You enter towns to talk to people, rest, and make transactions. Outside of town is where all of the nasties live, and killing them results in experience points, money, and possibly treasure. While combat is real-time, it isn't controlled by you.
No, you said each character's fighting style is one of 6 types: total offense, total defense, and 4 others in between, and the PC takes care of everything. Damage is determined by your character attributes and the armor and weapons you use. Yeah, it's simple, but it works. And given the ridiculous number of creatures you'll encounter while walking around, it's probably better that combat is automatic.
With all the technological advancements made in gaming recently, I was looking forward to seeing what Zhentar presented in the way of new quirks. Well, hold on to your hat, folks. Introducing the Megatech 3D map.
Wow! What a difference!
Incredible, huh? They should have included glasses and a bag of popcorn in the box.
Sorry, that was mean. Anyhow, as you progress through the game, you'll recruit some old friends into your party. One of them, Rolf, provides some good hand-to-hand melee support, while the other, Luna, helps out with magic.
Luna is the only magic user you get, and her spellbook isn't exactly what D&D fans may be used to. She has 3 or 4 combat spells, a healing spell, and a teleportation spell. It's not much, but it's really all you need in Zhentar. Well, maybe a shed clothing spell would be cool for some of the girls you meet.
There goes our female audience.
Yeah, it's fun, but I found Zhentar to be one of those quick fix games that you play for a little while when you have the chance, rather than, say, an SSI RPG, which will rivet you to your PC for hours.
That's not really surprising. Most console games are like that. And Zhentar is really just a console game that you play on your PC, the only exception being the great artwork.
Unless you're an anime fanatic, stick with the SNES or Genesis for games like this. Otherwise, you might as well try Zhentar. It's not bad.
Zhentar, it's not bad, and no nudity shown. I'm so happy.
One of the questions.
All right, let's see the pros.
In certain places at certain times, Zhentar looks fantastic. The artwork is of superb quality, and you'll want to stare at it forever. Having full digitized speech and an unlimited save feature is nice too.
And the cons of Knights of Zhentar.
This is not a serious role-playing game in the traditional PC sense. It's more of an action game with character stats. Also, the dialogue is blatantly sexist and will probably offend anyone who plays the game at one point or another.
Cool. We should also try Final Fantasy series, the Phantasy Star series, and God of Thunder. So, do you get to make out in Phantasy Star? Is that okay? Legions.
The empires of old are an area of historical interest rife with potential for a war game.
Too true. Sure, we've seen a jillion Roman Empire games.
4 jillion.
But how many games offer you the chance to play out the conflict between the African nations toward the end of the first millennia AD?
Okay.
Not too many.
In fact, I'd go as far as to say 1. Legions, a product of the in-house design team at Mindscape.
Legions can't be faulted for historical depth. It's obvious a lot of research went into creating this game.
Nor can it be faulted for its good looks, scope, variety of scenarios, interface, or multiplayer support.
It's got network play.
Uh-huh.
So what can we
Network
fault it for,
play.
Demosthenes?
I was just getting to that.
But first, let's talk a bit about the game
I like
itself.
his fit.
Legions
Oh,
is a
he went away, but I
historical
love that
wargame
guy's
of
face.
Imperial conquest, with additional diplomatic and economic management elements. It's tile-based and involves capturing cities and towns and using the resources they produce. In many ways, it reminds me of a wargamey cousin to Civilization.
There are 10 historical scenarios covering time periods from 1200 BC to 800 AD. Military units are historically appropriate to the empires of the scenarios, and include such oft-overlooked pieces as cattle and flaming pigs. You can play the scenarios in historical fashion so that the empires involved and difficulty are fixed based on what really happened.
Does
or
God of
randomly,
Thunder
where you can
have
adjust several
nudity?
detail levels about the scenario. Can I bash it
I'm
now?
assuming no.
Not just yet. You can also play a completely random game. Random maps, random cities, random empires. Although you pick the number involved, so there's no way to get bored with the selection of scenarios available.
The
Oh
diplomacy
man, Lost
options in
Gumble. Thank you for the
Legions are,
7-month resub. Appreciate that.
That was bad.
You have a defined relationship with other empires, which you can change by entering into an agreement with them. You can be at several different degrees of war or alliance, or simply agree to remain neutral.
This is very cool, but I did notice that the computer players tended to make some weird choices. I mean, they declare war on you, then a month later they turn around and ask for an economic alliance. Weird.
Now?
Patience.
What else do you... Okay, I know. I can tell them about the interface.
Do that.
The interface is very cool. See these buttons? This shows you the units in the stack you have selected. Click on the button you want and presto! Up come the stats for that unit. To move a unit, just click and drag to where you want it to go. A path appears, showing you the quickest route to get there. Hold the control key and you move all the units in the stack at once.
Sorry, the
All
music's
the other
driving me a
controls
little,
in the game are accessed
little
through the
insane.
menus, with shortcuts for the most common commands right where you'd expect them in a Windows product, on the toolbar.
I would have liked it better if you could program the toolbar yourself, like most Windows products.
True, but give them a break. This is what, the third serious game for Windows? It's going to take time for games to reach the level of maturity of most Windows productivity software. Besides, I myself don't want to see games that you can mistake for Excel. Alright already, bash away.
Hot dog! Legions is an extremely complex game with a lot of underlying details. Unfortunately, many of those details are never adequately explained. As a result, learning how to play the game is very, very difficult. Don't pick this one up and expect to be dancing on the graves of your enemies within minutes. It takes a lot of patience and dedication to figure it out.
Details. You mean like the supply thing?
Yeah, good example. Man, that ticked me off. I mean, I know that the armies consume a number of supplies, but nowhere could I find out how many. I think it has something to do with how far they are from your nearest city and whether they're moving or not, but I'm not sure.
The question is it worth it?
Absolutely. It's an extreme pain in the butt learning to play this game, but once I did learn it, I enjoyed it a great deal. It's challenging, it's fun. If only Mindscape would do something to make it easier to figure out, and give us a few more insights into how the game works. I'd recommend this game to anybody with an interest in strategy games in a second.
Okay. They like Legions. They're Legion freaks, Legion heads. The pros?
Legions excels in historical accuracy. It has a superb point-and-click interface and looks fantastic for a game of this genre.
And the cons of Legions?
The biggest disappointment about Legions is how difficult it is to learn. Also, it could be much more direct about how it gives you information, such as the amount of food and supplies consumed by your armies and cities.
And we should also try Civilization and Hammer of the Gods. Okay. Alright, we've got Need for Speed 3DO.
The engine is revving, gears turning, and the smell of burning rubber fills the clear morning sky. It's a great day for the races, and Road and Track and Electronic Arts will feed your craving for fast cars, beautiful scenery, and blistering fast 3D racing in the Need for Speed for 3DO. To present two unique viewpoints on this no-holds-barred racing game, let me introduce the cool Big Dog and Constable Cindy, your friendly neighborhood police officer. The floor is yours.
Hey guys, this is the Big Dog, and welcome to the Need for Speed. This title allows you to race any of 8 exotic cars, including a Lamborghini, Dodge Viper, Ferrari 512 TR, and more. Better yet, you can race them through awesome scenic courses. Here you can crank these puppies into 5th gear and watch the rubber burn.
That's if I don't get to you first. You see, we're patrolling the streets and looking for hotshots like you. If I catch you in the act, even one little teensy-weensy mile over the speed limit, I have an empty cell reserved for you. Looky here, it's the main menu. Here you can select the course you want to race on and the car you're going to use, among other things.
Of course, you can elect to race against an opponent or against the clock, whichever you prefer. One of my main gripes with this title is that it doesn't have a 2-player mode. Nevertheless, my opponent is in for a good tire smacking when the green light flashes, and he's a distant memory in my rear-view mirror.
Yeah, and then when I sneak up into your rear-view mirror, your car will be a distant memory sitting in the impound yard. Here's the car selection screen, where you can choose from the 8 available cars. Of course, as a police officer myself, I suggest you pick a nice, safe car with an airbag and always wear your seatbelt.
Don't worry, I'll be moving down the freeway so fast that I'll be firmly pinned to my seat by the G-force. Hey, how about those cool
the G-force will go the opposite way when you crash.
Game, meaning
you
can
need that
smash and
seatbelt,
crash those
dude. Don't
cars
joke
all
about
you
that.
want. And
You're
guess
gonna
who's paying for
die.
it? Nobody. Don't you love computer games?
Now we've moved onto the road and look at the beautiful scenery here on the Alpine course. As you notice, this driver is on the right side of the road looking in his rearview mirror and obeying the speed limit. Good job. Don't try driving on this road at night, as there are no streetlights.
The only light in this game is the fire the other cars will erupt in when I'm done with them. You see, you can get into these really cool crashes during the game, including head-on collisions and pushing folks off the road. Hey,
nothing cooler than a head-on collision.
So you can clearly see all the possible obstacles and hazards up ahead. The game allows for 3 different camera angles: in-car, tail, and helicopter views. Similar to the camera angle method of virtual racing, switching between the 3 views allows you to get a good idea of what's coming up ahead. The in-car view also has a rear view mirror to identify any.
If you know what you're doing, tailgaters are no problem. If anyone's close enough for you to see them in your mirror, you're not doing your job. But of course, not everyone can handle a Lambo the way I can.
And you're so humble too. A feature I really enjoy is the instant replay, so I can catch the dog's every move on tape for the judge. Then the only thing he'll be driving is a lawnmower around the penitentiary.
I really like watching the replay because it has a lot of great camera angles and even a highlight reel of all the fun crashes during the race. You can play director and edit your own movie out of the race using 5 or 6 different angles, including a special cop cam.
As I've mentioned before, the cops are positioned along all of the 3 race courses to nab any speeders who just happened by in a $90,000 sports car.
Ooh, is that a threat? All you have to do is outrun the cops
yes.
and you can put the pedal to the metal. Still, the title is more of an experience than a game, as it was developed by the same folks who did the Test Drive series on the PC. There is a degree of competition involved, but the game's niche is the experience of driving.
I should mention that since Road and Track is involved with this title, there are jaw-dropping images of many cars included, and the cars are modeled realistically. Every car in the game handles and brakes differently according to its performance on the road.
The cars do handle realistically, making this the only way those of us without a handy $500,000 can see how all these dream cars drive. Of special note are the ambient sound effects, especially in surround sound, which are extremely realistic. You actually hear the cars approaching you from behind, and the sound gets louder as they get closer.
Ooh.
Well, the race has come to an end, and all in all, it was a fun trip, especially the part where I caught Big Dog for speeding. But since the dog is the real car aficionado, I better let him give you the real scoop on this title.
The real scoop is that Cindy doesn't want to admit how much fun she had racing at 100 miles per hour chasing me. At times, I didn't really feel like I was
she caught Dig Dug. Don't worry about it. Dig Dug died. Dig Dug died in jail.
Still, this game is an immaculate assortment of blistering fast car racing, bonded together with awe-inspiring scenic routes to die for. If you like the idea of racing hot cars,
Dig Dug went to jail after he got divorced.
Need for Speed.
They put him in jail for being too divorced. And the pros of the Need for Speed.
The graphics and 3D engine are jaw-dropping, and the rendered models of the cars are near perfect. I also really enjoyed the multiple camera views and the replay feature.
And the cons.
There's no split-screen 2-player mode, which would have enhanced gameplay a lot. Also, this is more a driving experience than a game, which may bother some gamers. The biggest problem is the fact that although the game says you are traveling at 100 miles per hour, it doesn't always feel like you're moving that fast.
Well, maybe you shouldn't want to go 100 miles per hour. You ever thought about that? Maybe you should drive the speed limit. We should call it the Need for Speed limit. Anyways, you should play Road Rash, Virtual Racing, and Mega Race. Done. All right, we've got Noctropolis.
It's kind of surprising that there aren't more adventure games based on comic book superheroes. Electronic Arts' Noctropolis is sort of out there on its own.
Well, if you don't count Superhero League of Hoboken, Noctropolis would have made a terrific graphic novel, but it also makes a pretty good game.
Meet Peter Gray, your typical schmo who owns a bookstore and is a regular reader of a comic book called Darkshear. When the book reaches its last issue, with Darkshear defeating every villain in the city of Noctropolis and going into retirement, Peter is pretty distraught.
Then he learns that he's won the Darkshear sweepstakes and gets to travel to Noctropolis and take over Darkshear's cloak and his responsibility.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Noctropolis, and it's being overrun by supervillains again, coordinated by the mysterious mastermind.
This is just cool
Lux.
world to me.
And Peter, the new
but
Darkshear,
not
has
sexy.
to start from scratch,
This is
assembling
like
his team of helpers and getting into
a
the Fortress of
chaste, cool
Solitude,
world.
Shadow Lair, so he can get his nifty costume.
Yes, you're just not much of a symbol of justice without a nifty costume.
Now, you might think it a trifle unfair that this newbie has to face a crowd of seasoned supervillains.
Yeah, it's like putting John Sununu in a Batman suit and expecting him to win a fight with the Joker.
John Sahuhu?
Aren't short attention spans wonderful?
Well, in fact, our hero actually has a pretty big advantage in that he is very familiar with the history of Noctropolis. He's been reading the comic book, after all.
And it's a good thing, too, or he wouldn't stand a chance against Top Hat, or the Drelmer, or Green Thumb.
Okay,
Not the
they get the
Drummer.
point. The villains in Noctropolis are just as goofy as those you'd find in an old issue of Power Man and Iron Fist.
Still only 35 cents!
Speaking of comic books, the game package comes with the last issue of Darkshear, the one that starts the whole mess.
And if you can't bear the thought of turning an actual paper page, you can also experience it as part of the game.
Very Liefeld-esque, but this isn't Liefeld.
Draw, yes. Right, I'm still skeptical. One of the biggest problems with this game is that it's very, very linear.
Big deal. So are comic books.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't comic books also cheaper by about 4,000%? You'd think a hero with all the superpowers of Shade Skin and Liquid Dark at his command would have more options available.
Okay, yes, the path is very narrow, to the point that an item that Darkshear has to eliminate at a particular point in the story just doesn't exist in the game world until then. To the designer's credit, this is a great-looking game. From the ultra-creepy Gothamish look of the Noctropolis locations to the exploded perspective map, it just doesn't have an equal in the field.
Even the digital video segments seem to blend in seamlessly, and given some of the games I've had to look at recently, this is no faint praise.
It's hard to be too critical of Noctropolis. It may not be the best adventure game in the universe, but it's also a thing unto itself. There's nothing else quite like it.
Maybe this game will spawn a campy television show starring Alan Thicke as Darkshear.
Bite your tongue.
I want to see that. All right, the pros of Noctropolis.
The digitized actors usually blend in with the setting very well, and the setting is amazing looking. The puzzles are pretty tough,
So
and the
he
storyline will have
sucks
you guessing at the identity
in the game.
of the
That sounds
mysterious
good.
Flux until the very end.
I want to play a game where the villains kick my ass constantly. And the cons of Noctropolis.
Given the extremely linear nature of the game, this product might have been better suited for a comic book, or a graphic novel anyway.
And we should also try Superhero League of Hoboken, Hell, a cyberpunk adventure in Under a Killing Moon. Next up, Supreme Warrior 3DO.
Are you tired of those silly little animated characters in fighting games which look like they're straight out of a G.I. Joe cartoon? If so, Digital Pictures is trying to digitize the immensely popular fighting genre with Supreme Warrior, a first-person fighting game using full-motion video to actually let you be in the movie and determine the outcome. If you're familiar with Prize Fighter on the Sega CD, the concept here is relatively similar, except this time the setting is Hong Kong and the warriors practice martial arts. Filmed entirely in Hong Kong, the developers have spared no expense to bring you the true experience. The plot is a relatively simple affair, where the savage warlord Fang Tu wants to reclaim half a mask, which you own. In order to retain the mask, there are 12 opponents to defeat, including the master, Fang Tu. Players are able to select which warrior to fight first, and then the beautiful Yu Ching, one of your master's students, leads you to the fighting arena. Once the fight actually commences, it's quite impressive how well the full-motion video approach works. Although I thought this would be a title which suffered from a lack of interactivity, using Digital Pictures' Insta-Switch technology, I really felt a part of the jaw-crunching and bone-splitting action. There are numerous combination and secret moves to perform, along with regular punches, kicks, and blocks. Sadly, the game suffers from one major drawback, and that's the fact that the learning curve is quite high for new players. Learning the correct timing to execute moves does take time to master, just as the sport of martial arts does. Although I was quickly frustrated, after a few nights playing this title, it really started to impress me. If you're tired of conventional fighting games and are looking for a true dose of virtual reality, this title does break new ground. The result is a highly interactive and kneecap-busting struggle for supremacy, which takes time to master.
That is such a nice review for a kind of dog shit game.
Are you tired of those silly little
No, I said pros. Pros.
Developers who want to utilize full-motion video into their games should take notice of this product because it actually draws the player into the action.
No.
The production quality of the movie is very impressive, and for once, this is a new design concept for fighting games.
The cons?
Players may easily become frustrated with the controls, as they do take time to master, and timing is everything. I would have appreciated an interactive training session to teach the players the ropes. The easy mode of this title is much too hard for the average gamer, so in turn, the difficulty levels aren't properly balanced.
And we should also try Prize Fighter, Street Fighter, and Double Switch. I think everybody should try Double Switch, by the way. If you haven't played Double Switch, why not? Try it out. You should also maybe consider Vortex Quantum Gate 2.
The Vortex Quantum Gate 2
a
is
virtual
not a
cinema
game.
experience,
We should get that
okay.
out of the way right off the bat. It's an interactive movie, pure virtual cinema, created by a master of this emerging art form, Greg Roach.
It has more in common with a create-your-own-adventure book than with an adventure game. The Vortex is all about plot, and it's got a hell of a plot to work with. This is one movie you won't want to miss.
The Vortex picks up where Q-Gate 1 left off.
Okay.
You've been fighting giant bugs in the
Chat,
planet
what the fuck is this?
AJ3905, only to discover that they aren't bugs at all, but a race of intelligent winged humanoids called the Elinde.
Apparently, the Army has been lying to you by pumping false data into your VR battle helmet. They've been using you to slaughter an intelligent people. Now what are you gonna do about it?
At the start
Not
of the
slaughter
Vortex,
them.
you have been taken in by the Elinde. They aren't sure of your intentions, but there are a select few who believe your story. They want you to put a stop to the human intrusions.
If you can believe your own senses, the government you served has lied to you and used you to kill helpless civilians of an unknown race. The Elinde are willing to let you make up for your race's tyranny. Or maybe that's not the situation at all. You begin having powerful flashbacks to life on the military base. Have you ever left? And one of your friend, Private Michaels. Did the Army neutralize him, or is he still alive?
You also have visions of being in a mental hospital undergoing treatment for psychosis, and Michaels is there too. So is Dr. Marks, the inventor of the Quantum Gate. Which reality should you believe? Eventually, you'll be called before the Elinde High Council. Here, this newfound race will examine your memories.
I have played
to better
Wrath of the
understand
Gods. I
human.
really like that
What they
game.
see is not overly
This is giving me
positive,
Wrath
but
of the
maybe
Gods
you can change
vibes.
their mind.
Along with the subjective reality principle, the Elinde are one of the Vortex's greatest strengths. They're an intriguing species, reminding us of the gentler pastoral side of humanity.
The Vortex sports a very well-designed interface. You get the standard box of dialogue choices, but this time around, Hyperbole has added context-sensitive icons, which appear on the top and bottom of the screen.
The icons remind you of important questions to ask, give you actions to perform, and even show you emotional state and let you control your tone. It's very simple and doesn't get in the way of the storytelling.
Do love to
The
control
only
my
real
tone.
fault I can find with the Vortex is that it's too short. I didn't want it to stop, which I suppose is a compliment, but you can go from start to finish in just one day, and that's sure to alarm people.
If you pay $50 for something, you expect it to entertain you for more than one day. True, there are multiple plot branches to explore and that takes longer, but you can get to the end alarmingly quickly.
It may be a little short, but The Vortex is one fantastic movie. It's got a great plot, terrific acting, and some very thought-provoking ideas. Not only is it great virtual cinema, it would make a hell of a big screen production.
Any fan of sci-fi should check out the Quantum Gate series. It makes you question what you normally take for granted, which is something all good science fiction should do. A new form of entertainment is evolving, and this is a shining example of it.
All right, they fucking loved Vortex Quantum Gate too. I guess I have to play that at some time. What are its pros?
The main strength of the Vortex is its plot, which is a fast-paced, entertaining, and thought-provoking piece of science fiction. The quality of the acting matches the storyline. The interface is intuitive and virtually transparent, and the graphics are beautiful when viewed in high color.
And the cons?
In plain 640 by 480 by 256 color resolution, the graphics can look a bit grainy. The only big problem with the Vortex is its brevity. Even though the game ships on 3 CDs, it can be played from start to finish in just a few hours.
Aw. Well, maybe I should do that on stream sometime. That game seems kind of cool. We should also try the original Quantum Gate, The Madness of Roland, and Under a Killing Moon. All right, we're almost done with the reviews. We got Wing Commander 3.
Once in a while, a game will come along that's so deplorably awful, you just can't stop berating it. But that's another story. It's time for Wing Commander 3, a game that's not awful in the least.
Origin just keeps making them better. Wing Commander 3 ain't no ultra-realistic flight sim, but if you want to get out and blow some cats into space dust, this is without a doubt the coolest way to do it.
Wing 3 starts off with a fantastic opening movie. Whether you watch it in SVGA or regular VGA, it looks great. The news is not so good, though. Your girlfriend Angel has been captured during a covert operation on Kilrod.
No, babe. What kind of game doesn't have babes?
Relax, the babes will be along.
Yeah, I know. Let's skip to that part.
Well, okay.
That's not a babe. That's Fluke Starbucker.
Actually, that's you, Colonel Blair. Actually, that's Mark Hamill.
I know that. I guess he liked the Wing 3 script better than Slipstream 2.
Are you making fun of Mark?
A little, but I suppose I shouldn't. He does a good job here. Remember, a Confed ace can feel the Force flowing through him.
Now that we've got the obligatory Star Wars reference out of the way, let's talk about the supporting cast. Like John Rhys Davies as your old friend Paladin.
I kept waiting for Captain Katanga to have a walk-on, but he never showed.
Never mind. As your old rival Maniac, Tom Wilson is a perfect choice.
What are you looking at, butthead?
You're gonna do this for the entire review, aren't you?
Leave me alone, I'm on a roll.
Here's one of the best possible cast choices. As Admiral Tolwyn, straight from his role as Sting in Star Trek Generations, is the amazing Malcolm McDowell.
Ho ho ho, if it isn't fat stinking Billy Goat Billy Boy in Poison.
That's really annoying.
Yobbles! Great bullshit yablocos to you!
There's no hope, folks. It's a lost cause. Now, the biggest surprise I got out of Wing 3's cast is Ginger Lynn Allen in the role of Rachel the mechanic. I was really impressed. She can actually act.
Boy, can she. Man, I can't tell you how many times I've watched her movies and...
Well, I think that's entirely enough about the cast. Before we get in trouble, let's move on to other topics.
Let's talk about the walking around part.
Hey, they are
like the
so
older Wing
horny
Commander games,
this
you get the chance
review.
between missions to wander around and
calm
talk to
down,
people to advance
guys.
the plot. It's the same sort of thing, only better.
Much better, because the plot is a lot stronger. You'll meet a lot of interesting characters. You'll even get to cool the jets of a hotshot young pilot. The movie portions of the game would be worth seeing in a theater, and then there's a game too. Now that you're a colonel, it's time to enjoy the privileges of your rank. For the first time, you get to pick your own ship for each mission. You can even customize your ordnance or fly with Rachel's choices.
Not only can you pick your ship, but your wingman too. I love this part. Each wingman has a different flying style, and one of the pleasures of the game is getting to know them all as they fight alongside you.
The real meat of the game is the action. As soon as you see yourself in the launch bay, you know this is gonna be good. Origin really pulled out the stops on this one. If you like the old games, you'll love this.
Wing 3 plays basically like the old games with the same feel. All the ships now have ITTS targeting, which helps a lot. The enemy ships look great too. And it's really fast. Even when you're in a huge battle, things don't really slow down.
As good as Wing 3 is, it has a few minor flaws. The loading time between scenes is pretty extreme. Even walking from room to room can get annoying when you have to wait that long. It takes about a minute for each mission to load, too.
When you're flying, there's a slight pause when a ship blows up, and also when someone talks to you. You get used to it pretty quickly, though. We're talking about almost 2.5 gigabytes of data here, so you have to give Origin a little leeway.
Once the waiting is over, Wing Commander 3 is a fantastic game. The movie sequences are beautiful and well acted. The plot is strong, and the missions are fast and challenging. I don't know how it could get much better.
Maybe if there was a scene with Malcolm McDowell as Caligula, and... oh, well, never mind. Wing 3 is awesome. Get it now. And if you don't have a Pentium, steal one.
All right, folks, you heard it from the good folks at Interactive Entertainment. Steal a computer.
What?
Just fucking do it. Steal a Pentium.
The graphics and sound are every bit as good as you've been led to believe. The Hollywood cast is superb, and the movie sequences play very smoothly and look great even in VGA. The plot is strong, and the game is tied together by some of the best combat flying around.
And the cons?
You'll need 8 megs of RAM and a good chunk of hard drive space to play the game. The delay between scenes while the program loads the massive amounts of data gets old real quick. In combat, the action pauses briefly each time a ship explodes or a pilot communicates with you.
And we should also try Privateer, the Wing Commander Armada, and Star Crusader. All right, let's go to Zeppelin.
I've been playing Microprose's new strategy game, Zeppelin, and
I kind of want to play
confused.
this.
Really? Why is that?
Well, because it's a good game and all, but I'm not sure I really like it.
I'm sure. I hate it. But your instincts are right. It's a very good game.
I don't understand. If it's a good game, why don't we like it?
Well, for the same reason I don't like Luciano Pavarotti and you don't like Frank Zappa. Human personalities are not constant things.
Zeppelin is a business simulation in which you must build a successful transportation business with those giant German airships.
Outside the context of this game, do you care about Zeppelins?
I do.
Answer honestly now.
I do.
Me neither, and that's a problem.
Well,
we don't
I'm
care
a
about the
Zeppelin
game
freak.
subject. You don't have to like every game you respect.
This is the game's main interface screen. From here, you move your Zeppelins on the map and access all the other information screens of the game. It's a simple, well-designed interface.
It's also very gold. I know this is the golden age of travel, but I think drawing the entire game in gold tone was a little too extreme. Well drawn as they are, the visuals have a numbing effect that went straight to my nervous system.
One of your primary tasks
Yeah,
is
I don't
using
really
your
like
workshop
this
to build more
interface.
Zeppelins and research bigger and better designs.
Now, this is a part of the game I might have enjoyed. How fast did you see results here?
Fast? No. I mean, progress was very slow. Too slow for my taste.
Mine too, but I'm sure a lot of gamers would be twitching in anticipation of that eventual payoff. Now here's one of your economics screens. To augment your income, you can play the stock market. Did you have fun playing the stock market?
That's not really what I do for fun.
Yeah, but some people would like it though, wouldn't they?
Sure, quite a few people. It's just not what I do to unwind.
I think you're starting to see my point. You earn money by transporting passengers from city to city. Eventually, you'll be able to establish profitable routes, build Zeppelins for other organizations, and bid for cargo contracts.
These are all great ideas. Not only do they give you much-needed cash, but they provide you with smaller goals you can accomplish on the way to winning the game. Except? Well, it takes an awful long time to get to that point in the game. I was ready to fall asleep by the time the game got really interesting. Hold it. We're making Zeppelin sound like a bad game, and it's not. It's good.
Okay, what do you think is good about it?
The economic model, most importantly. It may be difficult and slow, but it's realistic. It's a hard business to turn a profit at when you start, and the game leaves itself open to all kinds of different strategies. There's no one best way to play.
So you enjoyed it then?
No, not at all. But I can think of a dozen people off the top of my head who'd love it. This is so weird. I've never felt this way about a game before. I like it, but for other people, not myself.
That's the way I feel too. I hate business sims with a passion, but there's no denying that Zeppelin is a high-quality game of that sort. If that's your idea of entertainment, Zeppelin should make you very happy.
I think Zeppelin is going to appeal to a small percentage of gamers, but those who go for that kind of game will eat it up. Trust your personality. That's the best advice with Zeppelin.
All right, we went through all of the reviews. Wait, no, we didn't do pros and cons. I'm so sorry. I almost forgot. No, stop that. Stop scrolling away. Stop. No.
Once in a while.
I don't like the auto-scrolling list. It's a little annoying. What are the pros?
The game's mouse-driven interface is simple and easy to deal with. The economic model is realistic and complex enough to allow for a wide variety of strategies as you struggle to turn a profit.
And the cons of Zeppelin.
The entire game is shown in gold hues, which gets monotonous very quickly. The game also moves ahead very slowly, practically at a snail's pace. Unless you have a vested interest in historical travel, economics, or hardcore business sims, Zeppelin is bound to leave you cold.
We should also try Railroad Tycoon, Transport Tycoon, and personal favorite of mine, Gazillionaire. All right, I think all we have left are the hints and tips. Colonization.
So it's been 8 years since Columbus landed, and you're off to the New World to kick some butt. Or should that be the plan? Probably not. There are two distinct goals in Sid Meier's
you don't want to be like Christopher Columbus.
The first is to win the revolution, and the second is to maximize your colonization score. Of course, you can set whatever goals you want, but the two provided are useful and reasonable. Unlike civilization, where you just sort of finish when you colonize the stars, colonization rewards you with more points for being quick, efficient, and even a bit for style. As you build your colonies up during the early years, don't neglect any one area. You need to develop your physical plant, trade, wealth, population, army, desire to rebel, and foreign relations equally. So you ask, how in the world do I do that? Start with the basics. First, as they say in real estate, location, location, location. Each colony controls a 9-square group. Don't overlap the control spheres and don't include too much open water, unless you really like fish. This means that you shouldn't build on 1-square peninsulas or islands with less than 6 usable squares. Don't build too close to the Indians because this irritates them. Population is something you want, and lots of it. There are many different ways to get new colonists, and you should use all of them. The first is to pick up all of the colonists on the dock as soon as you can. When you have a little money built up and there are no colonists on the dock, you should recruit some. It's worth the money, but don't pay to train them. Since colonists appear on the dock because of political and religious unrest in your mother country, the more crosses you're producing, the more immigrants come to the docks. Also, when you have 200 extra food, a colonist appears. Indians have a tendency to demand food when you're approaching the magic 200 number, so bypass this by carrying the food around in a ship. This way, you can rapidly build up 200 food in one spot, as well as pick the colony where you want your new colonists to appear. One of the most important ways to gain new colonists is to take over foreign colonies. This also yields money and partially developed colonies. Everyone in a foreign powers colony will join you if you capture the colony. This is an especially good way to gain specialists. You can also capture free colonists that you find exploring. It's good to keep a backup dragoon to chase down the free colonist that results from attacking and winning a battle with a foreign powers soldier. The Fountain of Youth is a great but unreliable way to gain population. There may also be more than one Fountain of Youth, and each one yields 8 new colonists from Europe. That means you can only get them before you declare independence. To find the fountain, you have to dedicate some of your population to searching for it. Scouts work best for this, since they increase your chances of finding good things in a ruin and decrease your chances of
the Fountain of Youth isn't real.
During your searches, you may find people left over from failed colonies, and they too will join your forces.
Guys, Ponce de
While your
Leon didn't
population
find
is still
shit.
small, emphasize strengthening and expanding your colonies. Don't spend a lot of time trading manufactured goods. Europe will still pay good money for raw materials, and you can switch to manufacturing later. You can also make some money trading with the Indians and simultaneously improve your relations with them. To do this, you need 1 wagon train. They require only lumber, so you will not have to use up tools that are in such scarcity early in the game. Avoid buying manufactured goods from Europe. Your money is better spent in other ways. Early on, you need lumber to build anything, so one of the first 2 colonists should be set to gathering lumber. As your population grows and you have specialists to use, the issue of what to produce becomes much more complicated. Again, it's important to keep long-term goals in mind. Crosses and Liberty Bells may seem stupid, but you won't win without producing a lot of them. There are certain buildings that every colony should build before it starts to specialize. These are docks, printing press, lumber mill, stockade, newspaper, warehouse, and blacksmith shop. Docks allow fishing and can greatly increase food surpluses. They are almost necessary on small islands with fewer than 8 spaces. If you make or capture colonies that you want to keep, remember that with a stockade and 3 people, they cannot be abandoned. Don't forget to plan for the future. Eventually, someone's going to attack you. Ports are important because they're the only way to trade with Europe, but if you have too many, it'll be hard to defend all of them against your homeland once you declare independence. You must also defend your shipping lanes because long before the motherland comes after you, there will be privateers preying on your trade vessels. If you can make at least one port only 1 turn sailing distance from the ocean lanes, you'll be less susceptible to attack. On land, raids are always a possibility, and it's very annoying to keep losing your fully laden wagon trains. Start with a close network of cities, only 3 spaces apart, so that land units can move between them in 1 turn via your roads. This kind of
Sorry about my
allows
phone.
you to
It's
transfer your
like I
military
said,
might
this
to where
is
needed
it's so
most
much more
as new threats
sensitive.
arise.
This
The
mic for some
specific terrain
reason.
squares are also
Since I
important.
moved.
You want to include as many of the special resources as you can. This will help the colony to specialize and improve your profitability. Rivers are like roads in terms of travel, and they greatly increase productivity, so several or most of your colonies should be built directly on river squares. That should help you get your colony started. Next month, more on the Continental Congress, dealing with the natives, colony specialization, and other issues that crop up as your fledgling nation increases in size.
All right, colonization part 2 of 3.
If you're coming back for more colonization hints, you must be hooked. By now, I hope you've at least completed your first game, win or lose. If you're already mashing the computer AI on the hardest settings, then you probably don't need this information. But if you haven't achieved a colonization score of 100%, you might find a bit of useful advice. Remember that your main goal is to win the revolution and max out your score. All of your actions should lead to this end. To maximize production, you must master the colonist shuffle. If you run out of lumber for building, don't let your carpenters sit on their
I'm not here to cause any trouble. I'm just here to do
the same goes once you have towns specialized in manufacturing.
The colonist
shuffle.
shuffle.
Run out of tobacco, don't let your tobacconist sit idle. Make him work on something else while you wait for your next wagon train to arrive. Your cities need to specialize. Don't waste resources building everything in each. If you have to wonder what to build next, the answer is artillery. In the meantime, specialization is the key. One city should have an ironworks and all the master blacksmiths. Another city should have the arsenal for musket production. Try to build your one custom house in the same city that has upgraded production like the cigar factory, textile mill, rum factory, and fur factory. Lumber production can be centered in one city. However, lumberjacks along with carpenters are often best used by equally distributing them among your cities. Place 1 to 3 carpenters in each megacity and 1 expert lumberjack. As you clear surrounding forests for farming, you'll build up a lumber surplus. Ore is another natural commodity that is sacred because it makes tools for your muskets, artillery, and building. Again, specialization is the way to go because best ore gathering sites are in the mountains. Send in the miners! Horses and horse sense are the last 2 specialty areas. One city should maximize its food production, which increases horse breeding speed. Don't forget large warehouses to store your horses. The more there are, the faster they multiply.
Pretty horse-centric.
As you fill the stables, send off only 100 at a time. To give your population horse sense, you'll need at least 1 university town. Taxes are something else you have to deal with. Of 2 possible policies you can adopt, the first choice is to just keep kissing the pinky ring. This will cause your taxes to increase and the king's expeditionary force to grow. However, you'll still be able to trade in any commodity and you won't lose supplies. Or you can just throw away the supplies that you worked so hard to save. This plan will keep your taxes low, and if you can manage to trade other commodities, you will make more money. Later in the game, have Jacob Fugger join your Continental Congress, and all of the trade restrictions will be reversed. Don't forget that paying outrageously high taxes is stupid. Dump the tea into the harbor first. Shipping and naval power are an important aspect of the game, though they play a key role only before you declare independence. Cargo ships are a waste, and I recommend that you don't spend time or money on them. When you have money for ships, you should build privateers and frigates. If Francis Drake has joined your Continental Congress, then the strength of the privateers is increased 50%, making these ships can be fast, deadly, and inexpensive. Use your ships to pick up new colonists from Europe. 1 privateer should be used for exploration. This vessel should carry at least a scout and possibly even a dragoon. The rest of your privateers you build should be out hunting. A cargo of 200 muskets is worth a lot and it hinders the competition. Frigates give you more power, and if your sea battles seem profitable, then a few may be worth it, but don't spend too much on them. Once you declare independence, ships are nearly useless. You'll get all of your man-of-war ships free from your allies. You should categorize your cities into one of a few groups. The first is the megacity, of which you'll want about 6. These are specialized and extremely well defended. That means fortress level and at least 5 pieces of artillery. Then there are the supply or feeder cities. These are small, and you never build them up so that you can eventually abandon them without feeling bad. Their key is to supply raw materials like cotton or tobacco. Last are the cities that you have captured. When you abandon these cities, you make the colonists leave as pioneers to take the tools with them, or as soldiers and dragoons to take the muskets and horses with them. So what should you do with all those Native Americans whose land you're planning to take away? It's in your best interest to treat them nicely. If the Indians are friendly to you, they will not attack you, which means that you do not start building a stockade the day you arrive in the New World. They'll also trade with you, which can be very profitable and lowers Indian alarm levels. Remember that they never take the same trade goods twice in a row. It's easy to see how the Indians feel about your presence by the color of the exclamation point on their villages. Each of the 8 tribes has a tendency to act slightly differently and to have a different level of technical development. This means that they may
I just realized it's happening that Jamestown and Quebec are equidistant. Why is Barbados so close?
Procurement of natural resources, including food. Make peace with the Indians, trade with them, build far away from them, live with them, send missionaries to their villages, give them food if they ask.
Don't send missionaries. Do the opposite of that.
Then man the stockade.
To do the opposite of sending missionaries.
Well, it's colonization revisited one more time. How are your new empires going? Have you won the big war? Well, there are 3 major topics to cover that may just give you a little help. You need to know how to prepare for war. You need to know how to win your battles. And you also need to know how to increase that all-important colonization score. The whole game up until the moment that you declare independence is really preparation for this war. If you're properly prepared, then your win will be quick, clean, and decisive. One of the most important points is that you want to have enough time to get ready. That means that you don't want the competition to declare their freedom before you declare yours. You can accomplish this by attacking them and keeping their total population lower than the required number for independence. The side benefits of this, of course, are that you capture more colonists and colonies. You need a large number of veteran soldiers recruited, trained, or self-educated. You not only need the men, but you also need their equipment. Make muskets and breed horses. The colony warehouses should be full, and you can even use the wagon trains and ships as extra storage space. The reason for this is obvious when you remember that a mounted unit carrying a musket can take 2 hits and not die. The first hit kills the horses, and the second hit ruins the muskets. Resupplying is an essential part of the combat phase. Each colony must also have fortress defenses if there is any chance that it will be attacked. The importance of Liberty Bells also becomes obvious. If the Sons of Liberty group is not up to 100%, then not all of your veteran soldiers will get their strength boosted to Continental Army status.
Well, maybe I don't want to have the Sons of Liberty here. They sound like a group of jackasses.
Before you make your declaration.
No offense.
Understanding how the King's expeditionary
Sorry if you're a
force
Son of
operates
Liberty,
is
but I
key
think
to
you're a
winning against them.
jackass, probably.
They show up 1 boatload per turn and cannot attack on that same turn. They then pick a colony to attack, and like a pit bull, they keep at it until they win or until they all die. They usually choose a colony that is isolated and weak. They can only attack a port as their first point of entrance. There are 2 basic strategies to fend off the type of attack that the Royal Expeditionary Force is about to make on the New World. The first method is having the ultimate defense. If your cities are all close together, wherever the Royal Expeditionary Force attacks, you'll always be able to resupply. You just have to make certain that you have enough strength in that colony that you will not fall in 1 turn. What happens then is that you only lose horses and muskets. As they attack, you just sit tight and rush in supplies every turn. The King's troops are not able to repair themselves, and thus just whittle themselves down to nothing. Eventually they all die, and you win. The second technique is the Blitz. You set up your colonies so that there is 1 central colony within easy reach of every port that you have. This 1 colony is where
I just feel like a group called the Sons of Liberty would be like,
when the Royal Expeditionary Force
they
lands,
would sell
you swarm down on them.
like
you'll be able to destroy all of them before
medications to take away your vaccines or something. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like the Sons of Liberty would be like they would be spreading dysentery.
Preparation time, anyone can win. The question is, how high did you score? You have to play with the colonization score in mind. Indentured servants and criminals are not worth as much to your score. Maximize your population with experts if you can. Don't burn Indian villages either. Have all 20 historic figures join your Continental Congress. Money is good, but buy population instead. Make Liberty Bells because rebel sentiment counts. And the biggest bonus of all is declaring independence first. So whatever it takes to keep the other Europeans down is worth doing.
All right, and that's colonization. Let's go to Dark Sun 2.
Time to get the Lyre of the Winds. This is the last mandatory quest.
Yeah, they sell dick pills and food buckets.
Warrior. Everybody ready?
Has anyone ever seen how bad those food bucket food looks? Like,
and take the
I feel
tapestry from the wall in the far room.
I feel like it would be better just to buy canned soup.
Exit the VA building and find Yuhubido, the caravan master of Tyre.
I'm just going to fill up my prep kit with Progresso.
Ask about joining a caravan, and he'll tell you to join the one leaving immediately. Exit Tyre to the south. Go to the oasis and talk to Jared, a Jan who should be standing south of the fountain.
Yeah, those buckets. The worst was the cheesy broccoli. It just looked and was awful.
Oh, so refrain from doing so. Speak with the Sultan and Sultana in their tent and
just go down to a grocery store and buy a bag of rice or something. I don't know.
Kill her captors and free her, then return to the oasis. Speak with the Sultan to get your first reward. Then find Magnolia's blue tent and speak with her inside. She tells you of a suspicious Jan named Asim Drak. Agree to help her expose his dealings with the Draxons. Walk south from her tent until you come across a Draxon sitting by a campfire. Kill him and have your lead character wear the tunic he leaves behind. Asim Drak will approach you in a little while and, thinking you're the Draxon, hand you a note. Bring this note back to Magnolia and then to the Sultan. The Sultan will let you take anything you want from his treasure room. Get your fill and then go to the red tent where Utella the Weaver works. Give her the torn tapestry and rest a few times to pass time while she looks at it. While waiting, you may be approached by Messina and told that Magnolia was taken by Asim Drak. If this happens, search Drak's tent to see that it is empty. Head south from the oasis until you encounter a merchant with a cart.
Yeah, I like Progresso is my favorite canned soup. My favorite soup in a box. HEB sells a soup called Hardy Wrangler soup. It's so good. It's so good. It's one of my favorite soups. It's unfortunately got bacon in it, so it's pretty high in cholesterol, but it's really good. It's gluten-free, and it's like my go-to, like, I don't want to eat any, I don't want to cook tonight meals.
One can be found in a chest in the VA building in the same room that the tapestry was in. The other is a thread that can be taken from the tunic you wore to trick Asim Drak. Give her these items and rest to pass time. Give Utella a lot of money to gain experience points. Return to the VA building with the tapestry and put it back where it was. Use the feather fan, which is inside a chest in the same room, to activate the tapestry. Once you get to the Cloud region, head north to Krill's house and talk a bit. You'll find out about the nasty things that have happened to the village. If you have an ounce of brain, you're aware that winning this game requires you to say yes to every plea for help that you hear. Go ahead and agree to help save the village. Enter the northeasternmost tunnel and head north inside it. You'll come upon a damaged boat. You'll need this boat to get where you want to go, so you'll have to obtain the 3 parts that are required to fix it. This part can be found by re-entering the cave and exiting the tunnel to the west. A rudder will be lying on the ground. The other 2 parts can be found inside homes in the main region. In one house, you'll find a mast pole leaning up against a wall, and a piece of canvas
HEB is stands for Howdy Butt.
Repair the boat with these 3 items and sail to an island nearby. Upon landing,
they should call it the Butt Store. I call it that in my heart.
Ask Kane what he knows about the liar, and then slay him.
It's a store for booty.
Enter the cave to the
Actually, that's not fair. I don't think you can buy booty at HEB. You can buy barbecue at HEB, though. They have like a brisket salad now. Okay, I should not promote another brand. Let's.
To her tribe, who banished her.
HEB doesn't pay me enough. They don't pay me at all. They should pay me.
Leave the hut.
I'm always praising them.
Path to the northeast. You'll be zapped by fireballs and lightning every few steps, but keep in mind that damage
you can buy pork butt at HEB. Yes.
Either immunity to energy attacks. A psionicist with energy containment is.
I'm also immune to energy attacks.
At the end of this long path is the Cloud Drake Eyrie, where you'll be met by some extremely nasty drakes. Cast some protection spells and slash away at them. When they're all dead, step onto the teleporter in the northwest corner of the clearing. You'll appear in a small area with another panel on the ground. Step on it only once, then return to the teleporter. Head south and you'll arrive at the nest where the Lyre of the Winds is buried. Kill the drakes, then start taking sticks out of the nest. The nest will eventually collapse, leaving you with easy access to the Golden Lyre. Take it and return to the main region. Speak with Kirill and then return to the VA building. You should now have all 4 elemental artifacts: the Cup of Life, Promir's Hammer, the Fire Ruby, and the Lyre of the Winds. Heal up and head for the northernmost building in Tyre, where 2 obsidian golems guard a door. Kill the golems and the priest and open the door by touching it with all 4 elemental artifacts. The final confrontation with the Lord Warrior and his army awaits you. If you need help with this final part of the game or any other of the game's optional quests, be sure to check out SSI's Wake of the Ravager hint book. Good luck.
All right, what about Doom 2?
Welcome back to the ongoing saga of IE's Doom 2 hints and tips. In this installment, we'll take a look at the first 10 levels of Doom 2. Now, Doom 2 isn't the type of game we can give you an outright walkthrough for, but we'll show you the locations of the keys and give you a hand with the secrets and traps. For a hint, click on the level that's kicking your butt.
Okay, let's do a. I guess we're going through this whole shebang. Let's do every level here.
This one's pretty simple. The northmost room contains 2 switches. After you kill the humans, press the switch closest to the hall, which will open a secret door in the northeast corner. The second switch will drop the platforms. In the dark room to the south, take the small elevator on the right side. At its top is a secret door with an imp behind it. Past the imp is a switch that opens a door in the south wall leading outside. When you get off the elevator, run to land on top of the platform. This opens a secret door with a rocket launcher behind it. When you start this level, the corridors to the left and right will be blocked. This switch will lower the east barricade. The switch in the other room will lower the west barricade. But first, you'll need to get the red key. The red key is located here, and the blue key is here. Getting the red key triggers hidden doors here and here, so stay on your toes.
All right, the gauntlet.
You'll have plenty to shoot at in this level, so watch it. Picking up the blue armor here will open this secret door below you, releasing some humans. The blue key can be found here. This switch raises a hidden platform to a teleporter. This teleporter brings you here, giving you a rocket launcher. This transporter takes you to the final area of the level. The red key is here. This switch acts as a call button for this platform, which gets you to the red door and the exit switch beyond it.
And level 4, the focus.
Pressing the switch here drops a platform with the blue key on it. Right here is a secret door which lets you get behind those annoying shutters. Another secret door is found here, which opens up a room with imps and stim packs in it. Stepping on this box temporarily lowers this box. If you get on the box before it rises again, you can get the red key here. This transporter will deposit you here. The yellow key is found here. Flipping this switch raises this platform, which leads to the exit.
Okay, and the waste tunnels.
When you start level 5, you'll be close to 3 trapdoors that open when you're near them, and drop you into monster-infested rooms. The red key can be found here, the blue key in here. Grabbing the yellow key does 2 things. First, it raises a platform to the exit, and it also releases 3 cacodemons on the other side of the platform.
And the crusher.
Once you descend on the lift, the switch to your immediate right will lower the crushing ceiling, wasting whatever is on the large platform. The blue key is found here, which is lowered by this switch. When you go back up the lift and re-enter the previous room, you'll find that a secret door has opened in the north wall, releasing some monsters. This switch lowers yonder platform. The 2 switches here quickly raise and lower the platform in between them. When you approach the wall, a secret door opens here, releasing revenants. The red key is located here. Another secret door opens here when approached. In the final area, the switch in the southeast corner lowers the platform with the yellow key on it. It also raises the walls behind the 4 teleporters in the center of the room.
And dead simple.
As its name implies, there's not much to this level. The 4 switches in the north and south walls lower the platform the Mancubi are standing on, and shouldn't be touched until everything is dead. Use the walls as cover as you run around and kill all the Mancubi. Once they're dead, 4 doors will open, releasing arachnotrons. Using either a chain gun or plasma gun, run around the outer edge of the level and pick off the arachnotrons one by one.
And tricks and traps.
Despite its name, level 8 is pretty straightforward, just tough. In areas with lots of monsters, use your common sense and try to get them to do most of the work for you. The yellow key is here, just past the Barons of Hell and the Cyber Demon. The red key is in a small alcove in that room with all the imps. This platform lowers as soon as you've crossed it, but this switch pops it back up. When heading for the exit, don't pause on the platform since they start dropping as soon as you're on them.
But what about the pit?
This level is full of surprises. The switch here opens a secret room right beside it. An invisible tripwire here opens another secret room. The switch in that room drops the room's fake west wall. Another switch lowers a platform with the blue key on it. On the other side of the blue door is a switch, which opens a passage in the wall here. The switch here lowers this platform, giving you access to the yellow key. Yet another switch lowers yet another platform. One more switch does you-know-what over here.
And the refueling base.
On the refueling base, you start off right next to a secret door. Way across the galaxy, a pressure-sensitive plate triggers 2 secret doors here. The blue key is behind a secret door, which opens automatically when you approach it, along with another secret door across the hall. A switch here opens another hidden door. The yellow key is located here. There is another secret door here, and another at the end of the hallway.
All right, that is Doom 2, but we've still got Carandia. Didn't we see a Carandia 3 already?
The Isle of Cats, the ends of the earth. Limbo. The aisle,
Okay.
the hieroglyphics, flee, navigation. Depending on which way you chose to leave Carandia, you should start in any of 3 basic locations on the Isle of Cats. Getting from one place to another is what will take up the most time in this part of the game. If you ask nicely, the dog with the sesame cart will gladly give you a ride, but you can never be sure exactly where he's going. Eventually, you're going to have to navigate the jungles on your own.
Dog
and that will require
fort.
the machete from the dog fort. If you try to go into the jungles without this tool, you'll experience a quick death from kissing snakes. Once you've got the machete, you'll still have a hard time getting around because the jungle is a confusing place. The text file from this article contains simple directions for getting around and a general jungle map.
Okay.
Fluffy. Fleas. The hieroglyphics room. The Colossus. Fluffy. Fluffy, the cat revolutionary, is in the jungle to the right of the altar beach. If Malcolm lies and says he is sympathetic to the cause, Fluffy will give him a very important leather mouse. If you're silly enough to turn yourself into a mouse with the crystal mouse, Fluffy can change you back into a human.
All right.
The longer Malcolm spends in the dog fort, the more fleas he'll pick up from its canine inhabitants. At 3 fleas, he'll start scratching, and it'll get worse and worse until he can barely move or speak, and finally scratches himself to death.
Oh,
This is an
no.
unpleasant way to go, so it's important to remove the fleas either one at a time or all at once by jumping in a mud puddle. When Malcolm picks a flea off of himself, he can either drop it on the ground or keep it in his inventory. They're useful for grossing out the pirate captain.
All right. And hieroglyphics.
There is a cave down into this room from the dog fort, but it'll be too dark to travel it unless Malcolm has cut away the foliage from the light well in the jungle scene to the immediate right of the fort. If you click the leather mouse anywhere in the room, it will light up. Clicking the mouse on the individual cat statues will trigger these elemental symbols, which correspond to certain gems that belong in certain cat colossus sculptures. Incidentally, these statues are in the same left to right order as the ones in the colossus. Finding the Colossus. Clicking the leather mouse that got you from Fluffy onto the spheres to the left of the altar beach will restore them to their full feline glory. You then need to replace the appropriate gems to wake the Colossus and put the cats back in power. You can figure the order out by placing the gems on the altar and comparing the elemental symbols to those that appear in the hieroglyphics room when you click the mouse on the statues. If you're too lazy to do that, write this down. Left to right, the gems are diamond, topaz, amethyst, emerald, sapphire, and ruby. When this puzzle is completed, you'll receive a crystal mouse that will turn other people into mice.
Okay.
Finding the gem. Finding the gems. You need the gems to wake the Colossus, but they're all buried in the dog fort. The only way to get them is to put bones on the ground in this area. Then the greedy dog at the fort will bury them and dig up whatever is underneath. There are 15 potential burial sites, so you'll have to do this systematically. Don't get too many fleas. The bones are scattered randomly throughout the jungle, and you'll find lots of them just by clearing the foliage and killing snakes.
All right, and last but not least on the Isle
These
of
guys
Cats.
will help you get your
leaving.
revenge on Carandia, but you have to show them sufficient magic to impress them. To do this, you need to complete the Colossus puzzle, bring back the crystal mouse, and change Louis, the peg-legged pirate, into a mouse. If you'd like to get a look aboard the pirate ship, put a flea on the pirate captain. The pirates.
Okay.
Fluffy.
Let's check
And
out.
Make sure to use one of
this.
your coins for insurance, and take the policy with you when you leave the screen. If you get the cleats and put them on, you can use the shoehorn to jimmy the machine and get a free item, but this will only work once. While there are a few different ways down, the most efficient way requires the umbrella and the pool toy. Use the pool toy for the first part. Click on the waterfall and you'll make it down to the next part of the cliff. To get to the first cave of wonder on the other side, use the bicycle pump to inflate the puffball plant and bounce off of it. After looking in the cave, click on the waterfall, still wearing the pool toy. Click the umbrella on the hook and Malcolm will swing over to the other side. Click the umbrella on Malcolm and click on the cliffs. Malcolm will float down to the next level where he can enter the second cave of wonder. Still using the umbrella, click on the cliffs below Malcolm. He'll float down into the final level. Entering the third cave of wonder will catapult Malcolm into limbo.
Okay.
Limbo. The most frustrating thing about Limbo is the Fish Queen. She'll continue to call you back to play tic-tac-toe. This is a serious test of your patience. It won't be easy, but you need to let the Queen win. Then lie like the dickens and tell her she's a great player and she'll let you explore. If Malcolm gives the attendant a worm or a gold coin, he'll play one game through for Malcolm. Believe me, this is fair payment. Go through the school and take the teacher's apple. To do this, use your jester's staff on the students. The teacher will be distracted just long
I'm
enough for you
always
to
using
take
my.
the apple.
I need a jester
Now
staff,
continue on to the
honestly.
garbage
I don't
chute
have
and
any
ride the chute
staffs.
down to the dump. You'll be able to take a couple of items before blind batfish notices you, and then you can sell them back to him. Eat the apple to get at the worm inside, which is much more valuable in trade. If you put any garbage item in the grassy area to the right of the blind batfish, the smell will lure him away from his cave and leave you to explore longer in the trash heap. Worms are also very valuable because you can use them to change the direction of the garbage sluice. Feeding 2 worms to these support fish will cause them to grow enough to aim the sluice towards the underworld, thus saving yourself a lot of scrounging. In the underworld waiting room, Malcolm will learn how to perform a seance if he can talk to the receptionist. Waiting in line will take a while, but the farmer will let Malcolm cut in if he asks nicely. To bring the kingfish back to scare the queen, he'll need something that looks back in time, also known as a newspaper, and a likeness of that individual or a gold coin. The last requirement is the presence of at least 7 mortals who wish for the departed monarch to return. If Malcolm initiates the seance while playing tic-tac-toe with the queen, when at least 5 players are on the board, Malcolm and the attendant will count as numbers 6 and 7, and the requirement will be satisfied. Put the newspaper on the ground and click the coin on it, then sit back and watch the fun. By the way, don't annoy the kingfish or he'll turn you into a worm and eat you.
All right, don't get turned into a
Isle
worm.
of Cats.
Master of Magic Part 1 of 3. Oh my god, this is long. You know what I'm going to do? It's getting so close to the end of like when I want to stream. I'm going to skip the Master of Magic Star. I'm going to do one of these. I'm going to do Star Trail.
After freaking out rather intensely several times while playing Surtech Star Trail, a thought came to me. I couldn't be the only person on Earth struggling with this game, so I've decided to pass along some pointers I've come across in my travels. Most of this article will cover Star Trail's mandatory quests, which are surprisingly few in number. You'll want to do some of the optional stuff to gain experience and better equipment, but not all of it is necessary. Let's get one thing clear right off the bat. You'll need a very balanced party to get anywhere. Take your time in character creation. Don't just blow through it to get to the game. Star Trail doesn't offer a dozen character classes and 5 dozen skills for nothing. You may get to use every single one of those skills during your travels. I suggest 2 or 3 regular hack-and-slash guys, preferably one of them being a dwarf, 2 elves or hunters for distance attacks, and 1 or 2 pure spellcasters. Exit Kvirisim and plan the following route: south, southwest, south, and south. This will take you to the town of Gashok. A fairly easy quest can be found within. Talk to the tent herbalist Gerlange to find out more. From Gashok, march south, east, northeast, south, south, southwest, southwest, west, southwest, southwest, and west to reach Finsterkoppen. Remember to replenish food and water supplies every night. And if you have a magician in your party, perform wand rituals at every opportunity. Finsterkoppen is a dwarven town and is off limits to all elves, druids, and witches.
Eat
you must
shit,
split
elves.
your party immediately once inside the town. Head northwest and you'll find the entrance to Inner City, which in turn contains the entrance into the treasure-filled dwarven pit. To reach the pit, visit the temple right across the street from the Inner City entrance. Ask about the pit a few times to get the key, then find the northwestern corner of the Inner City and enter it. Knock down the first door you come to in the pit, then proceed to loot the skeleton on the other side of it. Head east out of this room and you'll enter another room with a coal brazier on the north wall. Search it and you'll discover a ring that
still
will
making
probably
games?
burn
Good
the
for
hands
them.
of whoever tries to remove it.
That was
Try
loud. I
with
knocked
the
over
same
my
character
trash
until
can
you
here.
get it.
There we go.
Then rest until any hit points or dexterity points you may have lost are regenerated. Retrieve the torch, tinderbox,
I got too
shovel,
excited,
crowbar,
I just
and
went
chain from the
bam.
junk piles in the square room located in the southwest corner of this level. Head for the middle of the eastern wall of the level and you'll come upon a statue of Ingarim the dwarf. Light candles here and then descend into the second level of the pit. The stairs can be found on the west wall. Open the door directly across from you and activate the 2 switches in the room on the other side of the door. These switches will disable bolt traps elsewhere on the level. Next, retrieve the crank from the chest found in the enclave just north and east of the stairs. Make your way to the easternmost wall of the level. In the center of this wall is a crank hole. Examine it closely.
A crank hole?
Answer the gnome's
Sorry, I
riddle
got
with
excited.
the word moose and obtain the silver key. Reunite your party and head downstairs to level 3. Follow the wall directly in front of you to the west until you come upon a door. Open the door and follow the path around to the northwest. Search at one of the corners of the corridor and you'll find a copper key in addition to some other treasure. Take the key and whatever else you want. Descend down into the 4th level. The stairs are in the
Surtech
southwestern
relaunched.
corner
Good
of
for
this
them.
level.
Good for
Head north
Surtech.
through this level, past the odd-shaped pool of water, and towards the northeast corner of the level. You'll need to pass an encounter and get the stone medallion left behind. Spin the Wheel of Fortune in the room, then exit the room and head for the stairs to level 5. They're in the southeast corner of this level. Try lifting the stone slab by yourself first, then use the crowbar you got earlier. A chest in the center of the eastern wall of level 6 contains leather equipment. Take only what you need and equip your characters. Head for the forge in the southwestern corner of the level and hold a torch up to the picture. You must then await an audience with the golem. When you see him, pledge your stone medallion to him. Head for the southeast corner of the level where you'll find a chest. Inside it is the icosahedral stone, also known as the salamander stone. Trade for it, then return the leather equipment you borrowed to the chest. Climb back out of the dwarven pit, return the key to the Temple of Ingarim, and reunite your party. I'll be back next month with some more tips.
You know what? I'm gonna do one more, just one more, because I can hear dinner being ready soon, and not a lot of new info in these. It's nothing like prototype or whatever that I feel is like a must see. So let's do System Shock.
In the course of playing System Shock, you'll come across dozens of items, most of which go bang in one way or another. Since you don't have an infinite number of slots to hold weapons, some hard choices will have to be made as the game progresses. What follows is target practice on 2 of the most dreaded foes in the game. At first, a lead pipe will be your only cinch, but later on you'll have many choices of ironmongery. On level 1, you'll find what may be the best bot destroyer in the game, the Magpulse rifle. 1 or perhaps 2 shots will down almost any bot. You can imagine my depression and consternation, however, when I emptied the 8 slots left in my magazine at a Cortex Reaver, only to have it laugh at me while it blew me away. Turns out it takes 9 shots from a Magpulse to kill a Reaver. While it is an energy weapon, it takes clips, and for a long time there are none to be had. So save the precious 8 rounds it comes with for dire circumstances. You'll have to stand away from any obstruction when firing or aim to hit near rather than at your target, since it shoots a pulse that will hit a nearby door sill more easily than the bot cross-stitching its serial number on your chest, unlike bullets, which will seldom go astray. Another handicap of the Magpulse is that it is totally ineffective against mutants. Those like our elite cyborg friend here, who seem to be half living and half machine, will take longer to kill, 5 shots in this case, with the Magpulse, as opposed to more conventional weapons. The Magnum is your friend. Unlike many of the powerful weapons in System Shock, once you find it, you'll have a sure way of taking down any creature in the game, for there is plenty of ammo for it throughout, unlike most of the other strong weapons. The Magnum is the best of the pistols. Dart guns are mostly useless. The tranq round only slows critters down, but the needle will actually kill mutants and other critters if you fire enough shots. I don't even want to think about how many dart gun rounds it would take to kill a Reaver. The Magnum took 11 solid slug rounds to do the job. Once I had the ML41 mini pistol, I relegated my dart gun to shooting cameras and CPUs. The mini pistol will be the main weapon for most of 2 levels, and does a good job of knocking down the critters on levels 1 and 2. When you go up to level 3 or down to the reactor level, you'll want all the firepower you can get. The Magnum is also good on soft targets, requiring 10 hollow point rounds to put this dude away, or 7 solid slugs. The flechette gun is useful for some soft targets and can keep up with the Magnum when shooting at the mutants in the groves on level 6. The problem with the flechette is that it isn't much good with bots. One of the more realistic aspects of System Shock is that what works well on hard targets doesn't often work well on soft targets, and vice versa. The flechette also works reasonably well on the mutants on level 3. I prefer a gun so you have some chance to kill them before they get close, rather than the laser rapier. Don't try this at home. These guys don't even take damage from hornet slugs, and it took 88 splinter rounds to nail this cyborg. The Reaver went down after 135 hornet slugs were pumped into him. I had to take a first aid break halfway through so I could finish. BTW, if you can find a use for the riot gun, let us know. We couldn't kill a darn thing with it. The Mark III assault rifle is another of the rare dual-purpose guns, having somewhat better stopping power than a Magnum. If you're lucky enough to find penetrator rounds, it's by far the Magnum's superior at taking out bots. The Reaver took 6 penetrators to die, and the Elite Cyborg took 3 penetrators, or 7 magnesium rounds. On hard targets, the railgun is in the same ballpark as the assault rifle, firing magnesium rounds. 3 rounds are required to drop an Executive Borg in his tracks, while the Magpulse only takes 2. My poor Magnum takes a distressing 5 rounds using the hollow points. Firing the railgun is much like firing the Magpulse, since they both have a blast radius, with one exception. Hitting a nearby wall will give you a boo-boo, so be careful. The railgun took 9 shots to kill this Reaver and 6 to do in the Cyborg. I mostly use it to nail flying creatures in groups. Most energy weapons are a dead loss unless you're close to a power station or you don't have a shield yet. Once you have a shield, it's more important to use the energy to protect your behind and use up all the ammo you've accumulated. The particle beam is an exception. The plasma ball that this weapon fires will rebound from anything or critter it strikes. You don't get this weapon until late in the game, but it's wonderful for shooting around corners, and set to high can take out his Reaverness in 2 shots and this Cyborg with 1 shot. Wish I'd thought to use this when facing Diego that last time. The downside is that you can only fire 2 shots on high.
Yeah, this is very incomprehensible to me.
before you
I
run
know
out of
nothing
juice.
of this game.
I love using this gun and watching the bouncing ball touch and kill several bots or critters along the way, but look out for that collateral damage. Here is the piece de resistance, the Scorpion. This is the weapon to have when you're shooting more than one. The Scorp only has 1 ammo type, though there are 2 different sizes of clips, and it is fully automatic. Hold down the trigger and whatever you're pointing at goes away fast. When using the Scorpion or flechette gun, don't use them like a fire hose and spray bullets all over until the target's dead. Instead, fire short bursts and recover your aim in between. You'll actually put your target down quicker this way. Only 23 rounds were needed to deal with the Grim Reaver and 16 for his cyberness here. And boy howdy does it kill mutants. But wait, there's more. They even give you scads of ammo for this gun so you don't have to script and save. Once I found this gun on level 7, I seldom used any other weapon. Putting down critters as fast as it does, you don't run out of ammo nearly as often in a firefight, which is so annoying. Numerous cyborgs, robots, and mutants were slaughtered during the course of this article. No steps were taken to protect them, nor was anybody from the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Robots, Cyborgs, and Mutants present to make sure they didn't suffer. Goodbye, good luck, and keep your Magnum handy.
All right, and I think with that, if you don't mind, I'm going to call this one before going through all the other stuff, because I've been streaming for 4 hours, dinner's being made, and I'm hungry, so I want to go eat dinner. Thank you all so very much to everyone watching, subscribing. Thank you for coming back. I know that I was gone for a while, so I appreciate y'all coming back.
You were Mechlin, Magic the Gathering, Frankenstein, coming soon to IE.
Frankenstein. All right, Xena. Let's go. That's right, horsey. Oh boy. So Seraphis Kane, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I'm glad to be back too. I really like streaming. I really like seeing all the weird games, all that good stuff. Yeah. It is now safe to turn off your computer. It is now safe to turn off your Twitch stream. All right, folks, let me I'm also back with the Retro Pals. So if you'd like to see me elsewhere, I do stream. This is all caps, so it's going to be like Retro Pals. I do stream with Sarduce every Wednesday, Monday, and Friday. Most Wednesdays, most Mondays, and Fridays. We did take a month off, but no, we're back. We're back again. So do check us out on the Retro Pals if you'd like. And if not, none of my business. Watch who you want. All right, let's find someone to raid here real quick. Let's see. Who is in the docket? How about I don't know who to rate. Let's raid Dino. All right, I'm raiding Dino. They're playing Cold Decept. Ooh, good one. All right, folks, I will see y'all next week with American Truck Simulator and, shit you not, a audio magazine just for truckers. So if you want more trucking, tune in next Tuesday for me trucking. And see you then. I'm sorry I'm not good at outros. I'm tired. Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And y'all have a wonderful day. Bye.